Chapter 1 Kizaru is punished. Zoro, 3 swords flow profound meaning, 3,000 worlds. With a stern shout, Zoro turned the 2 knives in his hand and crossed with Mihawk, the world's strongest swordsman, Hawkeye. Ha! The 2 knives in Zoro's hand couldn't resist Mihawk's power and broke apart. With a wry smile, Zoro turned around and faced Mihawk with his hands open. "What are you doing?" Mihawk had doubts in his eyes. "It's a shame for the swordsman to be injured behind." Zoro smiled and his eyes were extremely serious. "You are a good swordsman." Mihawk nodded, raising the black knife to slash Zoro. At this moment, a dazzling golden light suddenly appeared in the sky, and the entire sea area was enveloped. Such a strange situation caused Mihawk to temporarily stop his hand movements and raise his head to look towards the sky. "That's it." Mihawk's eyes narrowed slightly, and the sharp eyes reflected a huge golden curtain that spread over thousands of miles and obscured the sky. Just looking at it, you can feel the aura that seems to be overwhelming. "Hey, what's going on, Hawkeye, do you know that thing?" Looking at the sky, Zoro asked Mihawk strangely. "I don't know." Mihawk shook his head. "Even in New World, nothing like this has ever appeared. This thing, maybe the teacher made it." On the deck of the sea restaurant Barity, Nami murmured to himself with a small long box in his arms. "Nami, what are you talking about?" Luffy looked over curiously when he heard the voice. "No, nothing." Nami shook his head. "Although I felt that the things in the sky might have been created by my own mysterious and unpredictable teacher who had instructed me, Nami didn't want to say much without definite evidence. Now, the top priority is to go back to Kokozia village and rescue everyone." Tightening the box in his arms, Nami looked firm. "Hey! Look, Nami, there are words on it." Suddenly, Luffy raised his finger to the sky in surprise. "Words?" Nami narrowed his eyes and saw the words appearing on the golden curtain as expected. "This is the golden list of the heavens, and those who are on the list can get rewards. Golden list, which can be seen everywhere in the world, and those who are on the list can speak through the golden list just by silently thinking in their hearts. Now, the swordsmanship ranking is announced, and the swordsmanship ranking is ranked based on the potential of swordsmanship, not based on the user's strength." "Sanji, swordsmanship ranking? Is there such a ranking?" "Luffy, it's amazing, it can be ranked, but why is it swordsmanship? If it is martial arts, I will definitely be on the list." "Zoro, swordsmanship, can I be on the list?" "Hawkeye will definitely be on the list. By the way, is this thing reliable?" With that said, Zoro glanced at Mihawk as if seeking his opinion. However, Zoro soon saw Mihawk lift up the black knife in his hand, and swung a very powerful sword energy towards the sky gold list. The sword gas is hundreds of meters long, and the hurricane it brings even makes the waves start to roll. However, this kind of sword skill, when approaching the gold list, directly shattered. "Hey!" Mihawk narrowed his eyes and looked a little serious. Only he knew that with the sword just now, he had already used nearly 5 points of his power, but such a power was directly smashed by the gold list. One can imagine how terrifying the gold list is. Warning! Hawkeye Mihawk attacked the gold list. For the first time, it is forgiven for the time being, and there can be no second time. Warning! Marine Admiral Kizaru attacked the gold list. This is the second attack. The penalty draws Marine Admiral Kizaru's 10-year lifespan. Mihawk. On the other side, Naval Headquarters. As soon as the sound of Jinbang fell, Kizaru snorted and fell directly from the sky, hitting the ground heavily. "What's wrong, are you all right, Borsalino?" Marine Marshal Sengoku hurried to Kizaru's side, his face extremely serious. He also heard the voice of Jinbang just now. Taking a 10-year lifespan, if it is really as the gold list said, then the loss to Marine will be too great. In the peak period of a person, only a few years, if Kizaru is drawn out of 10 years of life, it is very likely to fall out of the peak, so Marine is likely to lose an admiral level of combat power. No, it's okay, but it seems that the body is suddenly hollowed out. Rest should be fine. Kizaru clutched his chest and stood up. Even so, Sengoku can clearly see the Madara gray hair on Kizaru's hair, and even Kizaru's face has a lot of wrinkles. Damn it, it turned out to be true. Sengoku squeezed his fist. Thinking that it was him who made Kizaru go to the sky to attack the gold list, Sengoku couldn't help but feel ashamed. Did that guy Hawkeye also attack the gold list? It's a pity, if I can attack the gold list 1 second in the morning. Could it be him who was punished? Kizaru scratched his hair and sighed secretly. Hawkeye, my hawk, Kizaru, are you really punished? Suddenly, in the lower right corner of the gold list, a text with the eagle eye my hawk stripe appeared. Kizaru, hey. Chapter 2 Zoro made the list. Golden list, what is this? In East Blue, the center of an uninhabited island, a handsome and tall young man stood at the door of a gym. This thing, it shouldn't be a ghost made by the system. The young man murmured to himself, looking at the gold list in the sky with some surprise. Swordsmanship list, maybe this is a good thing for me, but I don't know if the swordsmanship I taught Nami can be on the list. The young man named Li Fan came to this world 10 years ago and got the sign-in system for apprenticeship. As long as they sign in every day, Li Fan will be rewarded. For 10 years, relying on daily sign-in, Li Fan's power has reached an extremely powerful stage. However, because he has not figured out what kind of world the world is in front of him, Li Fan does not know the extent of his power in the world. Until a month ago, a young girl quietly came to this uninhabited island. Nami, one of the most popular female characters in the world of One Piece. Although there are some differences between Nami in the real world and Nami in anime, Li Fan recognized the orange-haired thief cat who sneaked into his gym at first sight. After being arrested, in order to leave, Nami was asked by Li Fan to become his disciple and accepted Li Fan's teachings. At first, Nami didn't care about it, but after Li Fan used various medicines and taught them carefully, Nami slowly changed. Until a month, Nami, who had learned a little bit, had completely changed from being on guard for Li Fan to respect. After that, Nami left the uninhabited island and headed for his hometown, and met Straw Hat Crew on the way. Although Nami also invited Li Fan to leave, but Li Fan refused. It's not that Li Fan doesn't want to leave, but that he can't. The system gives Li Fan a powerful force, but it also gives Li Fan a certain restriction. He cannot leave the gymnasium provided by the system. Only when the disciples authenticated by the system have the sovereignty of a certain place, or become the pillar of a certain place, can Li Fan be able to leave the gym. But it was only able to go to the spot recovered by the disciple. Moreover, a disciple can only regain one location. In other words, Li Fan can only go to more places if he keeps collecting disciples and allowing them to keep regaining places. Because the initial location chosen by the system was an uninhabited island, Li Fan waited for 10 years before he got Nami. This can be regarded as a hope for Li Fan. The gold list has appeared, and it's interesting now. If this is really the pirate world, I will definitely be on the list. It will be much easier to receive disciples then. But first, I still have to look forward to Nami's settlement of the Kakosia village. With the swordsmanship I taught Nami, it should be able to easily solve the dragon pirates. Thinking of this, Li Fan smiled slightly and turned back to his gym. Now, just wait for Nami to bloom and bear fruit. On the other side, IWC, Cake Island. The captain of the Four Emperors Big Mom Pirate Regiment, Charlotte Linland slammed his Napoleon knife in front of him. Waiaguo. Napoleon's broadsword slashed a huge sword energy forward, directly smashing a long piece of building. Mom, did you cut the wrong place? While panicking and dodging, a pirate crew member shouted to Charlotte Linland. Shut up! Charlotte Linland screamed, staring at the gold list in the sky. To be precise, it was the punishment for Kizaru that emerged on the gold list. Originally, Charlotte Linlin planned to use her own tricks to hack the gold list, but when she saw the word of punishment, she immediately changed the direction of the attack. This also caused a large group of members of the Big Mom pirate group to suffer. Hey! Hawkeye spoke. In other words, the swordsmanship of the Eagle Eye must have been on the list. Charlotte Linlin still remembers that the gold list said that anyone on the list can speak on the gold list. Although the swordsmanship list has not yet begun to be announced, but my hawk is able to speak on the gold list, it must be on the list. That guy is the world's #1 swordsman after all, and it is understandable to be on the list. Charlotte Linlin nodded, tentatively speaking to the gold list in her heart. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, Kizaru, whether life is drawn, let's say something. Charlotte Linlin can use devil fruit to extract lifespan by herself, so naturally she is very concerned about the system extracting Kizaru's lifespan. Look, Mom is talking on the gold list. Mom's swordsmanship is also very good, she must be on the list, but I don't know what the ranking is. Hey, Mother is 4 emperors, and it is the first noun in how to say it. Seeing Charlotte Linlin's speech, the first person who became excited was the member of the Big Mom pirate group. Redhead Shanks, Ale, can Charlotte Linlin also speak? It looks like you will be on the list later. By the way, Kizaru, let's talk about it. Have you ever been through a lifespan? If you are not good at swordsmanship, you can't be on the list. You can also change to Marine. You Marines are so talented, you can't be on the list alone. Foil Vista, that's not good. The 3 Marine admirals rely on the power of Devil Fruit. Marine Marshal Sengoku and Marine Hero Garp don't use swords. Maybe none of Marine uses swords. Master, haha. Momuzagi-jun, shut up, pirates. Pluton Rayleigh, Momuzagi? This title is similar to the Marine Admiral 3. Is this Jun a candidate for Marine Admiral? 4 Emperors Shanks, Deputy Captain Rayleigh has also appeared, and yes, I can be on the list, and Deputy Captain Rayleigh can definitely be on the list. People all over the world looked at the discussion in the sky, and their mouths twitched. It's nothing more than the appearance of 4 emperors. Even in the previous era, Pluton Rayleigh, the deputy of One Piece, appeared. How can it not surprise people that a gold list has exploded characters from the previous era? Swordsmanship list, the 100th in swordsmanship, 3 swords style profound meaning. 3000 worlds. Suddenly, a striking word appeared on the gold list. P.S. On the first day of the new book, I ask readers for their support. A flower and an evaluation vote are very important, thank you *. Chapter 3 Kizaru, I'm also a swordsman. Naval Headquarters. Pora Salino, you absolutely can't say anything about your situation. Seeing the inquiry from Charlotte Linlin and others, Sengoku said solemnly. If this group of pirates really know that Marine Admiral's strength has been punished, it will definitely bring bad effects. Kizaru spread his hands and said, I think too, but if this gold list always exists, they will know one day. Hearing Kizaru's words, Sengoku was somewhat silent. He knew that what Kizaru said was right, and the gold list said that rewards would be issued. And once these rewards really appear in the hands of the rankings, it will be impossible for others to believe it or not. Marshal Sengoku, I have checked, and this gold list has indeed appeared all over the world. At this time, Momotani-jun walked to Sengoku's side. Did they all show up? Who is it that can spread the gold list to the whole world? I have never heard of devil fruit that can do such a thing. Sengoku frowned, he couldn't think of what the gold list was even if he tried to break his head. Perhaps, this is not caused by devil fruit at all. Marine General Staff Tsuru said, Jun, since you are also on the list, do you think there is anything worth paying attention to in the gold list? Jun shook his head and said, sorry, sister he, I only feel the existence of the gold list when I want to speak on the gold list in my heart. In addition, at this time, I feel that Jinbang is like an extremely tall giant. I am like an ant in front of it. This feeling makes me afraid to explore it. Hearing this, Crane nodded, so. Hey! There are new words on the gold list. Hearing Crane's words, everyone raised their heads and looked into the air. Swordsmanship list, 100th, 3 swords Ryuui. 3000 worlds, user pirate hunter Roranoa Zoro. Rotate the 2 knives like a windmill to generate a strong wind, and then the slashes used by ordinary people can hardly see through. Zoro, who is this guy? It seems to be a pirate hunter in East Blue. It seems quite famous. To be on the list, this guy's swordsmanship should be okay. The first person on the list naturally received a lot of attention. At this moment, Zoro's name was remembered by everyone in the world. East Blue, see Restaurant Bharati. Luffy, Mihawk, and others cast their sights on Zoro. Luffy, Zoro, you deserve to be on the list, so amazing. Sanji, that guy is so good at swordsmanship. Didn't the Eagle Eye just chop the sword into several pieces? Nami, Gold Bang said that swordsmanship ranking is ranked by the potential of swordsmanship, not by strength. Zoro is weak, but his swordsmanship is still recognized. Sanji, Ms. Nami is right. It is Ms. Nami. Having said that, Sanji turned to Nami and approached. But soon, he was slapped flying out by the rectangular box in Nami's hand. Zoro, that woman, dare to say that I am weak, damn it. Strength can be grown. With your state of mind, you will definitely become a famous swordsman. Roranoa Zoro, I will sit in the position of the world's #1 swordsman and wait for you. Because of the previous competition, Mihawk saw Zoro particularly pleasing to the eye, so now facing Zoro, Mihawk also has a little smile. Tisk. Hearing Mihawk's compliment, Zoro glanced aside with some discomfort. Zoro doesn't like getting praise from opponents who have beaten him. Hey! Chlorophyta, isn't that the scene where you and Hawkeye are fighting? Suddenly, Sanji's voice reached Zoro's ears. You guy, who is called Chlorophyllum. Despite saying that, Zoro followed Sanji's gaze and looked up to the sky. I saw that what appeared on the gold list was exactly the image he used to fight against Mihawk before using 3000 worlds. On the screen, it wasn't until Zoro opened his hand and said, the wound on the back is the shame of the swordsman. Red-haired Shanks, this kid, not bad, he is so magnanimous, and he has fought against Hawkeye, and he should become a great swordsman in the future. Momuzagi-jun, it's a pity that such a swordsman is just a pirate hunter. Zoro, on behalf of Marine, I invite you to join Marine. Now that you are on the list, you should be able to speak on the gold list. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, humph, don't take you Marine too seriously, maybe others don't like you Marine. Foil Vista, although Momuzagi is on the list, I don't think Marine can teach any great swordsman. The 3 Admiral of Marine do not have a sword, which is proof. Kizaru Borsalino, well, I'm sorry, it seems I can speak here, then I should be a good swordsman, I should be. Seeing Kizaru's message, the other speakers were stunned. Even Aokiji and Akainu of Naval Headquarters looked at Kizaru with some doubts. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for all data support *. Chapter 4 Nami is a swordsman. Why are you looking at me like that? Kizaru looked at Sengoku and others around him. Although I am better at devil fruit, it does not mean that I am not good at swordsmanship. As if to prove himself, Kizaru put his hands together and used the power of sparkling fruit to draw out a golden long sword. Sky Kong Yunjian, can it be said that Jin Bang treats this kind of trick developed by using devil fruit's power as a sword trick? Jun touched his chin and whispered. It looks like this. Crane nodded, otherwise, Borsalino won't be on the list. When he used the Sky Kong Yun sword, he looked a bit like a swordsman. That's fine, I hope you can get rewards to increase your strength later. Kizaru curled his lips and looked at the gold list in the sky. If this is the case, then that's good. Redhead Shanks, haha, it seems that we all underestimated Marine Admiral Kizaru, he seems to have some tricks. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, even if it is on the list, it is definitely only the tail of the crane. Smile, please be quiet, everyone, the list seems to be released. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, what kind of thing do you dare to order us? Somewhere on an island, a man dressed in purple and blinded in both eyes opened his eyes slightly. If Li Fan is standing in the present, he will definitely recognize him as the Fujitora who will become Marine Admiral in 2 years and smile. It's a peculiar thing. My eyes are blind, but I can see the things on the gold list. For Charlotte Linlin's words, a smile did not care, but instead focused on the changing list. On the list, one swordsmanship was listed one after another. Those on the list are extremely happy to speak on the list and look forward to the rewards mentioned by the gold list. Slowly, the swordsmanship list came to the 50th place. Swordsmanship ranking, the 50th place, Thunder Breath 1 Type Thunderbolt, users, Li Fan, Nami. Using the breath of thunder, pour power into 1 foot, and then explode, like thunder tearing the air. After approaching the opponent at high speed, it will carry out a fast assault knife cut at a speed that ordinary people can't see clearly. The head can be cut off with a single blow. Then, on the gold list, Nami appeared. In the picture, Nami squatted slightly, grasping the scabbard with his left hand, and holding the handle of the knife with his right hand, in a posture of drawing a sword. His body was like a tight slingshot. Hey! Nami exhaled a white breath, Thunder's Breath 1 type of thunderbolt flashes. As soon as the voice fell, Nami suddenly opened his eyes, and people saw that Nami suddenly flashed with golden lightning. The next moment, Nami's figure suddenly disappeared. When her figure appeared again, in front of Nami, a man with chaotic eyes and a weird face suddenly dropped his head. The screen freezes, and Zoro, Luffy, Usopp and others cast their eyes on Nami who is standing not far away. All of them opened their mouths wide. No. No, 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 Nami, are you so strong? Usopp stepped back and rubbed his eyes vigorously, as if he was about to get to know Nami again. You guy, have you been pretending to be weak all the time? Zoro yelled at Nami, yes, is your knife in your hand? Damn it, I'm going to fight you, Nami. What, BD Chlorophyllum, you are going to duel with a beautiful lady? Sanji stood up, are you still a man? Also, Miss Nami's ranking is a full 50 higher than you. What are you going to do with Miss Nami? Take the head. Zoro, you guy, call me Chlorophyta again, BD, I'm going to hack you. Sanji, come on. Noisy guys. Looking at Zoro and Sanji, Nami shook his head, and there was a slight worry in his eyes. I don't know if the dragon pirates can see this. Originally, Nami wanted to take Luffy's boat to Kakosia village, and relying on his identity in the dragon pirate group, quietly killed Arlong and others. Now that I see this situation, I am slowly becoming a little unsure about the success of such a plan. Hey, Nami, you are so amazing. By the way, who is Li Fan who made the list with you? Luffy asked curiously. He is my teacher. Thinking of Li Fan, Nami's mouth couldn't help but draw a nice smile. However, when he saw the ghost whose head was cut off by himself on the screen, Nami couldn't help feeling a little bit of complaint in his heart. Really, just exercise. Why throw me into those secret realms? I really don't know where this guy found those places. There are ghosts that can only hang out at night and can only be killed with Nichiren blades. Furthermore, why is it just opening a door in the gymnasium, and walking in, it comes to those secret realms? After dragging the blessings of these secret realms, I have been dead for many times. Although this has also improved my strength very quickly. Wow, look, Nami, you are on the list again, 49th place. However, this trick is a bit similar to the name of swordsmanship just now. Luffy shouted. Hearing that, Nami raised his head and looked into the air. On the gold list, a brand new ranking has appeared. Swordsmanship ranking, 49th place, Thunder Breath 1 Type Thunderbolt 6 Lien, users, Li Fan, Nami. An enhanced version of Thunderbolt, which uses the surrounding terrain to change the direction of the rush many times. It is an extended move to make up for the shortcomings of Thunderbolt that once it is seen through the nature and track of the skill, it will almost become weak. When the move is made, it will be accompanied by thunder. P.S. New book, please support *. Chapter 5 3 consecutive Nami, Marine can't sit still. On the gold list, the screen turns. At night, in a dense forest, Nami's body was lowered, and a faint heat was exhaled from his mouth. Opposite her is a monster with a human head and a spider body. Thunder's Breath 1 shaped thunderbolt flash 6 consecutives. With a sharp shout, Nami's body rushed forward with the thunder. The figure is so fast that even Zoro can only faintly see some afterimages. Facing the attack, the spider on the opposite side of Nami suddenly used the silk to fly up, and at the same time sprayed venom towards Nami. At this time, Nami stepped on the ground again, and his body changed 90 degrees in the opposite direction. After a total of 6 thunders, golden lightning suddenly passed through the body of the spider monster. Nami's figure accompanied by a golden thunder shines with a strange beauty under the background of the full moon. Sanji, as expected to be Miss Nami, she is so beautiful and amazing sword skills. I don't know how many times it is more powerful than a certain green algae head. Zoro, a whole chef, I must kill you. Red-haired Shanks, since he has been on the list twice in a row, this girl swordsman is indeed very powerful, but I don't know if you can tell us who is Li Fan who is occupying the ranking with you, Ms. Nami? Nami, that is my swordsmanship teacher. He is a very powerful person. I don't think his swordsmanship is lower than anyone else. After leaving a message, Nami looked nervously at Mihawk, the world's #1 swordsman, not far away. At this moment, he also happened to look at Nami. Hawkeye Mihawk, Li Fan, if you are really such a powerful player, you really want to see your swordsmanship. It's just a pity that the picture played is not your picture, but Nami's picture. Red-haired Shanks, although this kind of swordsmanship is really amazing, but if you only master this kind of technology, you won't be able to defeat Hawkeye. Li Fan, what do you think? Seeing Shanks' words, Li Fan smiled slightly, and didn't have the idea to explain. When the list continues to be announced, after you have witnessed my strongest swordsmanship, you should think about it. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, it seems that this Li Fan is a coward. Doesn't he even dare to speak? Nami, you are not allowed to say bad things about the teacher, Charlotte Linlin. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, little girl, are you too long for your life? Momuzagi-jun, Charlotte Linlin, are you threatening civilians in front of us? The gold list is for the whole world. If Marine does not stand up and speak at this time, Jun feels that the word justice behind him will be ashamed. Red-haired Shanks, okay, guys, give me a face, don't make any noise, let's continue to watch the list. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, your face counts as a fart. Redhead Shanks. Swordsmanship list, number 48, Thunder Breath 1 Type Thunderbolt Fast Speed, users, Li Fan, Nami. The ultimate flash of a thunderbolt, the fastest flash. Greatly improve the speed and slashing power, but it consumes a lot of money. At the same time, because of the heavy burden on the feet, continuous use is extremely difficult. In the screen of Jinbang, Nami faces a humanoid monster, which turns into a bolt of lightning and rushes past the monster. After a few seconds, the monster's body broke into two. Seeing this scene, Zoro's eyes directly widened. At that moment, he hadn't seen Nami's figure clearly. If he fights with Nami and Nami uses this trick against him, Zoro believes that he has only one way to defeat Kizaru Borsellino. It's really scary. With this trick, I seem to see myself kicking at the speed of light. Foil Bystar, this trick is indeed very powerful. If you don't use observation haki, it's hard to see clearly if you just look at it with the naked eye. Momuzagi-jun, with such a fierce sword skill, Ms. Nami, I don't know if you have any intention to join Marine. I can arrange for you and me on a warship, and I can help you practice. Pluton Rayleigh, ha ha ha, Marine really likes to solicit people. So is Zoro just now, and so is Nami now. Maybe, others are pirates. Momuzagi-jun, the old people of the last era should shut up. Pluton Rayleigh, haha, really interesting woman. Looking at Marine's message on the gold list, Nami gritted his teeth and finally did not say anything to let Marine help deal with the Kokozia village issue. She is worried that doing so will directly cause Arlong's dissatisfaction and revenge. And for so many years, Marine has not liberated Kokozia village, so Nami does not trust Marine very much. At this moment, the sea area where the Kokozia village is located, the gathering place of the Evil Dragon pirate group, and the inside of the Evil Dragon Park. Looking at Nami's figure that appeared on the screen 3 times in a row, the eyes of Arlong and other Murloc pirates were extremely gloomy. P.S. New book, ask for various data support, flowers, evaluation votes, thanks asterisk. Chapter 6 Golden Lion, that is the future scene. Boss Arlong, do you think we should take some countermeasures? Otherwise, if Nami comes back, A Murloc pirate stepped forward and said to Arlong. Hey! Do you think I am weaker than Nami? Arlong turned his head and looked at the Murloc pirate with an unhappy expression. If it weren't for the fact that he was a partner, Arlong's fist was now printed on the pirate's face. No, I didn't think so. Seeing Arlong's extremely unhappy expression, the Murloc pirate hurried back a few steps, lowering his head not to look at Arlong. Arlong, we all need to do some preparation anyway. At this time, Kroby, a coder of the Dragon Pirate group, came over. Compared to the Murloc pirate just now, the stronger Kroby is more able to talk to Arlong. I have said this gold list, and rewards will be given to those on the list later. From the current situation, Nami's strength has been greatly increased, and may be even stronger after being rewarded. Although it is certainly not stronger than us, the previous attitude towards Nami may not work anymore. In order to keep Nami doing things for us, I think we should make good use of the humans in Kokozia village. Kroby calmly analyzed. You're right. After thinking a little bit, Arlong nodded. Well, when Nami is about to return, we will get the people from Kokozia village. If Nami doesn't listen to the order, we will kill until we kill Nami, ha ha ha. Hearing Arlong's words, the Murloc pirate and his pirates burst into laughter. On the other side, in Nami's home, her sister Nyakajeo also looked at the gold list with shock. Aegean, you said, when did Nami become so powerful? Nyakajeo looked at a man with a windmill hat beside him and asked. Didn't Nami say that Li Fan was his swordsmanship teacher? She should have been taught by this Li Fan. Jian said with a serious face, Nyakajeo, maybe when Nami comes back, our place will change. We can see this gold list, and Arlong, they must be able to see this gold list too. I think we should make some preparations. Hearing that, Nyaki nodded high, and walked out of the house with Aegean, planning to meet with the villagers in Kokozia village to discuss what happened after Nami returned. During this period, the gold list continues to announce its rankings. Swordsmanship list, number 25, Sky Konjayun Swordsmanship, user, Borsellino. The long sword constructed by Polucerino using sparkling fruit is extremely sharp, and any weapon can be broken when touched. Kizaru Borsellino, hey, is my Sky Cloud sword ranked so high? Fortunately, I have developed this trick, I hope to give me some useful rewards. Pluton Rayleigh, it's weird, is it me in the picture? When did I fight Kizaru? Red-haired Shanks, I am also a little strange. Looking at the situation in the screen, I thought Kizaru had trouble with you recently, and I was planning to ask if you need help. Golden Lion Shiki, to be able to face the Pluton Rayleigh sword, this Sky Cloud sword is still a thing. Kizaru Borsellino, oh, isn't this the famous Golden Lion Shiki? I didn't expect you to be on the list if you are not dead yet. Golden Lion Shiki, with the old man's swordsmanship, isn't it normal to be on the list? Pluton Rayleigh, it's been a long time since I saw you, Shiki, after disappearing for so long, are you making a bad idea again? Golden Lion Shiki. You don't need to worry about that, Rayleigh, enjoy your retirement life, but looking at this picture, your retirement life doesn't seem to be so peaceful. Golden Lion, this guy actually showed up. Sengoku frowned. The guy Golden Lion escaped from the great undersea prison and reappeared after so long. He must have some idea. On the side, Garp walked to Sengoku and said, Golden Lion's swordsmanship is very strong. It's not surprising to be on the list. However, Sengoku, I think we should pay more attention to this thing. Obviously Borsellino and Rayleigh have never had such a battle, why did such a picture appear on the gold list? Hearing Garp's words, Sengoku once again set his sights on the gold list in the sky. It's not clear yet, but it is broadcasted from the gold list. I always feel that it is not that simple. Sengoku just finished speaking, and there are new changes on the gold list again. Sengoku and others immediately set their sights on the gold list. On the gold list, one sword after another is on the list, and everyone on the list can't help being proud. At number 13, people in the world saw a very familiar name. Swordsmanship list, number 13, /wave, user, Golden Lion Shiki. Kick a giant sword energy with the sword on your feet, powerful enough to cut through the sea for hundreds of kilometers. Golden Lion Shiki, hey. Does the old man's swordsmanship rank 13th? Not bad. For this ranking, Golden Lion does not regret it. In itself, he does not rely solely on swordsmanship to fight, Devil Fruit's ability is also part of its important strength. Swordsmanship can be ranked 13th, which is pretty good. On the gold list, the Golden Lion floating in the sky appeared. He lifted his right leg and suddenly raised a foot towards the sea below. The big sharp knife on the foot immediately aroused a sword gas that stretched for hundreds of meters. The huge sea surface was directly divided. Golden Lion Shiki, hey, who is the kid in the straw hat? Why am I fighting with him in the picture? Hawkeye my hawk, this guy is called Luffy, and he's near me now. He should not have the power to fight you now. Golden Lion Shiki, that's weird. There is no reason to get someone who is not related to me to demonstrate my sword skills. Just take out the scenes of my battles with Garp and Sengoku in the past. Golden Lion Shiki, wait, past. Can it be said that this is the scene of the future? In the future, I will fight this straw hat boy called Luffy. Future. Hearing Golden Lion's analysis, everyone who watched the gold list immediately opened their eyes. Asterisk. Chapter 7 A nameless person with a smile. Luffy boy, will he fight Golden Lion in the future? Could it be that he will become Marine in the future? Still a powerful Marine. Looking at the gold list, Garp looked surprised. Garp, what's the matter with you? Sengoku glanced at his old friend strangely. Hey, Sengoku, that's my grandson, how about it? My grandson is so good that he can fight the Golden Lion Shiki. Garp rubbed his nose and looked at Sengoku braggingly. Hey, it turned out to be your grandson. Hearing Garp's statement, Sengoku was also interested. Yes, it looks like your grandson has a good talent. He should be about the same age now. Bring him to Marine. Let Zephyr take him personally. Hey! What do you mean, do you think I can't teach people? Garp looked at Sengoku dissatisfied. No, I just think you are so busy, let Zephyr help and teach together. Anyway, Zephyr now specializes in training new people. Sengoku said, casting a look at Zephyr on the side. It looks like a good seed indeed. If you want Garp, I can accept him as an apprentice. Zephyr said. Hey, since Zephyr has said so, then I will bring him over later. Garp nodded. By the way, how could Luffy meet the Hawkeye guy? Jun, you can help me ask. Jun nodded, and with a thought, her message appeared on the gold list. Momuzagi Jun, Hawkeye, why is Luffy by your side? Hawkeye my hawk, I came across it by accident. Momuzagi Jun, in that case, can you bring Luffy to naval headquarters? No, isn't it? I'm going to catch Luffy now, no. Seeing this message, Usopp screamed in horror, and even Zoro's eyes on my hawk were full of alert. Not far away, Krieg was ready to run away. If Luffy and Zoro have not grown up yet, he still has hope of defeating them. Then Nami was a mountain he couldn't cross. If it weren't for his boat that had been split into two by my hawk, he would have driven the boat off now. Now that Marine asked my hawk to take Luffy back, Krieg couldn't help showing a look of surprise. If my hawk takes Luffy and Luffy's companions back, it means that he doesn't have to fight Nami. However, things will not be as good as Krieg imagined. Hawkeye my hawk, take care of it yourself, this is not my job. My hawk promptly rejected Marine. He is very fond of Zoro and Luffy, he doesn't want to let Luffy and the group fall into Marine's hands so quickly. Although he didn't know why Marine called for him to take Luffy to naval headquarters. Maybe, the identity of this Luffy is not that simple. Thought my hawk. This eagle eye is unreliable when it is critical. Garp squeezed his fist, it seems that I should go there myself. Garp doesn't know yet. Luffy has become a pirate. If he knew it, he wouldn't have imagined that Luffy would become Marine Vice Admiral. As for Admiral, he does not want Luffy to become a Marine Admiral that will be restricted by the world's Genfu. Hey, it's safe. Seeing that Hawkeye didn't mean to catch Luffy, Usopp breathed a sigh of relief. Swordsmanship List, Number 12, Lion, Thousand Slice Valley, User, Golden Lion Shiki. The upgraded version of Slash Wave is more lethal than Slash Wave. It kicks out multiple sword energy that can cut through the huge thick waters like a mountain. Golden Lion Shiki, haha, it's still me, but this Luffy seems to be really good in the future, and it was able to make me use this trick. But having said that, I am quite curious about why Rayleigh will fight the monkey with Kizaru in the future. Pluton Rayleigh, it is indeed a problem. Could it be that Marine is here to catch me? Redhead Shanks, Deputy Captain Rayleigh, do you want to come to my boat for a few days? Pluton Rayleigh, forget it, I'm not old enough to need protection from juniors. If Marine really comes, I'll just beat them directly. Red-haired Shanks, as expected, Deputy Captain Rayleigh is hacky. Kizaru Borsellino, hey, you say that, I'm very shameless. Pluton Rayleigh, you are 10 years old now, and your strength has dropped a lot. If you really fight with me, you might lose miserably. One laugh, is something like this really predictable in the future? What will the future look like? Momuzagi-jun, you can speak at this time, but the ranking has not been announced yet. It is a great swordsman who can reach this level. While speaking, Jun couldn't help but sigh, that there is actually such an unknown but powerful person as Yi Liao on this sea. You know, even her Momuzagi-jun has already announced the ranking early. Swordsmanship ranking, number 11, Gravity Knife Big Tiger, User, Smile. Storing gravity on the knife, slashing it out, and at the same time releasing huge horizontal gravity to the orbit of the knife, crushing and destroying everything in front of you. One laugh, the swordsmanship under the wing appears, so will it play the scenes of the past or the scenes of the future? At this time, all the famous people on the sea who used swords turned their eyes to the sky. They were all curious about the unknown swordsman. Soon, a smile appeared on the gold list. He was wearing a marine cloak with justice, his eyes closed tightly, and the knife in his hand glowed with purple light. Standing opposite him was a man with a black hat and an iron rod in hand. On his body, a raging flame is burning. P.S. The new book sets sail. Ask for flowers evaluation votes. Thank you readers *. Chapter 8 Smile, I am Marine Admiral in the future. Gravity knife. With a smile, he raised his hand and waved the knife downward, and the ground beside him suddenly shattered. Big tiger. With a slash, the horizontal gravity rushed towards the enemy on the opposite side. All the buildings in Earth shrouded by horizontal gravity shattered one after another. And Sabo, the second in command of the Revolutionary Army, who was standing across from the smile, suddenly turned into flames and rushed towards the smile. When the two collided, the powerful gravity field and hot flames broke out directly, and the surrounding buildings were damaged. The picture freezes here. Although the picture is over, the impact it brings is quickly fermented. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku and others looked at the frozen screen in surprise. Hey, hello, Sengoku, that guy is wearing Marine's cloak. And the epaulets on the shoulders are pure yellow. Does this mean that this one will become Marine Admiral or Marine Marshal in the future? Garp looked at Sengoku and asked suspiciously. Among Marines, only Marine Admiral and Marshal Marine's epaulets are completely yellow. No wonder Garp thought of this. It's very powerful. The blow just now didn't give full play to his power. If such a character joins Marine, maybe he will really become Marine Admiral in the future. Sengoku smiled and nodded. At this time, he even felt that this gold list was simply a treasure, and he even included Marine recommending talents. Jun, please contact this guy with a smile and ask him if he intends to join us Marine. Sengoku turned to look at Jun. Jun knew the importance of this matter, and soon a message appeared on the gold list. Momuzagi Jun, Mr. Yuxiao, depending on this situation, you will become Marine Admiral in the future. If you have the intention, you can come to Marine now, and we will give you the best treatment. Redhead Shanks, hey, this is horrible, let Marine dug out a Marine Admiral directly. Golden Lion Shiki, humph, even if the original future was like this, it may change now. Smile, why don't you join my pirate group? With your ability, we can turn this world upside down. One laugh, there are too many ugliness in the world, so I wiped out these eyes, just hoping to not see these ugliness. Golden Lion Shiki, you are a threat to the world. If I meet you, I will rule you out. Kizura Borsalino, it seems that this is indeed a righteous man, maybe we will really become colleagues in the future. I just don't know which admiral you will replace in the future. After leaving a message, Kizura turned his head and looked at Aokiji and Akainu beside him. Admiral only created the 3 positions, if you become Marine Admiral after a laugh, someone will inevitably be replaced. Neither Aokiji nor Akainu spoke. In their opinion, if Smile is really a righteous person, joining Marine is also a good thing, and the reason why Smile will become Marine Admiral, perhaps the original Marine Admiral has been promoted to the Marshal is here. Smile, thank you for Jun's invitation, but this kind of thing in the future is really too mysterious, I'm still looking at it. Momuzagi Jun, what a pity, but please believe that we Marine always welcome you. Kizura Borsalino, by the way, that Black Hat Man uses the power of Maramara fruit, so that means that the 2nd Division Captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace, died someday in the future. What, Ace is dead? Luffy's mouth opened in surprise. Hey, Luffy, why are you so surprised? Usopp gave Luffy a dissatisfied look. Ace is my brother. Luffy put his head in his hands and looked at the screen angrily. What is Kizura talking about? How could Ace die? He is very strong. This guy is Ace's younger brother? This is really interesting. Hearing Luffy's voice, Mihawk glanced at Luffy with interest. On the contrary, Krieg looked at Luffy with even more horror. Krieg, who is a pirate, of course knows that Ace is a large pirate with more than 500 million rewards from New World. New World, Whitebeard Waters. The Whitebeard Pirates. On the mobile, all the pirates turned their attention to Ace, the captain of the Whitebeard Pirates' 2nd Division. Except for Teach, everyone else's faces are not pretty. Hey, why do you look at me that way? Makes me a little nervous. Ace waved his hand. Although he tried to be more natural, his smile was somewhat far-fetched. Jaws, Ace, the power of that black hat man is yours. Jaws. Marco said sharply, stop talking. Sorry, Marco. Jaws shook his head, apologetically on his face. Well, don't do this, everyone, it's not something you can't say. Ace raised his head, although I don't know what's going on, it seems that the man is actually using Maramara Fruit's power. Whitebeard, Ace. How could this happen? Could it be that Ace, you will? At this point, Bista couldn't say anything. There is only one kind of devil fruit, which is the consensus of the people in the world. Want to use the power of Ace Maramara Fruit, unless Ace dies, and the man in the image happens to eat Maramara Fruit. Anyone in the Whitebeard pirate group knows this situation. That man, do any of you know who he is? Whitebeard called. Sorry, father, I have never heard of such a person in the sea. Marco shook his head. Now, although Sabo's strength is strong, he hasn't left too many figures on the sea, and he doesn't even have a reward order, so Whitebeard and others naturally don't know. Ace, do you have any familiarity with this person? Whitebeard looked at Ace and asked. It's about Ace's life and death, so Whitebeard doesn't take it seriously. Even though this person may just get Maramara Fruit, it is not related to the future death of Ace. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation tickets, ask for monthly tickets, ask for collections, ask for various data support. Asterisk. Chapter 9 and 4 Emperors cut Luffy with a knife, seeking flowers. Ace squinted his eyes and stared at Sabo on the screen. Black hat, steel pipe, black clothes, this dress, is it him? Impossible, he should be dead. Seeing Ace's reaction, Whitebeard lowered his head and asked. Ace, do you have some impression of this person? Daddy, he looks like a brother I died many years ago. Ace looked at Whitebeard, however, he died when he was young, and we even held a funeral for him. It's just. Ace glanced at Sabo again. Although Sabo grew up, his appearance has changed a lot, but Ace can still feel some familiar feelings. Isn't Sabo dead? Speaking of which, Sabo's body was not found. Will he be saved by someone? But, if that's the case, why hasn't he come to me and Luffy for so many years? Thinking of this, Ace was both excited and confused. Father, I hope everyone can do me a favor. Ace raised his head and looked at Whitebeard very seriously. Perhaps, this man is really my brother who has been dead for a long time. I hope everyone can help me find him. Even if I can't figure out why he has the power of Maramara Fruit in the image, but if he is really Sabo, that would be enough to make me feel at ease. Hearing what Ace said, Whitebeard smiled and nodded. Since he may be your brother, he is also our family. Don't worry, Ace, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates will help you pay attention to this man named Sabo. On the other side, New World, the Revolutionary Army base. A similar thing to the Whitebeard Pirates is happening here. I saw the Revolutionary Army in a circle around them, all looking at their partner Sabo curiously. Sabo, I didn't expect you to be so good in the future. Yes, and also got the power of Logia Maramara Fruit. Sure enough, our future must be given to young people like you, haha. The Revolutionary Army laughed loudly. Instead, it was Sabo's troubles on his face. Really, now, Marine will notice me. Fighting with a Marine Admiral, there will be a reward from me soon, right? Sabo sighed. Next, Sabo, your actions should be more secretive. At this time, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, walked out. After this incident, Marine will focus on you. In addition to Marine, the Whitebeard pirates will also look for you. After all, the current owner of Mara fruit is Ace from the Whitebeard pirates. Hearing Dragon's words, the rest of the Revolutionary Army nodded in agreement. Ace. Sabo frowned tightly. What's wrong with you, Sabo? Long asked. Sorry, boss, but I always feel that this name seems a bit familiar. So, maybe you've heard of it before. After all, he is also a big pirate. Is that so? Sabo shook his head and cast his eyes on the gold list in the sky. On the gold list, there are new changes again. Swordsmanship list No. 10, Emperor Sword Breaking Blade, user, Charlotte Linlin. The slash issued by the big sword wrapped in flames is powerful and extremely hot, and ordinary people will die if they touch it. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, ha ha ha. It's finally here for me. What kind of rewards will I have? Kizaru Borsellino, as expected of 4 emperors, it's terrible, it's actually in the top 10. However, I am a little curious about why you are attacking Jinbei with this trick in the screen. Is this something that has actually happened, or is it something in the future? Red-haired Shanks, as far as I know, Jinbei and Charlotte Linlin have no intersection. There shouldn't have been a fight. Kizaru Poro Salino, so, it is something that will happen in the future. It is really curious. Why does Charlotte Linlin conflict with Jinbei? In this regard, not only Kizaru is curious, but the parties Charlotte Linlin and Jinbei are also curious. Even Jinbei, who is far away in the Fishman Island, has left a cold sweat. Boss Jinbei, are you so brave that you can resist 4 emperors? It's amazing, worthy of being our boss. In the future, will Jinbei boss be able to defeat that ant? Murloc Pirate and his members immediately started booing. Stop talking nonsense, haven't you seen me? In the picture I was knocked into the air by the ant. Jinbei turned his head and yelled at the pirate crew behind him. Really, I shouldn't have a conflict with Charlotte Linlin. Swordsmanship list, number 9, Elbaf's gun. Weiguo, user, Charlotte Linlin. Originally it was a giant's move, but Charlotte Linlin mastered it perfectly, blasted it out, forming a huge sword aura. Wherever the sword aura is directed, it is invincible. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, it's me again, so happy, haha. Tisk, what's so happy? If it's not the swordsmanship list, but the martial force list, I should be on the list. Kaido, who is also the 4 emperors, looked at the message on the gold list and poured a sip of spirits into his mouth unhappily. Golden Lion Shiki, wait, what did I see? In the screen, the object of Charlotte Linlin's attack was that Luffy. P.S. Seeking flowers, evaluation votes, and all support. The new book is released, any data is very important, thank you readers asterisk. Chapter 10 One-Armed Swordsman, Shanks. Seeing Golden Lion's message, everyone stared at Charlotte Linlin. There, on a running tree stump, the leader is surprisingly Luffy. And behind Luffy, there are Nami, Jinbei, Sanji, and others. Hey, it's me again, ha ha ha, it looks like I will challenge the 4 emperors in the future, ha ha ha. Luffy laughed. Idiot, is this something to be happy about? It's too dangerous. Usopp's tears of excitement were about to stay. At this time, Usopp even felt that he might have been on the wrong boat. Strange. Why would I be with this guy? Sanji took a puff of cigarette and looked at Luffy suspiciously. Golden Lion Shiki, I have fought with Charlotte Linlin separately, the potential of this Luffy is not simple. Garp, you are going back to East Blue now. You can't wait anymore. You must take Luffy to Naval Headquarters to train. Sengoku pretended to look at Garp, your grandson is too high profile. If this continues, Golden Lion might find Luffy directly. Such a potential person, or someone who competes with Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin, will definitely become an excellent marine in the future. Now that Luffy hasn't grown up, Sengoku felt that there might be dangerous pirates looking at Luffy. In order to avoid such a thing, Marine must act immediately. Hearing Sengoku's words, Garp nodded, turned and walked towards the naval headquarters port. At this moment, a new message appeared on the gold list. Golden Lion Shiki, that guy named Luffy, you can see what I said. How about joining me? I let you be my cotter, and we conquer the world together. Hawkeye, you are by his side, help me tell his decision. Seeing this scene, Garp staggered and almost didn't fall to the ground. Good guy, even invited the grandson of marine hero to be a pirate. The Marines looked at Garp, and they saw Garp's face in a state of anger. That Golden Lion, don't let me meet, otherwise, I must send you into Impel Down again. Garp yelled up to the sky. On the other side, the sea restaurant Barati. Hey, who wants to be your partner with you? I want to be the man of One Piece. Luffy yelled amidst everyone's shocked eyes, and then looked at Zoro. Zoro, you can speak, you help me tell him that I am not his partner, and that I am the man who wants to be the One Piece. If that's the case, you can say it yourself. Zoro twitched his mouth. Even though he said that, as a team member, he still left a comment on the gold list. Zoro, Luffy said that he refused to be Golden Lion's partner, and that he was the man who wanted to be the One Piece. What, pirate? Garp, who had just walked a few steps, widened his eyes and looked at Zoro's message incredulously. Wait, Luffy said this before. Now that he has gone to sea, can it be said that he has become a pirate? No, I have to stop him quickly. At the end of the speech, Garp directly took the fastest speed and ran to the port, staring at the other Marines for a moment. Golden Lion Shiki, ha ha ha, it's really interesting, do you want to be the One Piece? With that said, you will compete with me and Charlotte Linlin as a pirate in the future. Very good, I can't wait to see you. Boss, isn't it too good? Luffy is now being targeted by Golden Lion and 4 emperors. Somewhere in New World, Red Hair Pirates Cotter Raki Lu looked at Shanks with worry. Ha ha ha, it's okay, if it's Luffy, there must be no problem. Shanks waved his hand. Moreover, the world is so big, it is not so easy for them to find Luffy. Luffy will not come to New World now. Worried about 4 emperors. However, I did not misunderstand the wrong person. Luffy's future can actually come to this point. Thinking of Luffy and Charlotte Linlin contending, Shanks couldn't help but feel relieved. Captain, look, you are on the list. Suddenly, Lucky Lu yelled and pointed to the sky. On the gold list, it was a scene of Shanks practicing one-armed sword skills. It's the 8th, worthy of being our captain. Awesome, long live Red Hair Pirates. The pirates of Red Hair Pirates shouted in excitement. 8th place? Not bad. Shanks stood up and held up the wine glass in his hands. Little ones, for me to get the 8th place, come and have a banquet. Oh, shouted the pirates. Shanks, even if he has only one arm, his swordsmanship is so good. Perhaps, you can go to him to compete. Mihawk's eyes narrowed slightly, and the corners of his mouth cocked. Once upon a time, because Shanks lost an arm, Mihawk, who often tried swordsmanship with Shanks, gave up and continued to compete with Shanks. Now that Shanks is still extremely powerful in swordsmanship, Mihawk has once again raised the idea of competing with Shanks. P.S. Thank you WX_127, 577 for your monthly pass. Thank you 158, 580 for your 588 VIP points. Thank you very much for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Hawkeye Swordsmanship, Destroying Meteorites. Hey! Is Deputy Captain Rayleigh 7th, one place higher than me? Shanks just put down his glass and noticed the change in the ranking of the gold list in the sky. Ha ha ha, deserves to be Deputy Captain Rayleigh. Even when he is old, he is still so strong. It seems that if I want to surpass your swordsmanship, I still need to exercise well. Shanks was not at all unhappy about losing to Rayleigh. Rayleigh, you can't underestimate the veteran strong. Red Hair Pirates Deputy Captain Ben. Beckman narrowed his eyes, thinking in his heart, however, if Shanks didn't break that hand, maybe it's better than Rayleigh in swordsmanship. Hawkeye my hawk, Pluton Rayleigh is indeed a legend of the last era. If possible, I really want to compete with you. Pluton Rayleigh, haha, I'm old and I can't compare to your young people. Moreover, I am only 7th, compared to you who have not yet announced the swordsmanship rankings, but still a bit worse. As the world's #1 swordsman, you should be ranked #1 in swordsmanship. Bonebrook, he, this gold list is really interesting. The top rankings are really amazing. Compared to you, my sword skills are really bad. Redhead Shanks, Brooke, I remember the one who ranked 90th, by the way, are you really a skeleton? Bones Brooke, yo ha ha ha, I am indeed the one with only bones left. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, skeleton? That's really interesting. There are no bones in my world. How about it, Brooke, do you want to come to me? Bone Brooke, I'm sorry, because of some kind of relationship, I can't leave where I am now, so I can't join your camp. After leaving a message on the gold list, Brooke looked at the devil's triangle he was in and couldn't help sighing deeply. Because Gecko Moria captured the shadow, Brooke couldn't survive in the sun, so he could only wander in the devil's triangle where there is no sunlight all day long. On the other side, Lee Fan couldn't help squinting his eyes after seeing Brooke's speech. Is this guy finally talking? Swordsmanship knows song sanding arrow tail slash can be even stronger than Zoro's 3000 worlds. Is it because Zoro has not yet been able to develop a higher 3000 worlds? That's right, Zoro has just started now, and it's far from what it will be 2 years later. Swordsmanship list No. 6, unnamed swordsmanship, user, Hawkeye my hawk. Swing a big sharp black knife to form a strong wind pressure, so strong that it can directly smash the meteorite. On the gold list, the picture turned, and there was a picture of Hawkeye my hawk holding a knife in both hands and staring at the front. Gosh, is that really a meteorite? Eagle Eye, is this going to cut a meteorite with a sword? That's for sure. You haven't seen the special introduction of my hawk's swordsmanship on the gold list that can crush meteorites. But why is Hawkeye's swordsmanship an unnamed swordsmanship? In other words, why is this meteorite divided into 2 parts? Wait, is there a person in the middle of the meteorite? That guy is Pirate Hunter Zoro. Seeing Zoro in the air between the 2 meteorite halves on the screen, everyone on the Bharati stared at Zoro with rounded eyes. Sanji, this guy, shouldn't you split the meteorite into 2 parts, right? At this moment, my hawk in the gold list screen moved, and he saw his hands swing the knife forward. Immediately, a hurricane was triggered from the tip of my hawk's knife and flew quickly towards the meteorite. As soon as the sword gas touched the meteorite shattered directly into countless stones, and Zoro in the middle of the meteorite sank and landed steadily on the ground. Hawkeye my hawk, the scene I haven't experienced before, is it also a scene in the future? Kizura Borsellino, That Zoro also appeared. Will he be a great swordsman who can unfold meteorites in the future? Red-haired Shanks, haha, to be able to be on the list, the potential is definitely good, maybe in the future I will become a great swordsman. Smile, the meteorite is very similar to the trick below, can it be said that I am attacking Zoro? Golden Lion Cheeky, hey? Your trick? Can you still pull down a meteorite? One smile, with the ability to do this, it is indeed possible to do such a thing. Bonebrook, just kidding, it's too exaggerated to pull down a meteorite or something. Red-haired Shanks, haha, I don't think this uncle is joking. His swordsmanship on the list is Gravity Knife. Tiger. Perhaps the smiling devil fruit ability is related to gravity. If it is developed properly, it is possible to drop meteorites. Kizara Borsellino, it's really scary. If you can do such a thing, you really have the qualifications to be an admiral. Pluton Rayleigh, Hawkeye's swordsmanship is 6th. Something is wrong. Could it be that you have other swordsmanship that can be on the list? Hawkeye my hawk, that should be my strongest swordsmanship. Kizara Borsellino, hey, isn't it? Could it be that there is someone who has better swordsmanship than you? Up to now, everyone is very concerned about the gold list, and they want to know whose name will appear after my hawk. Slowly, on the gold list, the picture belonging to my hawk disappeared. Swordsmanship ranking, number 5, gradually emerged its name. Asterisk. Chapter 12 Swordsmanship Beyond Eagle Eyes. My hawk's words shocked every swordsman in the world. Because if my hawk's words are true, it is very likely that the world's strongest swordsman is not my hawk, but someone else. Even if the swordsmanship list competes for the potential of swordsmanship, not the strength of the swordsman himself. But with swordsmanship even better than my hawk, how could he be a weaker? Even if the owner is weaker than my hawk now, it is very likely to surpass my hawk in the future. What is even more shocking to the world's swordsman is that the swordsmanship list has only been announced to the 6th place. In other words, there are 5 types of swordsmanship on it. Maybe, there will be many people with swordsmanship surpassing my hawk. To be precise, people prefer more than my hawk. Because, if a person possesses 5 styles of swordsmanship that surpasses my hawk's swordsmanship, then what a terrifying and potential swordsman is that? Is there really such a swordsman? Could it be that what I want to challenge is not Hawkeye? Zoro opened his mouth in surprise. Interesting. My hawk cocked his mouth, looked at Nami not far away, and muttered in a low voice, "Will this be the swordsman in this woman's mouth?" Although Li Fan's name has been on the list with Nami, my hawk suddenly felt that perhaps the remaining 5 nouns would reappear Li Fan's name. Swordsmanship list No. 5, Thunder Breath 7 Type Fire Thunder God, Users, Li Fan, Nami. Combined with the unique stunts created by other swords, it strikes forward at an extremely fast speed, and its trajectory is like a thunder dragon flying, powerful enough to break the ground with one blow. In the gold list, Li Fan appeared for the first time. Li Fan held the hilt in his hand and slammed on the ground, and his figure instantly appeared at an altitude of hundreds of meters. The breath of thunder, the type of 7, the god of fire and thunder. With a sharp shout, Li Fan's figure turned into a golden thunder dragon and fell downward. But within a second, Li Fan's body had crossed a distance of hundreds of meters, as if a real lightning fell. Rumbling. The earth collapsed, the air rolled back, and everything around was shrouded in golden light. When the light and shadow dissipated, what appeared in front of everyone was an island that seemed to have withstood the devastation of an earthquake. Pluton Rayleigh, great swordsmanship, and this man is definitely not weak. Red-haired Shanks, there is such a great swordsman in this world. I can't help but want to meet him. How about you, Hawkeye? Hawkeye my hawk, haha, of course, I'm excited after a long absence. Most people only saw the destructive power of swordsmanship performed by Li Fan, but to the level of my hawk and others, they knew that the power that broke to the ground was not the most terrifying part of this trick. That extremely fast speed, like an unstoppable blade, is the most terrifying aspect of Li Fan's move. My hawk believes that even a long-famous great swordsman, facing this trick, may be directly decapitated. Hey, Nami, is that person your swordsmanship teacher? Zoro looked at Nami and asked. Moreover, you still know how to do swordsmanship like this. Although Nami did not appear on the gold list this time, Zoro can see clearly, and on the swordsmanship list, there is Nami's name. Hey, how about it, my swordsmanship teacher is good. Nami straightened his chest and looked proud. Although I know this trick, it's far worse than the teacher. At this time, Nami couldn't help but think of what Li Fan once said to her. Nami, although you learned this trick with the help of the resources I gave you, don't use it as a last resort. Your physical ability is still too weak. If you use it forcefully, your body's vitality will be exhausted and you will die. To solve the evil dragon and pirate group, just use the sword in front of it. Although Li Fan's tone is flat, Nami can still feel the concern in Li Fan's words. In addition, although Li Fan did not follow her to deal with Kokozia village, it does not mean that Nami could not pull Li Fan's tiger skin. Sorry, teacher, in order to avoid this guy Hawkeye from looking for me, first block you. Nami thought to himself. Nami still remembers the expression of interest that Mihawk showed when he saw his swordsmanship demonstration just now. In order to prevent Mihawk from finding himself, Nami felt that by blocking Li Fan, he could divert Mihawk's attention. However, when she looked at Mihawk again, she found that he was already standing in front of her. Hey! What are you going to do, Mihawk? Nami took a step back and looked at Mihawk alertly. Little girl, where is your teacher? Mihawk didn't say much, and ran directly to the subject. The blood that had cooled down once again boiled, and Mihawk now only wants to find a figure higher than himself on the swordsmanship list to compare with the previous game, and Li Fan, ranked 5th, is naturally one of them. As for Nami, although she is also on the list, Mihawk does not think that the current Nami can fight herself. Nami does not possess the temperament of a top swordsman. Even if it can be used, the loss will be great. Mihawk thought about this keenly. That. Nami tilted his head to the side, hesitating in his heart. Pulling the banner of Li Fan, Nami can do it, but Nami hesitated to reveal the position of Li Fan. In Nami's view, Li Fan stays alone on an uninhabited island. He probably doesn't like being disturbed by others at will. Just telling Li Fan's specific location, Nami is worried that Li Fan will be uncomfortable. Nami is not worried that Li Fan will lose. Although we have not been together for a long time, Nami has fully realized the power of Li Fan. I just thought that if there will be many swordsmen who will challenge Li Fan in the future and disturb his life, Nami will be a little bit unable to say Li Fan's position. Seeing Nami's face, Mihawk still doesn't know what Nami thinks. Forget it, even if you don't tell me, I will find him. Although the sea is big, a swordsman like him cannot be hidden. Maybe it won't be long before I see him. Mihawk's tone was full of certainty. At this moment, the gold list changed again. Swordsmanship list, number 4, Yan Fan, user, Li Fan. PS, the data doesn't move much, please collect, ask for flowers, ask for all kinds of data, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 13 Invitation to the Human Demon Sword, Marine, please ask for flowers. Swordsmanship list, number 4, Yan Fan, user, Li Fan. The magic sword against humans flashes from the real world, and then ignoring the concept of time and space to overlap twice at the same time, resulting in a slash from 3 directions. It is a multidimensional tortuous phenomenon that transcends speed, ingenuity, and virtual attack. It was originally developed to cut down the flying swallows in the air, so it was named Swallow Return, which is a must-kill swordsmanship. Seeing Li Fan's name on the list again, the powerhouses of the world couldn't help but squinted their eyes and stared at the gold list. Being on the list twice in a row proves that both styles of swordsmanship are stronger than the world's strongest swordsman, Eagle Eye, and able to achieve this level. How could it not attract the attention of the world, especially the swordsman? Golden Lion Shiki, swordsmanship developed by beheading swallows? Swordsmanship can also be developed by killing swallows? Will this kind of swordsmanship be strong? Pluton Rayleigh, until now, do you still think the gold list is a lie? Every swordsmanship he made on the list was evaluated objectively, so this Yan Fan must have its own uniqueness. Momuzagi-jun, is it a magic sword against people, that is to say, this is a swordsmanship specifically used to kill people? Redhead Shanks, Haha, just look at it. The demo has already started. A sensitive swallow hovered at low altitude. However, people did not pay attention to this swallow, but cast their eyes on Li Fan standing on the flat ground. At this time, Li Fan replaced with a long knife that was close to 1.5 meters in length. As if feeling the approach of the swallow, Li Fan suddenly opened his eyes, took a step back with his right leg, his body sank, and he stood with his sword in both hands. Shi Huo Chun Li, witness with one sword. Yan Fan. Li Fan quickly made a knife forward, but at the same time Li Fan made this knife, 3 sword energy packages appeared at the same time to the swallow. The harsh and accurate attack passed over Yan's body in an instant. Seeing this scene, Mihawk's eyes widened, and suddenly he firmly grasped the hilt of his knife. At the same moment, famous swordsmen in the world such as Baista, Rayleigh, Shanks, Golden Lion, Shiryu, etc. all involuntarily grasped their own swords. For a while, the messages on the gold list couldn't help but stagnate. Nami, Ale, why don't everyone talk anymore? Are you scared by the teacher? Momuzagi-jun, Miss Nami, is this Li Fan really your swordsman teacher? Can you tell us where he is? Nami, hey? Didn't I say that he is my teacher, but what do you want to do when you ask his position? Momuzagi-jun, yes, we think Li Fan's swordsmanship is extremely powerful. Although I don't know what the strength of my Hawkeye has reached, in terms of swordsmanship, your teacher has surpassed my Hawk, especially this style. Swordsmanship, if the strength is equal, there may not be many people who can avoid it, so we invited Li Fan to be Marine's swordsmanship teacher. Don't you know it's okay? Momuzagi-jun, Your Excellency Li Fan, have you seen it? If you can you please come to naval headquarters as a swordsman teacher? We will give you the best treatment. Although this style of Yan Fan did not have earth-shaking movements, Jun, who is also a swordsman, did understand very well that faced with this style of sword skill, she had no next possibility. At the moment Li Fan swung his sword, even across the screen, Jun felt the tip of a knife passing by his neck. Jun felt that it was impossible to avoid this sword. Perhaps he could only choose to use strong defense methods such as armament haki to resist. Sengoku also felt the trouble of this style. While marveling at Li Fan's swordsmanship, he immediately asked Jun to send out an invitation. It's interesting. In the gym, seeing Marine naming himself by name, Li Fan couldn't help but curl up his mouth. The idea is pretty good, but I don't accept disciples at will. Leaving aside the limitations of the system, Li Fan alone will not accept people who are not pleasing to his eyes as disciples. For the gymnasium provided by the system, one-party gymnasium can only accept one disciple. Now Li Fan has only one gym, so he can only accept a disciple like Nami. When Nami regains a territory, he will unlock a new gym, and then Li Fan will be able to acquire new disciples. Li Fan, don't ask me where I am. I don't accept disciples at will. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets, ask for all kinds of data support, thank you guys. Asterisk. Chapter 14 The swordsman draws his sword and worships 3 times. For the first time, Li Fan left his own remarks on the gold list. In the current gymnasium, Nami is already named. Even if others find it, Li Fan has no way to collect new disciples. And it may also cause some unnecessary troubles. Although Li Fan is not afraid, it can save a little trouble, and Li Fan is not willing to be too troublesome. Li Fan will not consider accepting disciples until the new gymnasium is opened. Regarding the exposure of appearance, Li Fan thinks it is a good thing. At least when the new gymnasium opens in the future, it will make it more convenient for him to receive his disciples. On the swordsmanship list, a person whose noun surpasses the world's #1 swordsman is accepted as an apprentice. As long as he is a swordsman who wants to enter, there is no way to refuse. Hawkeye my hawk, you finally spoke, Li Fan. How do you want to seize my status as the world's #1 swordsman? Redhead Shanks, things have become interesting. It's rare to see my hawk, you take the initiative to invite someone to compete. Pluton Rayleigh, there is no way. If I were younger, I might also want to compete with such a swordsman. Li Fan is still very young, depending on my age. Golden Lion Shiki, humph, Marine is really ridiculous. Such a strong man can obtain everything by force. There is no need to join you, Marine. It would be more realistic to join my pirate group. Kizura Borsellino, here again, you are soliciting people again. However, your Golden Lion pirate group is far worse than Marine, and it will also be wanted by Marine and the world government, and it will even affect its own disciples. Li Fan should not want to do that. Li Fan, Kizuru, are you threatening me? Momuzagi-jun, Your Excellency Li Fan, please don't get me wrong, we Marine doesn't mean that. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, Marine is really interesting, is this a person who sings a white face and a person who sings a black face? Li Fan, come to IWC, I will hold the best tea party for you. After leaving a message, Charlotte Linlin looked at the gold list expectantly, but did not see Li Fan's speech again after waiting for a long time. Instead, the speeches of other people suddenly became intense. Some say Charlotte Linlin is insidious, and there is another picture. I asked if Li Fan plans to fight my hawk. Both are not. Mom, will Li Fan come? On Cake Island, Charlotte Smokey, who was also on the list, stood beside Charlotte Linlin. I don't know. Charlotte Linlin shook his head, however, such a big man can't hide, and one day he will appear in this sea. Smokey, you said, what do you think if I let you marry this Li Fan? Hearing Charlotte Linlin's words, Smokey's heart was startled. Although Charlotte Linlin used her daughter to marry other strong people while consolidating the power of the pirates, Smokey never thought that as one of the 4 stars, she would be asked about the marriage. But after changing his thoughts, Smokey soon figured it out. In the past, there was no man who could be worthy of him. Now Li Fan, who is right in age and strong, just meets the conditions for marriage with her. Charlotte Linlin would be forgiven for saying this. If my mother allows me to marry Li Fan, I am willing to accept it. Smokey, who knew Charlotte Linlin's character, quickly replied that she didn't want to be punished by Charlotte Linlin. Well, that's good. Charlotte Linlin nodded in satisfaction, and turned to look at the other people in the pirates. Everyone pays attention. In the future, look out for this man named Li Fan on the sea. Yes, Mother, the members of the pirate group replied in unison. Mom, look, Li Fan is on the list again. Suddenly, Smokey opened his mouth slightly, pointing to the sky and shouted in surprise. What, that guy again? Charlotte Linlin quickly looked up. I noticed Li Fan's name written on the gold list. Swordsmanship list No. 3, 6 Deo and 5 rounds? Kuligaro Planet Phenomenon, user, Li Fan. It is not only a sword between people, but also a sword of cause and effect. After breaking through infinity and reaching the state of 0, use the ultimate slash between 0. This is the sword that can cut off the karma, curse, and grief. Pluton Rayleigh, really awesome guy, this Li Fan, shouldn't he take the top 5? Hawkeye my hawk, does the 0 sword skill? It seems that they are completely opposite to the Yan Fan just now. Golden Lion Shiki, looking at the screen, is the double sword flow used this time? It looks a bit like me in the past, but why should I put the sword in its sheath? In the demo screen played by Jinbang, Li Fan inserted the double knives directly into the scabbard around his waist. When everyone was puzzled, a huge figure suddenly appeared behind Li Fan. The giant has 4 hands, each with 4 huge swords. The swordsman draws his sword and worships 3 times. Break through infinity and reach the realm of 0. With the murmur in Li Fan's mouth, the giant turned into a white light and merged into Li Fan's virtual hands. Laugh. Suddenly, a white light sword blade with a height of over 100 meters spread to the sky from Li Fan's virtual hands. This knife is my sky's path, my life, the great celestial phenomenon of Ishur. Li Fan pressed his hands down, and the lightsaber slammed through the sea in front of him without making a sound. Just as people were puzzled, the sea was suddenly divided into two parts. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly ticket, ask for evaluation ticket *. Chapter 15 Take the top 5, Real Swordsmanship. I'm going, the sea is divided. Can this be done by humans? Oh my god, is this Li Fan a monster? Looking at the invisible, divided sea, ordinary people opened their mouths together. Pluton really, it's not easy to cut the sea simply, but even a more powerful swordsman can do it. But this Li Fan is not just cutting the ocean away. Golden Lion Shiki, a sword that can cut through the cause and effect. I want to see this type of sword move up close. Foil Vista, it seems that the position of the world's #1 swordsman might really be changed. Red-haired Shanks, by the way, are you interested in taking a gamble? I think the latter two swordsmanship is also the same Li Fan. Golden Lion Shiki, okay, I also bet that the last two swordsmanship belong to Li Fan. Pluton really, it looks like there is no way to bet, ha ha ha, I also choose to believe that the latter two styles of swordsmanship belong to Li Fan. At this time, even more powerful swordsmen felt that the last two swordsmanship belonged to Li Fan. Sure enough, the second-ranked swordsmanship appeared on the gold list soon, and its owner was still Li Fan. Swordsmanship list No. 2, 10,000 swords returning to the sect, user, Li Fan. As soon as the sword moves, the incomparable sword strength is born from the body shape can be turned into a blue smoke, the strength is diffused, and the sword is like a slave seeing the master. Can manipulate Wanjian to launch an attack. Li Fan opened his eyes, and the invisible sword energy burst out from his body. At this moment, the group of swords immersed in the earth seemed to feel and began to vibrate violently. As Li Fan raised his hand, all the swords spontaneously flew up and gathered behind Li Fan. After a while, the swords suddenly rushed forward, impacting the mountain in front of them at an immeasurable speed. After the last sword flew over, the mountain that had existed before was gone, leaving only a depression. Pluton really, this, a bit powerful, after this swordsmanship is used, will my sword be sucked away? Red-haired Shanks, this shouldn't be enough. If a swordsman is sucked away from his sword, how can he fight Li Fan? Golden Lion Shiki, there should be no nonsense on the gold list. It all says that after 10,000 swords are returned to the sect, 10,000 swords are like slaves to see the Lord. Hey, maybe you won't be able to fight Li Fan with a sword in the future. Swordsmanship list the second place has such power. Now everyone is very curious as to what kind of power the first place's swordsmanship should have. In such anticipation, the gold list soon updated the #1 swordsmanship. Swordsmanship list, #1, Sword 23, user, Li Fan. The 23 swords form a sword chi enchantment, in which everything is stopped and allowed to be slaughtered. I saw Li Fan in the picture, and he was in a windy place. Here, there are boulders and tree trunks rolled up by hurricanes everywhere. Directly in front of Li Fan, there was a tornado that shrouded the sky. Originally, this tornado was quickly approaching Li Fan. But weirdly, the next second, the whole scene seemed to have been pressed by the pause button, and the whole scene stopped. In the demo screen, only Li Fan is still walking slowly forward. After walking a certain distance, Li Fan's body suddenly turned into a sharp sword and penetrated the tornado. The next moment, everything is plural, and time and space begin to flow again. However, the tornado that had been raging did dissipate out of thin air without arousing any wind and sand. Hawkeye my hawk. Kizura Borsellino. Foil Vista. There was a long silence. At this time, everyone was a little speechless. Kizura Borsellino, it's so terrible, it can stop everything. I don't know if I can act after encountering it. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, isn't this some kind of devil fruit? Can pure swordsmanship be able to do such a thing? Pluton Rayleigh, I am more and more interested in this Li Fan now. Naval Headquarters, Sengoku solemnly looked at Li Fan's name on the gold list. Swordsmanship list. The top 5 are all this man, and the 23rd of the last sword is really weird. If such a man becomes Marine's enemy. Speaking of this, Sengoku's eyes are full of worry. Don't think too much, Sengoku. Tsuru said, this man has not caused any confusion. Don't position him as an enemy. Maybe this man will become Marine in the future like that smile. You're right, Tsuru, I'm the one who's worried. Sengoku shook his head. But, anyway, this is a man worth paying attention to. Let the Marine below pay attention to this man. By the way, that Nami needs to pay attention. Although it's just a disciple, maybe we can learn some Li Fan information from her. By the way, the swordsmanship list is over. Kizuru rubbed his chin. Next, it should be time for rewards. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly ticket, ask for collection, ask for various data support **. Chapter 16. The difference between a place, the reward is different. Rewards will be distributed now. 100 to 11 people will receive 1 to 90 physical training pills. After using the pill, the training effect doubles within 24 hours. Golden Lion Shiki, hey? Physical training pills, that's it. Foil Bistar, the pill that can double the training effect is good for some newcomers, but the strong after reaching a certain level of strength has no effect. Red-haired Shanks, indeed, after the strength reaches a certain level, training alone can no longer be effective. Compared with training, a death fight with the enemy can bring about improvement in strength. Pluton Rayleigh, this gold list is so powerful, it shouldn't only give out such rewards. I think the important rewards should be concentrated in the top 10, after all, now only the 100th to 11th rewards are announced. Seeing Rayleigh's message, everyone nodded in agreement. The gold list that can cover the whole world is definitely not a simple thing. Now that 10 to 9 are separated separately, there will definitely be great rewards. 10th place, congratulations to Charlotte Linlin for getting the Observation Haki Seed. After using the Observation Haki Seed, you can immediately awaken Observation Haki. Redhead Shanks, hey, is there still such a thing? Is it too cheating? Shanks' eyes widened. You know, he was able to awaken Observation Haki because he awakened after Rayleigh worked hard to practice. In addition to himself, it is a pity to believe that many people have also experienced hard practice, even the test of life and death, to awaken Observation Haki. Now, the rewards of the gold list can directly awaken one person to Observation Haki. How can it not surprise Shanks? Sure enough, after you get to the 10th place, your reward will increase significantly. If this reward is given to Marine, another good Marine will grow up. It's just a pity that in the huge Marine organization, no one has made the top 10 in swordsmanship. Sengoku sighed deeply. Although I haven't made the top 10, but Jun, Borsellino, and other Marines have already got a lot of training pills. It can definitely help recruiters' training. Crane said. A seed of Observation Haki. Charlotte Linlin frowned as she watched a red seed suddenly appeared in her hand. Just with naked eyes, Charlotte Linlin didn't see anything special about her at all. After a little thought, Charlotte Linlin collected the seeds and turned to look at the children next to her. Listen well, you guys. If anyone finds Li Fan and invites him to all nations, I will give this seed to someone. Observation Haki, which Charlotte Linlin already owns, does not need to use this seed. In this case, it might as well be used to urge the pirates to work. Sure enough, after Charlotte Linlin's words were over, many people showed interest. This is normal. Although the Big Mom pirate group is strong, not everyone has awakened Observation Haki. Many of them rely on Devil Fruit's abilities and are not good at Hacky's abilities. Swordsmanship List No. 9. Congratulations to Charlotte Linlin for getting the future card. You can specify a certain point in the future and watch the detailed future picture of this point. Excuse me if you use it now. If you give it up, it will be regarded as giving up the reward. Kizuru Borsellino? Foil Vista, in other words. The gold list can really show the future. Pluton Rayleigh, this is interesting. Watching the gold list means to show the future picture directly on the gold list. In other words, can we also see? Golden Lion Shiki, use it. Charlotte Linlin, are you not curious about the future? I remember when I was demonstrating swordsmanship before, there was a scene of you fighting against one of Shishibukai, Jinbei. At this time, everyone was watching the gold list with enthusiasm. After the gold list took out the future card as a reward, people finally affirmed that the gold list can indeed see the future. Now everyone is curious about what Charlotte Linlin's future looks like. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, gold list, use the future card. I want to see why Jinbei and I fight. Within a few seconds, Charlotte Linlin made a decision. Soon, the gold list began to broadcast related events in the future as Charlotte Linlin had hoped. Jinbei in a kimono stepped forward and walked to the unusually tall Charlotte Linlin. Jinbei, I want to quit the Big Mom pirate group and join the Straw Hat crew. I will give you as much life as you can get. Luffy, hey, what are you talking about, Jinbei? P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets, thank you asterisk. Chapter 17 Jinbei, just 4 emperors. Hey? What's the situation? Shishibuikai's Jinbei joined the 4 emperors. Kizuru rubbed his chin. Can this be understood as the future Jinbei betrayed Marine? It looks like I need to have a good talk with Jinbei. Sengoku said while looking at the gold list. Straw Hat crew, tut, did the grandson of Garp really become a pirate in the end, and it is still possible for Jinbei to join pirate? Isn't Garp already set off for East Blue? Maybe he can stop Luffy. Tsuru glanced at Garp. However, I'm curious why Jinbei, who is Shishibukai, abandons Shishibuikai's identity. Doesn't he know is the title of Shishibukai good for the Fishmen Island? With Jinbei's cleverness, it should be impossible. Sengoku shook his head. There must be some major change in the future for this picture to appear. Pirate, what's the matter? Why did my mother use the fruit power, but Jinbei's soul did not appear? While Sengoku and others are talking, the picture of the future continues. Pirate, could it be that Jinbei is not afraid of his mother? Jinbei, of course, I am a man who wants to be a crew member of One Piece in the future. How can I be afraid of the mere 4 emperors? Golden Lion Shiki, 4 emperors? This Murloc is not bad, he can say such a thing. But that guy in a straw hat was able to let Jinbei join voluntarily, and he deserves to be someone who can fight me in the future. Pluton Rayleigh, Golden Lion, you don't seem to mind the future of Luffy fighting with you. Golden Lion Shiki, what does it matter? Even if this kid will become stronger in the future, if he fights with me, he will definitely be defeated by me. Although there was no result of my fighting with him in the swordsmanship demonstration, you have also seen that I suppressed him from fighting throughout the entire process. Golden Lion himself is a legendary pirate. He is confident that Luffy is definitely not his opponent when he meets him. Redhead Shanks, haha, will things really be like this? Damn it, that Golden Lion was talking nonsense while I couldn't leave a message on the gold list. On the Barati deck, Luffy exclaimed in dissatisfaction, Nami, you can leave a message for me, saying that I will definitely do it in the future. Beat him up. You should say this after you become stronger. Nami looked at the excited Luffy and sighed deeply. With your current strength, if you are targeted by Golden Lion, you will definitely die. Nami is right. Let's keep a low profile, a low profile. Usopp stepped to behind Luffy, holding Luffy's mouth tightly with both hands, not letting him continue talking. At the same time, the picture of the future also stopped on the picture of Jinbei and Charlotte Linlin fighting. That guy Jinbei was able to make Charlotte Linlin so embarrassed. He will really become stronger in the future, hell la la la. Moby DK, Whitebeard saw Jinbei drench Charlotte Linlin directly with water. Falling down, I couldn't help laughing. That guy Jinbei is really amazing. It looks like I'm going to work hard. Ace stroked his hat with a smile on his face. Once, before joining the Whitebeard pirates, Ace had fought with Jinbei, and they were not acquainted with each other, and then they became good friends. Yes, Ace, you have to work hard. Baista handed over a pocket of physical training pills he got to Ace. Although the black hat may be your brother, I don't want it either. Seeing that your Maramara fruit becomes his strength one day in the future. It's just a pity that I didn't get the future card, otherwise, maybe you can know why that man can use your power. Ace, you are still young and your strength can still grow. With so many physical training pills, you should be able to change your destiny. After speaking, Baista stuffed all the training pills into Ace's hands. Hey, Vista, don't need to be so exaggerated, this is your reward. Ace shook his head quickly. Well, we are family, don't be so polite. Baista pressed his hands down to prevent Ace from returning the pill. After knowing that Ace might die in the future, let alone this physical training pill, even if there is a better reward, Baista will not hesitate to give it to Ace. Ace, just accept it. At this time, Whitebeard said, this gold list seems to be able to predict the future. Although I don't think anyone can hurt you under my eyelids, just in case, you still have to exercise recently. Whitebeard has decided that recently, he has to practice Ace personally. Yeah, Captain Ace, just accept it, and I beg you. Yes, we don't want to be without you in the future. We still want to sail with you all the time. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group shouted in unison. Seeing everyone saying this, Ace couldn't help but accept the training pill. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly ticket, ask for evaluation ticket, ask for collection, ask for various data support, thank you readers. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Shanks' Reward, Broken Arm Rebirth. Mom, do we want to meet that Jinbei? Looking at Charlotte Linlin, who looked a little bad, Smokey asked in a low voice. Smokey can understand Charlotte Linlin's anger. After all, Charlotte Linlin's fruiting ability has never been ineffective, at least in Smokey's memory, there has never been a time when it is ineffective. As a result, now that Jinbei is completely unaffected by the power of the soul fruit, and even attacked Charlotte Linlin, how could Charlotte Linlin be happy? Hey! No need. After taking a few deep breaths and calming the excitement, Charlotte Linlin waved his hand. On Jinbei's side, Marine naturally went to talk to him. Also, that guy has a good relationship with Whitebeard. Compared to that Murloc, I still care more about the gold list now. To become 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin is naturally not stupid. Now that the gold list appears, many things in the future may change. It is the wisest choice to focus more on the gold list. So, what kind of rewards will other people get? Charlotte Linlin narrowed his eyes, and on the gold list, the 8th prize appeared quietly. Swordsmanship ranking number 8, congratulations to Shanks, the redhead, for getting the healing potion. Recovering medicine, after use, can perfectly heal the body, eliminate hidden wounds, and rebirth after a broken arm. Golden Lion Shiki. Shanks, give me this thing, I can give you whatever you want. Foil Vista, Shanks, make a deal, give us the recovery potion, and the price is easy to negotiate. Golden Lion Shiki, hey, Junior, there is nothing to do with you here. Foil Vista, Golden Lion, I made the decision on behalf of the Whitebeard pirates. On a suspended island, Golden Lion clenched his fists and stared at the gold list. Recovery potion, if I can get this, my feet will be able to recover. I absolutely must get this thing. Golden Lion rolled his eyes and frantically searched for items that could be traded with Shanks in his mind. Sorry, Daddy, I spoke without authorization. Beista looked back at Whitebeard apologetically. It's just that I think if you have this, your hidden wounds can be healed. Goo la 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 la, you are interested, Vista? But I don't think we can get this potion. Whitebeard laughed. That Shanks still had one arm broken. Now that the gold list appears, the sea may be surging in the future. In order to ensure that he has more power to protect his companions in the future, Shanks will use it himself. Sure enough, as soon as Whitebeard finished speaking, a scene of Shanks using the healing potion appeared on the gold list in the sky. I saw Shanks drank the green liquid in the test tube in one gulp. The next moment, Shanks' body trembled violently, and a lot of sweat appeared on his forehead. Those who saw it quickly saw that Shanks's broken arm had slowly grown new granulation. A few minutes later, a new arm with a slightly thinner and pale skin appeared on Shanks' body. Great, the captain's hands have grown out, and now no one dares to provoke us red-hair pirates. Yes, in the future, whether it is marine or pirates, they will all go around us, haha. Although the captain's hand can grow out is a happy thing, but don't underestimate others. The pirates of Red Hair Pirates laughed. This red hair. Sengoku looked gloomy. It's terrible, the red hair in one hand is so terrible, now two hands. I don't know how strong it will be. Kizaru shook his head and said. Tisk, damn it's red-haired kid. Golden Lion gritted his teeth, his heart full of suffocation. Not long ago, he thought that his swordsmanship rankings were pretty good, but when the rewards were distributed, he felt that there was a big gap between these few. Others get restorative potions, while themselves, some exercise pills. I don't know if the swordsmanship list will be selected again in the future. Maybe, I should study swordsmanship. Golden Lion's idea is very simple. He feels that his swordsmanship and Shanks's swordsmanship are just a few terms. Maybe after a bit of hard work, he can occupy Shanks's nouns, and then he will be able to obtain healing potions to restore his brokenness. Legs. At this time, Golden Lion couldn't help but emit golden light in his eyes. Shanks, how are your hands? Ben Beckman asked as he walked up to Shanks. Okay. Shanks shook a fist. The newly grown arms are a bit too thin and not strong. It looks like I have to take a good workout recently. Exercise. Ben Beckman smiled, perhaps it won't be long before someone who helps you exercise will come. You mean Eagle Eye? Thinking of his acquaintance with the world's #1 swordsman, Shanks laughed. On the other side, bored the Bharati. Woo, it's great, it's great. It's great that Shanks' arms have grown back. Luffy covered his eyes, tears kept coming. What's wrong with you, Luffy, why are you crying? Usopp looked at Luffy helplessly. You don't know, Usopp, Shanks' arm was broken because he saved me. Luffy turned his head and looked at Usopp seriously. I am so happy to see Shanks's hand grow out now. Hey! What did you say? Usopp jumped up in surprise. Not far away, Clark looked at Luffy in despair. What kind of person is this guy? Why are the 4 emperors willing to save this guy? It should be, just kidding. Clark has completely lost the idea of being an enemy of Luffy. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation votes, thank you readers for your support *. Chapter 19 Zanpakuto to be unlocked, Seeking Flowers. Recovery Potion, Roger, you left too early. If you are still there, your swordsmanship will definitely be in the top 10. Jinbang, you will definitely be cured. Seeing Shanks' arm recovering, Rayleigh was both happy and sad. How much he hopes that the gold list will appear soon, and if there is a gold list, Roger will not make a decision to surrender to Marine. Swordsmanship list No. 7, congratulations to Pluton Rayleigh for his 20-year birthday. After use, the lifespan is increased by 20 years. Really? Haha, this is really. Roger, I really hope this reward is for you. With a whisper, Rayleigh shook his head and used Xiao Yuan. A warm current poured into Rayleigh's body, visible to the naked eye. Rayleigh's originally white hair gradually turned golden. That was Rayleigh's hair color when he was young. At the same time, a stronger aura burst out from Rayleigh's body. At this moment, Rayleigh seemed to wake up as a sleeping tiger. It's really good to feel young. Rayleigh made a fist and fully felt the strength in my body. The rewards of the gold list are really exaggerated. However, I can get a lifespan of 20 years for the 7th place, so what kind of rewards will the higher ranking people get? With this thought, Rayleigh looked at the gold list, wanting to see the rewards of the next ones. But as soon as he saw the gold list, Rayleigh was taken aback by the message that looked like a screen swipe. Pluton Rayleigh, it seems that everyone is very interested in increasing longevity. But after this incident, I can be sure that the punishment Kizuru received before must be true. I don't know if any of the lifespan I get comes from your vitality. Seeing Pluton Rayleigh's message, Kizuru's mouth twitched. One lost just lost his life, and one easily gained life. Murder and condemnation, but so. Kizuru Borsellino, don't be too happy, Rayleigh. In addition, don't do any bad things just because you have become younger. You have to understand that you have retired. Pluton Rayleigh, I am not retiring, it is up to me to decide, not to let you Marine decide. Hawkeye my hawk, Pluton, who has become younger, doesn't know what his strength is. Redhead Shanks, hey, Hawkeye, I advise you not to trouble with Deputy Captain Rayleigh. He is terrifying. Thinking back to the days when he was exercising, my body couldn't help shaking. Pluton Rayleigh, hey, do I have such a horror, Shanks? Red Hair Shanks, sorry, Deputy Captain Rayleigh, I just talk about it casually, haha. Pluton Rayleigh, really, I'm all hesitant to go to you to talk about the past, anyway, I plan to try my current strength. However, what I am more curious about is that I have won 20 years of life. What will the Hawkeye who rank higher than me get? Not only Rayleigh, my hawk himself is also very curious about what kind of reward he can get. Swordsmanship ranking No 6, congratulations to Hawkeye my hawk for winning Zanpakut. Zanpakut? The name is to be unlocked, and 2 challenges are required to fully unlock the name. May I ask if my hawk is willing to accept the challenge? After accepting the challenge, he will choose people from the past, present and future to fight with him. Red-haired Shanks, hey, this reward is interesting, Hawkeye, do you want to challenge it? Pluton Rayleigh, is the reward this time a weapon? It's still a heavy knife. You have to unlock the name. After unlocking the name, the sword will become more powerful. Foil Vista, this knife, just looking at the display on the gold list, is no less inferior to the knife in my hand. If it can become stronger after liberating the name, I don't know what kind of knife it will be. Golden Lion Shiki, my hawk already owns one of the 12 sharp knives. If this knife cannot surpass the 12 sharp knives, then this reward is useless. Momuzagi Jun, but even if it is a weapon that surpasses the supreme sword of 12 craftsmanship, if you don't use it smoothly, your strength will drop. Golden Lion Shiki, humph, I think you are worried that Shishibukai becomes too strong and you can't control it. Hawkeye my hawk, I accept the challenge. After a little thought, my hawk ignored the quarrel between Golden Lion and others and made a decision. As the great swordsman of the first world, if he dare not accept the challenge here, he is not my hawk himself. Sure enough, he accepted it. When I saw the message, I knew that the corners of my hawk's Shank's mouth turned up involuntarily. The first challenge, randomly selected opponents, the time is determined, the future scene, the coordinates are determined, Bonero Island. The opponent is determined, Marshall D. Teach. Teach. Seeing the words appearing on the gold list, the future Blackbeard teach is full of question marks. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets *. Chapter 20 Future Teach, The Collision of Flame and Darkness. On the deck of the Moby Dick. At this moment, not only Teach, but Whitebeard, Marco, Ace and others are all question marks on their faces. Ace, what's the situation? Don't you say, wait for this gold list to call Teach to that island to fight against Hawkeye. Marco shook his head and said, it shouldn't be. The gold list said it is the timeline of the future. It should be a future Teach to fight with Hawkeye. Goo la 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 la, interesting. Whitebeard laughed. Teach, since we have been chosen as the opponent of the Hawkeye, don't shame us Whitebeard pirates. The members of the Whitebeard pirate group on the side also roared loudly. Yeah, Teach, give a good lesson to that guy Hawkeye. Yes, what the world's strongest swordsman, I've long seen that guy upset. That is, why don't you come to a ranking of the strongest men in the gold list? By then, Dad will definitely be the number one. At this moment, Ace came over and patted Teach's shoulder vigorously. Yeah, Teach, don't lose the face of our 2nd Division team, teach Hawkeye a lesson. Hearing this, Teach's face was bitter. Captain Ace, Father, and everyone. You don't know my strength, how could I be the opponent of the Hawkeye my hawk? This gold list should be a random person to be the opponent. Hawkeye is also very lucky. If he is looking for a future father, I believe that he can defeat Hawkeye with one move. Also, since it is the future me, it must have nothing to do with the present me, thief ha ha ha. On the other side, the deserted island where Red Hair Pirates is located. Seeing that Jinbang had selected Teach, Shanks frowned. Redhead Shanks, Hawkeye, you better be careful with that Teach. So far, I have suffered countless injuries, but the scar that Teach left on my face is still aching. Moreover, when I confronted Teach, I didn't care about it. That guy's strength is definitely not weak. Since he is the future, he will definitely be stronger. Seeing the message from Shanks, the redhead, Teach's smile instantly froze. Kizaru Borsellino, it's terrible. The wound on the 4 Emperors Shanks's face turned out to be brought by a little-known person from the Whitebeard Pirates. It is indeed the Whitebeard Pirates. Anyone can make 4 Emperors Shanks's memories are still fresh. Foil Vista, red hair, what do you mean by that? Pluton Rayleigh, Teach? I am a little bit impressed by this name. I remember that I was a trainee pirate of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hawkeye my hawk, no matter who the opponent is, I don't care about it. To put it succinctly, since facing the rewards of the gold list, my hawk never thought of underestimating the enemy, especially the opponent from the future. In the future, maybe a weak person has become a strong person. Hawkeye my hawk, please prepare. After 10 seconds, you will enter the battlefield. 10,9,8, 3,2,1, start transmitting. A golden light suddenly shot down from the gold list, covering my hawk's body. A second later, my hawk's figure disappeared on the deck. Zoro, Luffy, and others immediately raised their heads and looked into the air, and they saw my hawk's figure. In addition to my hawk, there are 2 figures in the picture. Hey, isn't that me? Ace looked at the gold list in the sky with a little surprise. Isn't the Eagle Eye going to fight the future my hawk? Why I will be there. And I still kneel on the ground, as if he is still injured. Teach, what do you think? That, I don't know. Teach shook his head abruptly, and then stared at the gold list closely. The future me, the black breath on my body, can it be said that I will get dark fruit in the future? I really succeeded. Wait, I won't be the one who hit Ace's body, right? Teach's heart fell into ecstasy, but the next moment, his mood suddenly dropped to a low point. While floating in the air, my hawk tried to move his body, but found that he couldn't move even a finger at all. Can't move, do you have to wait until the exchange between the two of them is over? But, is this the future of the Whitebeard pirates, Ace and Teach? If that's the case, it's really interesting. When Whitebeard saw this picture, he didn't know what his expression would be. According to Mihawk's understanding of the gold list, he felt that the scenes that happened here must have been fully shown by the gold list. While Mihawk was thinking about it, the conversation between Teach and Ace also entered sanitation. Teach, in the face of darkness, all abilities are powerless. Even a strong man like you is the same. However, I feel a pity more and more. Ace, be my partner. Ace, I choose to support Whitebeard as king. After speaking, Ace rushed towards Teach holding a huge fireball. Rumbling. The flame collided with the darkness, and the last one standing was Teach. P.S. I think this book is okay, please leave a valuable book review, the young author will read it. Request collection *. Chapter 21 The opponent is determined, the opponent Lee Fan. Hey, hello, kidding, why does Captain Ace fight Teach? Just kidding, although Teach is not weak, he can beat Captain Ace. It should be Captain Ace and Teach training. But, for training, you need to use such a killer move. Okay, stop talking. Hearing the crew's discussion tends to go wrong, Whitebeard yelled, it's just a scene of Ace and Teach fighting. Don't think too much about it. Let's continue watching. Var. Haha, Dad is right. How could Teach and I actually do it? There must be some reason for this. Ace laughed and patted Teach on the shoulder. You are right, Teach. Yes, it must be so. Teach wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It must be like this. There must be a misunderstanding. Even so, Teach is almost certain that he will betray the Whitebeard pirates in the future. Teach knows himself. The Teach in the image obviously uses the power of dark fruit. Now that he has obtained dark fruit, Teach will definitely leave the Whitebeard pirates. Since there is a scene of himself fighting with Ace in the picture, Teach felt that his future self must have done something bad when he left the pirate group, so Ace would come to stop him. Thinking of this, Teach glanced at Whitebeard quietly. Seeing that he was just looking at the gold list, Teach couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, the battle between Teach and Mihawk began. At this time, Teach, as if treating Mihawk as the most hated enemy, madly attacked Mihawk. Although Mihawk struck Teach many times, the damage was completely absorbed by the power of its dark fruit. But even so, Teach, who has not yet won shock fruit, is still far behind Mihawk. After probing, Mihawk launched a full attack on Teach. After a few minutes, the black knife passed Teach's head. And this kind of damage can't be absorbed even by dark fruit. For the first challenge, Hawkeye Mihawk won. On the mobile, Teach's mouth twitched when his head was cut off. Although he knew it was not him, Teach couldn't feel better when he saw someone who was exactly the same as him beheaded. It's a pity, that guy is not really Teach. Shanks frowned. Having seen the battle between Ace and Teach just now, Shanks, who had been on guard for Teach for a long time, would not naively think that the two were just a simple match. Are you going to start with Ace? Teach, you need to pay more attention. If you can see more of the future and let the guy Whitebeard fully understand what Teach is like, that's great. Congratulations to Mihawk for the first successful challenge, and now the name of Zanpakuto is announced. Its name, Zangetsu. Following the prompt from the gold list, Zanpakuto suddenly appeared in Mihawk's hands. The next moment, Zanpakuto aroused a lot of blue and white brilliance. A few seconds later, the Zanpakuto in Mihawk's hand has changed drastically. There is no guard, no pattern, and its shape is like a saber, with a white bandage wrapped around the end of the hilt. What a strong power! Mihawk's eyes widened. Just by holding the handle of the knife, Mihawk could feel the powerful force of Zangetsu. With a quick wave of Zangetsu, the huge blue crescent flew out. The crescent swept across the ground, easily splitting the ground in half. Golden Lion Shiki, what a powerful knife! This knife is much stronger than the 12 big sharp knives. Foil Bystar. I didn't expect this knife to be so powerful after the name was pronounced, but Hawkeye didn't use much force just now. Red-haired Shanks, congratulations, Hawkeye, but if we have to try again in the future, you must be taken out of this sword. I'm afraid my companion can't bear it, ha ha ha. The first challenge is successful. May I ask if I will continue the second challenge? After the second challenge is successful, the real name of the sword will be obtained. After the challenge fails, Zangetsu will be taken back. If you give up, you can bring Zangetsu back. Hawkeye my hawk, I continue to challenge. Without hesitation, my hawk made a decision instantly. The first challenge, randomly selected opponents, the time is determined, the current scene, the coordinates are determined, the nameless island. The opponent is sure, Li Fan. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly tickets, ask for evaluation votes. Those who think the book is okay, please leave your valuable comments in the comment area. Thank you everyone. Thank you Anonymous for the 100 VIP points rewarded by the boss. Thank you TOMMY3502291 for your monthly pass. Thank you QQ_03953 for urging the votes. Asterisk. Chapter 22 The Real Strongest Swordsman. Pluton Rayleigh, hey. Am I wrong, is it Li Fan's name that just appeared? Redhead Shanks, Deputy Captain Rayleigh, I think you are not mistaken, what you see is indeed Li Fan's name. Golden Lion Shiki, ha ha ha, it's interesting, now I can know who the strongest swordsman is. Momuzagi-jun, I was able to choose Li Fan. If there is life and death in the battle, is it really dead? Aunt Charlotte Linlin, since the time is now, maybe it will really die. Hehe, I think Hawkeye just gave up is the best choice. Smile, I can see Li Fan make a move. Unexpectedly, I ran into it so soon. My hawk clenched the long knife in his hand. At this moment, my hawk only felt passionate. Hawkeye my hawk, please prepare. After 10 seconds, you will enter the battlefield. 10,9,8, 3,2,1, start transmitting. After a golden brilliance flickered, Hawkeye my hawk's figure was on a spacious and silent island. Opposite my hawk is Li Fan's gym. Li Fan. My hawk walked into the gym and looked at the man standing in the middle of the gym. My hawk's eyes gradually became serious. I didn't expect Jinbang to send you to me, my hawk. Li Fan turned around and looked at my hawk with a smile on his face. Your swordsmanship is great. My hawk walked to Li Fan's side with a knife in his hand. Let me see, among us, who is the world's strongest swordsman. Although in the demo, Li Fan's swordsmanship was very good, but my hawk didn't think it would definitely be effective for him. You will know only after you have really seen it. After speaking, my hawk put Zangetsu aside and walked to Li Fan with his original black knife. Don't you use Zangetsu? Li Fan raised an eyebrow and asked. That weapon is too strong, and I haven't got it yet. My hawk shook his head, so, shall we try this place? Maybe we should change place. This is also for the sake of your gym. Upon hearing this, Li Fan shook his head, and a golden ripple opened next to him. One of the long swords glowing purple slowly poured out, and was finally pulled out by Li Fan's hand. The Babylon Treasury, this is the treasure of the Hero King that Li Fan has obtained during his long signing career. Although there was no collection held by the Hero King, Li Fan was given an item to store his sign in. Sasaki Kojiro's long sword, dry pole, is one of them. This sword. Yan Fan. Hawkeye narrowed his eyes. He has seen this sword. In the screen of Li Fan's demonstration Yan Hui's, the sword in Li Fan's hand is this long sword about 1.5 meters long. Swallow it back, it's all right. Li Fan casually put a dry pole on his shoulder. Go ahead, my hawk, hurry up and end it all. Are you underestimating me? My hawk looked at Li Fan unhappy. What I really want to see is your sword 23. Okay, don't get excited. If one day in the future, if your strength reaches the level that allows me to use Acura sword 23, I will use it, but now, don't have to. After that, Li Fan then put on a posture. Immediately, a stern sword aura pounced on my hawk, holding back what he wanted to blurt out. At that moment, my hawk seemed to see the picture of his artery being severed. Put your posture, tighten your nerves, keep your eyes away from my figure, I'm going to attack. Li Fan reminded with a smile. Hearing Li Fan's voice, my hawk immediately focused on guard, an observation hacky played to its extreme. The picture that seemed to be beheaded just now made my hawk not dare to look down upon Yan Fan. After a second, Li Fan's figure moved, and 3 sharp swordsmen accompanied Li Fan. Yan Fan. Even faster than the demonstration, the more fierce sword aura swept towards my hawk. My hawk's eyes widened to the limit, and his body sank, trying to avoid Li Fan's attack and slashing his own slash. However, it was nothing after all. Laugh. 3 blood stains emerged from my hawk's chest, and a large amount of blood fell on the floor. Golden Lion Shiki, it seems that the winner is decided. Yan Fan is a trick more difficult to deal with than imagined. Pluton Rayleigh, it's not so much Yan Fan can't handle it, it's better to say that Li Fan is too strong. But in this way, the name of the world's #1 swordsman belongs to Li Fan. Li Fan? You will be my target from now on. Zoro clenched his fists and stared at Li Fan's figure. Hey, you'd better beat my hawk and think about other things first. Nami looked at Zoro with disdain, hands on hips. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets, ask for collections, ask for comments, thank you readers for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 23 Reward, Teleport Scroll, Seeking Flowers. I lost. Touching the wound in front of him, my hawk did not appear very excited, but rather calm. Yet, you have already lost, so you can leave. Behind my hawk, Li Fan said while wiping the blood on the dry pole. Today is really an interesting day. My hawk turned around, facing Li Fan with open hands. What are you doing? Seeing this familiar scene, Li Fan frowned. It's a shame for the swordsman to be injured in the back. My hawk's mouth curled up. You cut me off. I said, are you too seriously affected by other people? Li Fan said. This scene is so similar to the scene after Zoro and my hawk compete. Perhaps, but things have to have an outcome, right? My hawk said. If it turns out, it's there now. Li Fan took the material dry pole back to his treasure house and walked to the gate of the gymnasium. Look at the gold list, your results are already out, and you only need to leave here. By the way, remember to bring that Zhang Etsu. Really, the competition mentioned by Jinbang doesn't end until you are born and die. Hearing Li Fan's words, my hawk nodded and walked out of the gym with Zhang Etsu. Immediately after crossing the gate, Zhang Etsu in my hawk's hand immediately turned into a ray of light and disappeared. The challenge fails, Zhang Etsu is retracted, and the teleportation starts after 10 seconds. 10,9,8. I will challenge you again, Li Fan. My hawk said with his eyes fixed on Li Fan. If you can find me. Li Fan shrugged and couldn't comment on my hawk's words. My hawk wants to say something, but at this time, the countdown to the gold list is over. With the golden light, my hawk's figure disappeared on the deserted island. In the next moment, my hawk returned to the sea where the sea restaurant was located. Everything just now is not a dream. Looking at the 3 scars on his chest, my hawk shook his head. That man, there is still room for his hands. Boy, it seems that whether it's you or me, it's time to change the target. My hawk raised his head and looked at Zoro. Humph, whether it's you or Li Fan, I will defeat it. Wait and see, my hawk. Zoro's eyes were firm. It's better. If it's too easy, it's meaningless. Hopefully, after you see the strength of that man with your own eyes, you will be able to say something like this. My hawk smiled and jumped back into his sailing boat. I'm going back to concentrate on cultivating, there is no need to stay here anymore. Boy, I hope you can reach my level soon. In that case, you won't be so lonely on the way to chasing the world's #1. He waved his hand to Zoro, and the figure of my hawk, the former world's best swordsman, Hawkeye, drifted away. Hawkeye, are you so vulnerable in front of that man? As Shishibukai, Hancock couldn't help feeling a little surprised when he saw that my hawk was defeated with just one move. It's useless guy, I'm really embarrassed to Shishibukai. Crocodile snorted, his face full of disdain. Phew 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 phew, this sea never makes people feel boring. Doflamingo's laughter spread throughout the castle. At this moment, every Shishibukai either sympathized or mocked my hawk. However, even though they were ridiculing and sympathizing with my hawk, they also recognized Li Fan's strength. At this moment, Naval Headquarters. Is Shishabukai's Hawkeye defeated so easily? Sure enough, this Li Fan is worthy of attention. This talent must be found. Sengoku looked at the gold list with a gloomy expression. If it is said that my hawk was able to fight with Li Fan and lost in the end, Sengoku still felt that he could accept it. But there is only one move, and there is not much movement, which makes Sengoku very upset. Shishibukai, as one of the 3D forces on the sea, is a tool used by world officials to maintain peace. Now, a Shishibukai defeated so easily is equivalent to hitting the face of Marine and the world government. Even though they have reached their level, knowing that my hawk has no hidden power, you can see how troublesome Li Fan's Yan Fan is. But many people in the world don't know it. At this time, Sengoku was worried that because of my hawk's defeat, people thought that Marine was actually not strong, which led to more pirates appearing. Tisk, why is the location of Li Fan so uninhabited island? Otherwise, you will be able to find this guy sooner. Sengoku sighed. Swordsmanship ranking No. 5, congratulations to Nami and Li Fan for getting the teleportation scroll. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly ticket, ask for evaluation ticket, ask for various data support *. Chapter 24, Evil Dragon Park. The Slasher Murloc. The teleporting scroll can be teleported to any location in the world. You only need to say the place name when using the teleporting scroll. Redhead Shanks, teleporting the scroll? Can be teleported to any location in the world, doesn't that mean? Golden Lion Shiki, ha ha ha, interesting, really interesting. As long as there is this, will we be able to reach the final island directly? Little girl, what you have on hand is a hot commodity. As long as you have this thing in your hand, the pirates will grab it. After all, winning the teleportation scroll in your hand is equivalent to getting Roger's treasure. Sengoku looked solemnly at the gold list, Li Fan and Nami, who took out the teleportation scrolls. Trouble, if this thing falls on the ocean, it will cause a big dispute. In this era of great seafaring, countless pirates are rushing to Roger's treasure. Now that there is a teleporting scroll that can teleport people to any place in the world, how could the pirates not be crazy? Doflamingo, Fofufufu, is the teleportation scroll? If you can get this thing, it's a pity that this woman is in East Blue. Moria, he, it's getting more and more interesting. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, Nami Kid, Li Fan Kid, leave your things to me, I can help you realize a wish. Kizura Borsellino, I really dare to say, Charlotte Linlin, this kind of thing will not be handed to you. Miss Nami, and Your Excellency Li Fan, the things in your hands are too dangerous, so let's leave them to Marine for safekeeping. Don't worry, we won't take your things in vain. Momuzagi-jun, yes, Ms. Nami, the thing in your hand is too precious. If you don't have enough power, there is no way to keep it. Your Excellency Li Fan, although your strength is strong, such a thing is too dangerous. Please teach it to Marine. Pluton Rayleigh, let's leave it alone. After all, she's not strong right now, but she will find Li Fan for the scroll. Did you find the wrong person? Nami looked up at the message on the gold list, then pulled the scroll directly away, thinking of Evil Dragon Park silently in his heart. The space scroll turned into blue particles, and quickly constructed a doorway that only one person could pass through in front of Nami. On the other side of the door, it happened to be the place where the Evil Dragon Pirate Group was stationed, the Evil Dragon Park. Seeing the semi-transparent door that suddenly appeared, all members of the Dragon Pirate Group were startled and stood up one after another. Boss Arlong, it's Nami. That guy Nami used the portal. Well, we haven't gone to kidnap the villagers of Kokozia village. Boss Arlong, let's act quickly, and now go to kidnap the villagers of Kokozia village. The members of the Dragon Pirate Group looked at Arlong in horror. Even Arlong himself has the same gloomy face. Although he said that he was not afraid of Nami, Arlong knew in his heart that Nami's power had surpassed him. Although I don't know what Nami will look like when he uses the 5th-ranked swordsmanship chart Thunder's Breath 7 type Fire Thor, Arlong understands that he can't resist it. You can't go anywhere. Suddenly, Nami passed through the portal and stood at the gate of the Evil Dragon Park. At this time, Nami's eyes were colder than ever before, as if the pirates in front of her were not vicious pirates, but just some dead fish waiting to be cooked. Damn it, why this door disappeared? Before crossing the portal, Luffy fell from the air and looked towards the sky with a complaining expression on his face. Nami is also true, why use that scroll suddenly? What's the matter with those weird people? Hearing Luffy's words, Sanji, who had not had time to follow Nami's footsteps, let out a puff of white smoke. Jinbang said, the teleporting scroll can only teleport one person, and it's natural that we can't enter. As for the reason why Miss Nami wants to use the teleport scroll so suddenly, that screen will answer it for us. Because Li Fan closed the teleportation scroll and didn't intend to use it, there was only Nami on the gold list at this time. At this moment, while the pirates sighed and wasted a teleportation scroll, they couldn't help wondering why Nami would use it. Boss Jinbei, that's Arlong, and the others. The Fishmen Island, the Murloc Cotter of the Pirates of the Sun said with a look of astonishment. Arlong, does he have anything to do with Nami? Seeing the scene of Nami, Arlong, and others at war, Jinbei suddenly felt uneasy. Ha ha ha, isn't this Nami? You came back suddenly. Little ones, for the return of our navigator, let's hold a banquet, haha. Suddenly, Arlong opened his hands and shouted with a smile on his face. Yes, banquet, hold a banquet. Nami, how much money did you steal again this time? Under Arlong's call, 2 Murlocs who were closer to Nami stepped towards Nami. He kept joking about Nami, trying his best to get close to Nami. However, when the 2 Murloc pirates approached Nami, they suddenly speeded up and rushed towards Nami. A Murloc pirate stretched out his hand to snatch the box in Nami's hand. Nami's eyes condensed, and the slender box in his hand suddenly opened, and a long knife appeared in everyone's eyes. Hey! With a flash of light, Nami's figure and the Murloc pirate passed by. In the next moment, 2 big heads rose into the sky. P.S. Please collect it. Think this book is okay. Please leave valuable comments. Thank you readers greatly. Asterisk. Chapter 25 10 Years of Grievances, It's Time to End, Seeking Evaluation Votes. Kizaru Borsellino, that long-nosed Murloc, he seems to be Arlong, a former member of the Pirates of the Sunday. I remember he seems to be on his own now. He is the captain of the Pirates of the Dragon. Momuzagi-jun, a pirate offering a reward of 20 million berry. Does Nami and the Dragon Pirates have a grudge? Redhead Shanks, is the Dragon Pirate Group? I remember I heard about this pirate group in East Blue. Ms. Nami is from East Blue. There should be an irreconcilable problem between the two of them. That's why she can't wait to use the teleport scroll to find trouble with the dragon pirates. Nami really came back. Looking at the picture in the sky, Nyakajeo was stunned for an instant. It's amazing, the two murlocs were killed directly. Nyakajeo, don't be stunned, we have to help Nami. Aegean took a hoe and ran to Nyakajeo. Nami must be here to solve the dragon pirates, we can't let her fight alone. Yes, I have to help Nami. Nyaki nodded high, picked up a kitchen knife casually, and ran out with Aegean. On the other side, in the evil dragon park. Before I knew it, the Nicaran blades in Nami's hand were out of the sheath. The golden blade and the lightning pattern on the blade all prove the identity of the heir of Nami Thunder's breath. Nami, what are you doing? How dare you kill my companion? Arlong, who was still laughing just now, became gloomy in an instant and looked at Nami with a ferocious look. Very well, everyone is here. Nami shook Nicaran blades and cleaned up the blood stains on the knife. In this way, I can kill everyone with peace of mind. As soon as he came out of the portal, Nami did not rush to do anything, but counted the number of pirates in the Dragon Park. During the 10 years when the Dragon Pirates were forced to serve as navigators, Nami knew exactly how many pirates the Dragon Pirates had. Everyone is there, which means that during Nami's hands, there will be no murlocs and pirates who slip through the net to attack the villagers. Nami, do you want to kill us all? Do you think you have this ability? Arlong snorted coldly when he heard Nami's whisper. If you can do it, it's enough to give it a try. Nami looked at Arlong. Arlong, for 10 years, you ask everyone on the island to buy their lives with berry every month. 100,000 berry for adults, 50,000 berry for children. Because of you, Belmir has to sacrifice himself and leave the money to us who are still young. And you killed her cruelly like that. Arlong, it's been 10 years, everything should be over. When the words fell, Nami put the knife in its sheath, and pulled her feet back, making her whole body tense. Wait, Nami, isn't there a deal between us? Arlong said quickly when he saw Nami's breath of thunder. I said, as long as you save 100 million berry, you can redeem you. Exists, doesn't it? We should be able to resolve this matter in a more peaceful way. Hearing what Arlong said, Nami couldn't help but sneer. It's ridiculous. A pirate who ruled the island in a brutal way for 10 years, and the vicious murloc who destroys the village at every turn, would think of a peaceful way to solve it. Compared to you, I believe what Li Fan said more. The power to solve problems should be in your own hands, and strength is the key to solving problems. Now I am very grateful to teacher Li Fan for giving me the power to chop you by myself. Thunder's breath 1 type thunderbolt flashes. Boom. In a rage, Nami took out 10 times 10 power, and with the thunder, Nami's body quickly passed Arlong's body. Arlong didn't even have a chance to react, so he was cut off from his head. Arlong, how could it be possible? Arlong is obviously so powerful. This woman is a devil. Run, everyone, run. Mom, I feel like going back to the Fishmen Island. Seeing that the strongest Arlong didn't even have the slightest room to resist, he was directly beheaded, and the timid murlocs and pirates collapsed directly. I won't let you go, everyone's 10-year sorrow is cut off by the knife in my hand today. After speaking, Nami ran towards the murlocs and pirates with a knife. Golden Lion Shiki, ha ha ha, it's just torture. It's really interesting. I never thought that such an immature little girl could have such a side. Momuzagi-jun, humph, this is also because the pirate brings painful memories to Nami. After all, it's the reason for your group of pirates. Golden Lion Shiki, I really dare to say, Marine. I want to ask you a question, Marine. This dragon and pirate group has ruled the island for 10 years, why didn't you see you Marine to solve it? East Blue is not New World. Don't say anything about it. You Marines can't handle the little pirates of East Blue. P.S. Seeking flowers and evaluation votes. Thank you readers for your support. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Sengoku, Contact Me Colonel Mouse. Naval Headquarters. 10 years, an East Blue Island was ruled for 10 years, why I haven't received any news. Check it out for me, which branch is in charge of this matter. Sengoku frowned, and because of anger, a tic-tac-toe popped out of his forehead. In East Blue, the weakest sea, an island has been ruled by pirates for 10 years, but Marine has done nothing. In the end, it depends on the parties themselves to solve the problem. To put it nicely, it is understandable that Marine did not know about this. To put it harder, it is Marine's inaction. In 10 years, one can imagine how difficult the people living on the islands notified by the Dragon Pirate Group are. Report to Marshal Sengoku, we have found it. The person in charge of that area is Colonel Mouse from Marine's 16th branch. A Marine saluted Sengoku and answered quickly. Contact me Colonel Mouse, I want to listen to his explanation. Yes, Marshal Sengoku. Marine quickly took out the phone worm and contacted Colonel Mouse. At the same time, the battle between Nami and the Dragon Pirates also came to an end. Although Nami's strength, but the level of Marine Rear Admiral, it is not what pirates of the level of the Dragon Pirates can resist. What's more, Thunder Breath's fast swordsmanship made Nami unstoppable. In just a few minutes, dozens of Murloc and pirates were all divided into two by Nami. Suddenly, the evil dragon park was full of stumps and broken arms, and blood even stained the pond in the evil dragon park. This scene was seen by villagers from more than 20 villages on the island. All of a sudden, everyone ran towards the evil dragon park, they wanted to see their heroes. Great, Jian, Nami did it. Nyajiao looked at Jian with excitement while running. Yes, it's great. Even though the image on the gold list has disappeared, the scene of Nami killing the Murloc pirate has been deeply imprinted in Aegean's mind. Belmere, be proud of it. Your daughter has really grown up. At this moment, Li Fan is on an uninhabited island. Ding! Congratulations to host disciple Nami for recovering Coco Island. Host can now move the current gym to Coco Island. On Coco Island, host can move freely. Reward host has 2 gymnasiums, which have been randomly placed in 2 locations. Congratulations to the first disciple of host for officially becoming a teacher, and rewarding host for time training warehouse. Host disciples train in the time training warehouse, practice for 1 year, and 1 second from the outside world. One disciple can only use it once, and can use it for 2 years at a time. Finally, it's blooming and bearing fruit. Hearing the prompt from the system, Li Fan's mouth turned up involuntarily. The system will take the current gymnasium to the island where Nami is located. As soon as the voice fell, Li Fan and the gym itself suddenly turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the deserted island. A second later, a gymnasium appeared out of thin air at the back mountain of Kokozia village. Fresh air. After leaving the gym, Li Fan looked at the crowd running below. With a thought, Li Fan disappeared and he decided to meet Nami. With all his strength, Li Fan came to the evil dragon park in an instant. At this time, Nami completely lost the heroic posture of beheading the Murloc and pirates just now. Instead, he knelt down on the ground and cried constantly. What's the matter, revenge and hate, are you unhappy? Li Fan walked behind Nami and asked leisurely. Ms. Li Fan. Hearing the familiar voice behind him, Nami was taken aback and turned around quickly. After seeing Li Fan really standing behind him, Nami opened a pair of beautiful eyes and fell directly into Li Fan's arms. You. I did it, I really did it, teacher. Now, everyone will not be persecuted. If Belmere could see what happened here, that would be great. Li Fan raised his hand and patted Nami on the back. You will see it, and Belmere will definitely be proud of you. During 1 month of teaching Nami, Li Fan has heard about her life experience from Nami's mouth. Li Fan naturally knew about Belmere. At this time, Senior Nyaki had also arrived at the Evil Dragon Park. Seeing Nami and Li Fan embracing each other, Senior Nyaki couldn't help being stunned. Who is that person? Jian frowned, and planned to walk over to talk to Nami. Wait, Aegean. Nyakajeo quickly took Aegean's arm. That man, it's Li Fan. Li Fan, Nami's teacher. Jian's eyes widened, it's really him. Although only the side of Li Fan can be seen, it does not prevent Aegean from recognizing Li Fan's identity. Leave it to Nami and Li Fan first, and we will go in later. Nyaki smiled slightly and led the villagers out of the gate of the Evil Dragon Park. Li Fan naturally perceives the aura of the high class of Nyaki. After a while, Li Fan put his hands on Nami's shoulders and pushed her away slightly. Well, don't cry, your sister has already arrived. While speaking, Li Fan raised his finger to Nyakajeo. Nyakajeo. Following Li Fan's hand, Nami saw Nyakajeo as expected. Teacher, I go first, we have a chance to meet, and we will talk later. Li Fan patted Nami on the shoulder. Now, let's share this joy with your family first. Yet. Upon hearing this, Nami nodded heavily and ran towards Nyayago. Seeing Nami, who seemed to be unloading a heavy burden, Li Fan smiled and turned back to the gymnasium in the back mountain of Kakosia village. Not long after, the reward that belongs to Li Fan alone appeared. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets, ask for various data support, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Use Buster Call to kill Li Fan. Hey, why is the picture so gone? What is going on with Nami now? Zoro, just ask, how is Nami over there? Luffy pulled Zoro over and asked. Okay, stop pulling, I will ask now. Slapped Luffy's hand away, Zoro looked at the gold list solemnly. Just now, it was the first time Zoro saw Nami's real shot. Although sailing together for a while, each time Nami hid behind and asked him and Luffy to play forward. Therefore, Zoro always thought that when Nami was a woman who was good at sailing. And after the exposure of Jinbang, he knew how badly he was wrong. Zoro, Nami, you can hide so deeply. Luffy asks you, how is your side? Pluton Rayleigh, the little girl must be fine, now I am probably celebrating with the people in the village. Fortunately, the little girl got the teleportation scroll. Otherwise, when she gets back on the boat, I'm afraid the village has been messed up. I didn't expect Xiao Ba to be in this pirate group too, it's a pity. After sending this message, Rayleigh shook his head and drank the wine in his glass. There is no other way. Shuki filled the Rayleigh glass again. That is the path Xiao Hachi chose. To become a pirate, you must have the consciousness of being attacked. I know, it's just a bit sentimental. Rayleigh smiled gratefully at Shuki, and drank the wine in the glass again. Rayleigh did not hate Nami's killing of Xiao Ba of the Murloc pirates, but was a little sad about the departure of a friend. Forget it, you can drink the wine in the bar today. Seeing Rayleigh's appearance, Shuki put the bottle directly on Rayleigh's table. But, don't go crazy, you are not an old man anymore. At least show a little Pluton's appearance. Haha, although I have become younger, I am still a retired old man in terms of psychological age. Rayleigh smiled and directly took the wine bottle and poured it. Golden Lion Shiki, this gold list is broadcast all over the world. In order to avoid seeing her powerful murlocs, Nami will use the teleport scroll to be excusable. It's just a pity that in this way, there is no tool to reach the final island. The rest is just the teleporting scroll in Li Fan's hand. Red-haired Shanks, haha, the teleportation scroll in Li Fan's hand is not easy to handle. That guy defeated the Eagle Eye frontally with swordsmanship. Even I don't want to fight against such a person. I just don't know if Marine and World's Genfu dare to ask others to hand over the teleporting scroll. One laugh. Your Excellency Li Fan is not a criminal, even if he gets a reward, it is his own thing. I think Marine should not force His Excellency Li Fan to surrender the teleportation scroll. Seeing a smile, Sengoku, who was about to tell Jun something, couldn't help being taken aback. Yes, Li Fan is not a criminal, not a pirate. Just a powerful swordsman. If Marine forces Li Fan to call out the reward he has received, what is the difference from the pirate? Although it is necessary for Marine to control the teleportation scroll for the stability of the sea, but to leave a message on the gold list for the world to see, does it seem that Marine is very overbearing? This can't help but make the pirates look at jokes, and it will make civilians feel dissatisfied with Marine's approach. What worries Sengoku even more is that such an approach may make the future Marine Admiral dissatisfied with Marine, so that he does not join Marine. If such a situation is really caused, then Marine will really be at a loss. Let's talk to this Li Fan in person, Sengoku. Crane looked at Sengoku and said. What Sengoku can think of, Crane can naturally also think of it. Moreover, the strength of this Li Fan is really terrifying. Able to defeat Hawkeye with one move, we'd better get the teleportation scroll in a peaceful way. Crane's idea is simple, that is, he can't establish a strong and terrible enemy for Marine. The 4 emperors of New World are already troublesome enough. If there is an extra Li Fan, Marine's departure will be even more uncomfortable. Hey, what about defeating Hawkeye? The teleportation scroll is too dangerous. Marine has to get it anyway. Akainu snorted coldly. If someone gets Roger's treasure, it will definitely bring a great deal to the sea. Insecure. Compared to this, it's nothing to offend a Li Fan. Although that guy has great swordsmanship, it doesn't mean that he can't deal with it. The more powerful the trick, the greater the consumption. Whether it is Yan Fan or his other swordsmanship, it will definitely consume Li Fan's physical strength drastically. As long as we are properly prepared and use the usual military power of Buster Call, it will be enough to consume Li Fan to death. P.S. The flowers and the evaluation votes hardly move. For flowers and evaluation votes, thank you readers. Asterisk. Chapter 28 Challenge and Giveaway Devil Fruit. It's too exaggerated, Sakazuki. Li Fan hasn't done anything yet, so are you going to send a Buster Call? Hearing what Akainu said, Aokiji looked at Akainu with a cold face. Hey, it's too late to wait until he does anything. Akainu didn't have a good face for Aokiji's cold face. Moreover, even if we don't find that Li Fan, the pirates will find him. Yes. Should we wait until the pirates get the teleportation scroll before we start to act? I don't think any pirate can easily grab something from Li Fan. Aokiji said. Okay, you two. Seeing that the quarrel between Aokiji and Akainu was escalating, Sengoku interrupted the two quickly. After finding Li Fan, we will communicate with each other in a friendly manner. As for the future, we will decide after the exchange. In a word, Sengoku came to a conclusion. Now that things are unclear, even if the teleporting scroll is too special, Sengoku feels that it is better to adopt a more secure solution. In addition, Sengoku is also very curious about what props Li Fan will get from the gold list. A 5th place reward is already so troublesome. The top 4 rewards belong exclusively to Li Fan. What will it be? Based on the top 4 awards, Sengoku feels that there may be adjustments to Li Fan's plan. Swordsmanship list number 4, congratulations to Li Fan for obtaining Conqueror's Haki Seed, you can immediately awaken Conqueror's Haki after using it. Redhead Shanks? Pluton Rayleigh? Aunt Charlotte Linlin, Conquerors? Can this ability be awakened by props? Kizura Borsellino, it's terrible. Only one person can awaken in a million people, and he can be awakened by relying on a single seed. In other words, in the future, there will not be a situation where people who know conquerors will be full of people. Golden Lion Shiki, as expected of the gold list, conquerors is a good thing, but even if the gold list has such items, how many people can get it? Red-haired Shanks, maybe, Li Fan himself will be conqueror's haki, this thing may not be of much use to him, haha. Seed of conqueror's haki, I don't need this stuff. Looking at the black seed that appeared in his hand, Li Fan raised his eyebrows. Coming to Pirate World for 10 years, Li Fan's conqueror's haki has long been awakened, and the rewards given by the gold list are of no use to him. Swordsmanship List No. 3, congratulations to Li Fan for obtaining chakra seeds. After using them, you can randomly awaken any attribute chakra energy. Redhead Shanks, chakra? Unheard of things, Deputy Captain Rayleigh, have you heard of it? Pluton Rayleigh, the power that I haven't heard of, maybe this is something unique to the gold list. My dear, this reward will be given. Li Fan raised his eyebrows. Fortunately, I got this reward. It might be useless if someone else gets it. Li Fan knows how to use ninjutsu. In other words, Li Fan itself is a ninjutsu book. Naturally, Li Fan also possesses the power of chakra. However, Li Fan did not have the chakra seeds that could awaken others to chakra. If you let others get it, they won't know how to do ninjutsu, at most, they have a little more power similar to armament haki. But Li Fan got it, but was able to cultivate a great ninja by relying on his own understanding of ninjutsu. Thinking of the scene of some of his disciples using water style to summon sea water to deal with demon fruit power, Li Fan felt a burst of fun. Swordsmanship List No. 2, congratulations to Li Fan for winning Devil Fruit. X2. Devil Fruit? The name is waiting to be unlocked, and a challenge is required to unlock the name. May I ask if Li Fan is willing to accept the challenge? After accepting the challenge, he will choose the past, present and future demon fruit power to fight. After winning the battle, the devil fruit will be obtained from the person with this ability, and the devil fruit obtained is not afraid of sea water or sea stone. If you give up, you can get 2 man-made devil fruits randomly, and the man-made devil fruit you get is afraid of sea water and sea stone. Hawkeye my hawk, this reward is somewhat similar to my previous reward, except that mine is a sword, and Li Fan's is devil fruit, and there are 2. Red-haired Shanks, this reward is the most interesting, right? You can also pick future people to fight, and you may be able to reveal some future intelligence unintentionally. But even though there are 2 devil fruits, the number of challenges is the same as yours, Hawkeye. To get 2 devil fruits, you need to challenge twice. Kizura Borsellino, you can get the devil fruit from the opponent if you win the challenge, and it is a devil fruit that is not afraid of the sea. It's really scary. In other words, if the demon fruit power of the current time period is selected and Li Fan wins, will it take away the power of demon fruit power? Golden Lion Shiki, haha, if this is the case, we, demon fruit power, have to be careful. Momuzagi Jun, man-made devil fruit? Is this kind of thing unique to Jinbang, or is there really someone on this sea making artificial devil fruit? P.S. Thank you Wujian 2020 for your 100 VIP tips. P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, thank you guys. Asterisk. Chapter 29 The selected teach collapsed, please ask for flowers. Hey, this gold list has revealed the man-made devil fruit. In Dressrosa's castle, Diamante, one of the top officials of the Don Quixote family, smashed his mouth with an unhappy expression. Don't worry, Diamante, fufferfu. On the throne, Doflamingo laughed loudly. It's just the man-made devil fruit. It doesn't mean that we are producing devil fruit. Marine and the world's Genfu are looking for it. Not ours. Compared to this, I am more curious about whom Li Fan will fight with, the people of the future, or the people of the present and the past. Speaking of which, we are also demon fruit power, which means we may come to us randomly, Foo foo foo. As to whether Li Fan would give up the challenge, Doflamingo never thought about this possibility. Such a powerful swordsman, even if he disdains the consumption of devil fruit, he will not shrink back at this time. Sure enough, after seeing this reward, Li Fan directly chose to challenge. First challenge: randomly selected opponents, time is determined, future scenes, coordinates are determined, naval headquarters. The opponent is determined, Marshal D. Teach. Hey! On the Moby DK, seeing his name appear again, Teach was completely blinded. Why is it me again, Jinbang? Are you correcting me? If possible, Teach really wants to tear off the gold list. The premise is that he can do it. Golden Lion Shiki, it's this guy named Teach again, his luck is really good. He will be selected, which means that the black energy on this man is his devil fruit ability. Redhead Shanks, Hawkeye, you have fought with that guy, do you know what his devil fruit is? Hawkeye my hawk, red hair, I am not interested in devil fruit, so I don't know what his devil fruit is. But his abilities are really great, and it's weird enough to be able to absorb damage. Pluton Rayleigh, anyway, Li Fan is likely to be able to get a very special devil fruit. I am not afraid of the sea, and I can swim in the sea even after eating it. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, it's really strange that the battle location is actually in naval headquarters. Could it be said that the Whitebeard pirates will defeat naval headquarters in the future? Kizara Borsellino, well, if this guy does come to naval headquarters, he will definitely be arrested too. At the same moment, the Moby DK boarded. Ha ha ha, Teach, your luck is really good. I was picked by the Eagle Eye before, and now I am picked by Li Fan. Fortunately, it's all you in the future. If you are now, maybe you still have to get hurt a little bit. Ace laughed while patting Teach on the shoulder. By the way, why would the location be naval headquarters? Marco frowned. Even if the future Teach is not on board, he shouldn't be in naval headquarters. It's really strange. When the picture appears, it will tell us the answer. Whitebeard said. On the other side, Teach looked up at Jinbang with a gloomy expression, muttering in his heart. Damn it, the dark fruit that is not afraid of sea water, if I can get it, how good it would be. Golden List, don't put some ugly future pictures out. However, things went counterproductive. Teach just thought of this, and there was a frightening scene on the gold list. At the same time, everyone on the Moby DK looked at Teach, and even Whitebeard looked at Teach in disbelief. Golden Lion Shiki, hey, hey! The captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates fought with Teach. This time, did Whitebeard himself fight with Teach? And what's the situation? Why is Whitebeard injured so badly, but Teach has no injuries at all? That's ugly, Whitebeard. It is ridiculous that you who cherish your family were finally betrayed by your son and beaten so badly. You guy, it's really ugly. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, ha ha ha, it's really ugly, Whitebeard, you guys should abdicate now, lest you be so embarrassed in the future. Redhead Shanks, Teach, I'm really here. Pluton Rayleigh, it shouldn't be. With Whitebeard's power, even if this Teach has gained a powerful fruit ability, it shouldn't be beaten like this. Hawkeye my hawk, the location is at naval headquarters, and there is also a knocked-down Marine at the edge of the screen. Whitebeard's injury should have been injured by Marine. My hawk also didn't believe that a Teach could hit Whitebeard without injury. You know, not long ago, my hawk also beheaded the future Teach. Even if Teach fighting Whitebeard is a more futuristic picture, it is impossible for Teach to suddenly become stronger than Whitebeard. At this moment, Baista, who was the only one in the Whitebeard pirates to leave a message on the gold list, was not in the mood to leave a message. He surrounded Teach with other members of the pirate group. There was an incredible light in their eyes, and there was a trace of killing intent in their eyes. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes, seeking collections, readers' support is the motivation for the author's update, thank you *. Chapter 30 Picture of War on Top. If the battle between Teach and Ace is said to be a match, it can barely be said. The battle between Whitebeard and Teach can only be said to be a death fight. This made Baista, a group of people who respected Whitebeard so much, how to bear it. If Teach is really likely to kill Whitebeard in the future, they would rather wipe Teach in the cradle now. Wait, everyone, don't be fooled. I haven't done anything. Maybe the future on the gold list is deceptive. Seeing the look of Baista and others around, Teach waved his hand quickly, beckoning everyone not to mess around. Okay, be quiet, little ones. Whitebeard slammed the hilt of the naginata in his hand on the deck. Don't be embarrassed, Teach, let's watch the gold list first. When Whitebeard spoke, Baista and others would naturally listen. However, while looking at the gold list, they did not give up their vigilance on Teach. Almost all people who can use observation haki put observation haki over Teach to prevent him from doing bad things. Teach. In the future scene, Whitebeard, who was already badly injured, raised his arm and thumped his fist heavily into the air. Shock Fruit's ability has cracked the space. Teach. Whitebeard shouted angrily, his ability to whip up a gust of wind and rush towards Teach not far away. Marines along the way were blown away by this shock wave. Faced with this situation, Teach pressed his hand to the ground, and a large amount of black fog spread around Blackbeard's palm. Dark Hole Road. Teach's mouth curled up, and the power that Whitebeard urged was swallowed by Blackbeard's black mist. Looking at Whitebeard, Teach's face was full of jealousy. Ha 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 ha, this is the devil fruit ability I won after killing Sachi. The strongest power, dark fruit. Father, although I have sincerely admired you, but you are already old. Too old to save a subordinate who is about to be executed. Facing Teach's words, Whitebeard chose the most direct response. Seeing Whitebeard raised his hand, it was an air shock to Whitebeard, but facing Teach's dark fruit, Whitebeard's ability was quickly absorbed. After a while of fighting, Whitebeard's body got a lot of new wounds. However, Whitebeard is Whitebeard after all, even though he was seriously injured, he still knocked Teach to the ground. If it weren't for Teach to let his subordinates join the war in time, I'm afraid Whitebeard would really kill him. Golden Lion Shiki, Whitebeard, just died like this? Oh, it's ironic enough. Red-haired Shanks, listening to Teach, it seems that Whitebeard went to naval headquarters to save a certain subordinate. Who would this person be? Although it was an interrogative sentence, Shanks thought of Ace who was fighting Teach in the previous screen. At the same time thinking of this, there are also Sengoku, Tsuru and others. If it is to save the subordinates, it is indeed possible for Whitebeard to come to naval headquarters. Sengoku muttered, in other words, in the future, Marine will publicly execute someone. As for the purpose, is it intended to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates? Speaking of this, Sengoku's eyes couldn't help but flash. Looking at this situation, the plan to annihilate the Whitebeard pirates is a success. I just don't know what role this Teach plays in it. And those big criminals who were originally imprisoned in Impel Down. Why would they become Teach's subordinates? Shiryu, why are you here? Could it be that there is something wrong with the future Impel Down? Did these guys run out of Impel Down and then join Teach? It's just a simple fragment of the future, but it has already plunged Sengoku into a super brainstorm. He couldn't think of it. In the future, Teach broke into Impel Down and released the big pirates inside. Pluton Rayleigh, the king of evil Ibero Pizarro, the hunter of the dark moon Katrina Butterfly, and the big wine Basque Chote are some of the legendary figures in the past. I didn't expect these people to join Teach's group in the future. This Teach is not easy. Redhead Shanks, Whitebeard, have you seen these clips? I hope you can pay attention to Teach. Not easy. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, boring, Whitebeard was killed by Teach. Could this Teach become 4 emperors? It's kind of boring. Golden Lion Shiki, this Teach, what is this to do? why should he surround himself and the dead Whitebeard with a curtain, what does he want to do? Not only is Golden Lion curious, but other people who saw this future clip are very curious. But soon they understood. With everyone's surprised gaze, Teach walked out of the curtain, then bombarded the air in a circle. The hit air shattered like a mirror, and the surrounding earth began to vibrate. That's Whitebeard's power. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets, thank you readers. Asterisk. Chapter 31 One Punch to Kill Teach. How is it possible? How could he have Whitebeard's abilities? Doesn't a person have only one ability? Also, how did this guy turn Whitebeard's power after death into himself? Seeing Teach using Shock Fruit's power, Sengoku couldn't help his eyes widening. As we all know, a person can only eat one devil fruit. When the capable person eats the second devil fruit, he will explode and die. Similarly, after the death of the fruit-capable person, the power of devil fruit will be randomly transferred to a certain fruit in the world. However, the Teach on the screen not only managed to keep the fruit power of Whitebeard after his death, but also mastered it by himself. No matter how you look at it, it doesn't conform to common sense. Hey, it's too exaggerated. Dark fruit plus shock fruit's power, this guy is pursuing Whitebeard's power purposefully. The most mysterious fruit, plus the most destructive fruit, if the future stays the same, this Teach will really become the new 4 emperors. It's just that, now that the future is exposed to the world, can this guy really become 4 emperors? Foo. At this time, Doflamingo, who had been quietly eating melons and watching, couldn't sit still. He stood up directly from his seat, staring at Teach with his eyes hidden under the sunglasses. Whitebeard, not only was killed by his own crew, but he was also robbed of devil fruit's power. What a shame, Whitebeard! Crocodile snorted. At this moment, the whole world was in an uproar. On the one hand, it was because of the scene of Whitebeard's death. On the other hand, it was naturally the weird situation of Teach controlling the power of 2 devil fruits at the same time. This Teach, do you master the method of using the power of 2 devil fruits at the same time? Such questions popped up in the minds of the world's strong men one after another. Golden Lion Shiki, I already overestimate this Teach. I didn't expect that he still has this ability, 2 devil fruits. Hehe, such a person will inevitably become a figure that dominates one side, provided that there is no gold list. Words that will be exposed in the future. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, I really want to know the situation on the Whitebeard pirates. Ha, I was killed by my own son, and I was also robbed of the fruit. Telling it would make people laugh out of their teeth. Pluton Rayleigh, I think it will change in the future. Redhead Shanks, Sachi, I remember being the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. Whitebeard, I think you should pay attention to this Sachi. Kizura Borsellino, anyway, this Teach is indeed a dangerous person. Momuzagi-jun, I don't know how Li Fan would act in the face of such a Teach. Hawkeye my hawk, it's a little exciting to see Li Fan take action again. Just now, Teach personally said that the power of devil fruit was taken from Sachi. In other words, Sachi may get dark fruit in the future. Seeing Shank's message, Whitebeard looked at Sachi immediately. Seiki, have you acquired devil fruit recently? Hearing this, Seiki nodded. As for devil fruit, I did get one recently, but I don't know what kind of fruit it is. Originally, I was planning to show off this trophy to Teach. But because of the appearance of the gold list, it was delayed. With that, Sachi turned his head and glanced at Teach. His eyes full of weirdness. All this is a coincidence, if the one in his hand happens to be dark fruit. Then maybe everything in this future is true. If it weren't for the gold list, the moment he took out the dark fruit, maybe he would be killed by Teach. The battle between Ace and Teach was probably caused by Ace's pursuit of Teach because of his own death. Hey, brother Sachi, you shouldn't be suspicious of me. Teach's face was cold sweat, and his body couldn't stop shaking. We are brothers for many years. How could we kill you because of a single fruit? Father, please believe me, I wouldn't do such a thing. With that, Teach turned his head to look at Whitebeard. He knew that only Whitebeard could help himself at this time. As long as he said a word, even if other members still doubted themselves, they would not say anything. The battle has begun. Whitebeard didn't look at Teach, but watched Jin Bang mutter to himself. Everyone looked up and saw that Teach was rushing towards Li Fan very fast. One hand is the wave power of shock fruit, and the other hand is the dark power of dark fruit. Boring. Looking at the rushing Teach, Li Fan shook his head without paying any attention to Teach. In Li Fan's view, Teach is nothing more than a child who has suddenly acquired a toy. In terms of strength, it's not even as good as the Mihawk that I had previously tried. Taking a step forward, Li Fan's figure has disappeared before his right foot hits the ground. The next moment, Li Fan suddenly appeared behind Teach. One of his fists was placed so quietly on the back of Teach's head. Next moment. Hum. With a muffled sound, Teach cast his eyes directly and fell to the ground. Although nothing happened on the surface, Teach's brain has been stirred by Li Fan's vigor. Congratulations to Li Fan for his successful challenge and obtained shock fruit and dark fruit. P.S. The flowers and evaluation votes don't move much. Ask for flowers and evaluation votes. Thank you readers first. Asterisk. Chapter 32 The fruit is in hand, someone proposes. Seeking collection. Pluton Rayleigh, Haki is released outside. No, this is internal destruction, or super powerful internal destruction. Li Fan, not only has the swordsmanship reached the top, but even armament Haki is already at the top. Kizaru Borsellino, it's really scary. The speed just now appeared behind Teach in an instant. Kizaru stared at Li Fan solemnly. At the speed just now, Kizaru is confident that he can do it, even faster than Li Fan. But that is when using Yata Mirror to make yourself move into a beam of light. This greatly depends on the characteristics of sparkling fruit. And Li Fan simply uses his own pace to move. Seeing Li Fan's ease, Kizaru always feels that Li Fan has not yet played the fastest speed. Redhead Shanks, top swordsmanship, top armament Haki, maybe there are other unshown powers. There will be people like His Excellency Li Fan on this sea. If we meet in the future, I must find you for a drink. Momuzagi-jun, Your Excellency Li Fan, that red hair is just a pirate, please don't get too close to him. Golden Lion Shiki, what happened to the pirates? Maybe Li Fan likes the pirates. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, that's right, keeping your mouth closed is like tying Li Fan to you. Li Fan, come to me, you seem to be the age of marriage, come to me, my daughter will let you choose. If you really don't like it, you can marry me. Pluton Rayleigh. Golden Lion. Nami, teacher Li Fan will not marry any of you. In Kakasha village, Nami, who was celebrating with the seniors of Nyaki, immediately became excited when she saw Charlotte Linlin. Waving his hands and left his own words on the gold list. Nami, don't you like Li Fan? Seeing Nami's excitement, Nyakajeo looked at Nami with interest. Hey! What are you talking about? I don't like that guy. Nami tilted his head to the side. I don't know Liang Xiangziyu at all, I have trained people and are extremely strict. Obviously they are girls, can't they be better, even if they have more rest time? Ah, really, even if he pretends to fall down, that guy doesn't care about it and still insists on exercising. Hey, that Li Fan is an annoying teacher anyway. Hearing this, Nyaki Gao's mouth turned up involuntarily. Looking at Nami, whose face was reddish, Nyaki asked. In that case, why don't you leave Li Fan's place, Nami? If you haven't been training, Li Fan will abandon you, don't teach you swordsmanship. Nami panicked when he heard Nokajeo's words. This. Nami turned around and turned her back to Nyayago, preventing her from seeing her expression. Although that guy is very strict in training, he does teach very well. If you are really injured, he will seriously help with the treatment. Also, when tired, he can still play music. By the way, he sings very well. And his cooking skills, those dishes are really addictive. Right, there's that. Seeing Nami on the side with a smile, Nyakajeo and Aegean, who kept talking about Li Fan, looked at each other. Hehe, it seems that Nami has really found his Prince Charming. Nyaji Gao smiled and said in a low voice. Your Excellency Li Fan taught Nami's swordsmanship, so Nami was able to eliminate the dragon pirates. Therefore, Your Excellency Li Fan is also the benefactor of this island. If Belmir knows, he will agree that Nami and Li Fan are together. Yes. Aegean nodded. On the other side, after completing a challenge, shock fruit and dark fruit appeared in Li Fan's hands. Li Fan, who was waiting for the second challenge, looked at the sky casually, and Charlotte Linland's extremely bold speech immediately caught Li Fan's eyes. Marry Charlotte Linland, I'm afraid it's a brain problem that will marry her. Li Fan twitched the corner of his mouth and left a message on the gold list for the second time. He felt that in this matter, he still needs to be clear about his own proposition. Li Fan, Charlotte Linland, I am not interested in you. Golden Lion Shiki, ha ha ha, I was rejected, Charlotte Linland. But it's also right, how can a strong like Li Fan look up to an old woman like you? Charlotte Linland, BD Golden Lion, you dare to say that I am an old woman and have the ability to come to the world, I want to teach you a lesson. In addition, Li Fan, if you think I am not suitable, you can come to IWC to see my daughter. With so many daughters of mine, there is always one that suits you, or more. Pluton Rayleigh, it seems that Charlotte Linland is a little crazy, so actively promoting her daughter. Momuzagi-jun, His Excellency Li Fan is the world's #1 swordsman, how could he become your son-in-law? As a woman, I feel sad for you, Charlotte Linland. Charlotte Smokai, don't say anything too absolute, Jun. Feelings, but no one can tell. Red-haired Shanks, I said, we still focus on Li Fan's challenge, okay? In other words, after Li Fan defeated Teach, he got 2 devil fruits. In other words, Teach really took the fruit of Whitebeard. Moreover, now that you have already obtained 2 devil fruits, can you still challenge them next? P.S. Ask for collection, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, thank you guys. Asterisk. Chapter 33 Go Away, Teach. The Moby DK. Compared to the heated discussion on the gold list, the Whitebeard Pirates is very quiet. Father, I got devil fruit. Sachi ran out of the cabin. In his hand, he held a devil fruit with a thread shape and a dark purple skin. Isn't this exactly the same as one of the devil fruit Li Fan just got? Yeah, so this is dark fruit. No, it's a coincidence. Could it be that Teach will really kill Dad in the future? Seeing the shape of devil fruit in Seiki's hand, everyone's eyes looked at Teach changed. Teach swallowed, and his panic was overwhelming. To capture dark fruit and then shock fruit's power, Teach did have such a plan in his mind. If it is really obstructed on the way to implement the plan, Teach can at least figure it out in his mind. But the problem is, he hasn't done anything yet, he didn't kill Sachi to take dark fruit, let alone Whitebeard to take shock fruit. If he wanted him to be pointed at, scolded, or even killed for these future clips of the gold list, how could Teach swallow this breath? Teach opened his mouth, and when he was about to say something, Whitebeard spoke. Sachi, you can eat this devil fruit, try its abilities. Up to now, even Whitebeard treats the crew like family, but with all the coincidences, he has to start to doubt Teach. After all, this is not only related to his life alone, but also related to the lives of Seiki and Ace. Now Whitebeard understands why there will be other people using the power of Maramara fruit in the future. If Teach kills Ace, then naturally, the power of Maramara fruit will be transferred to other people. However, Whitebeard still had a glimmer of hope. He hoped that devil fruit in Sachi's hands was not dark fruit. In this way, it can at least explain that Teach did not kill Sachi because of this fruit. At least this incident would not appear to be such a coincidence. And once the fruit is really dark fruit, then everything is right. Unconsciously, Whitebeard's fruit power leaked out, and the air around him seemed to tremble faintly. On the side, Seiki nodded, opened his mouth and bit the fruit in his hand. How about it, Sachi, quickly try your ability. Ace, who is best with Sachi, stepped forward and said. Well, I'll give it a try. Seiki nodded and opened his right hand. A few seconds later, a black mist of energy formed and rotated in Sachi's hands. Also in the gold list, the dark A-cup ointment used by Teach. Seeing this scene, everyone on the mobile turned their eyes to Teach. Father, listen to me. Teach took a panic step back. Father, I'm your son. You can't punish me for things that haven't happened in the future. Whitebeard gritted his teeth and suddenly raised the naginata in his hand and slashed towards Teach. Boom! A huge noise sounded, and Ace and the others looked at it. Teach unexpectedly caught Whitebeard's attack with a weapon hook. You, really hide your strength, Teach. Whitebeard took a very complicated look at Teach. Whitebeard didn't really mean to kill Teach, the attack just now was just the last temptation. Father, Teach panicked and wanted to say something. But Whitebeard put it away and waved his hand to Teach. Stop talking, Teach. My attack just now, according to your usual strength, it should be unstoppable. You have been hiding your strength. Leave, Teach, this ship will not carry you anymore. After speaking, Whitebeard turned around, not intending to pay attention to Teach. Father, just let Teach leave like this. Yeah, Father, this guy will kill you in the future. Father, you have taken care of Teach for so many years, but he wants to kill you. You can't let him go, Daddy. Upon hearing Whitebeard's decision, the crew all persuaded. For a dangerous person like Teach, the crew felt that it would be better to obliterate it here. Little ones, that's it. Whitebeard raised his naginata and knocked it on the deck. Dark fruit has been eaten by Sachi, and the future has changed. And Teach, although the strength has been hidden for so many years, those future things have not happened yet. I can't use things that haven't happened yet to sentence the death of a son. Let Teach leave here. From then on, he has nothing to do with the Whitebeard pirates. Whitebeard's words caused the crew to stagnate. Although they were still reluctant, they retreated after all. What are you waiting for, Teach? Leave here while I haven't changed my mind. Whitebeard said. Teach gritted his teeth, took a deep look at Sachi, then turned and ran to the boat's edge. After setting down the rescue boat, Teach rowed the boat quickly away from the mobile. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes, seeking collections, thank you guys. Thank asterisk. Chapter 34 10,000 Swords Kaido. Hateful gold list, why did I encounter such a thing? On the rescue boat, Teach's face was extremely gloomy. Dark fruit was eaten by that BD Seiki, am I going to give up my dream? Wait, there is a dark fruit in Li Fan's place, and the dark fruit is not afraid of the sea. If I can get it. But, is there any way to get dark fruit from Li Fan? Looking at Li Fan on the gold list, Teach's eyes gradually deepened. That is? Damn it, the BD Vista. Suddenly, another message appeared on the gold list. Seeing this message, Teach immediately fell into a state of anger. Foil Vista, Teach has been expelled from the Whitebeard pirates. What he will do in the future has nothing to do with our Whitebeard pirates. Golden Lion Shiki, just expelled him from the pirate group. Whitebeard, you are such a good man, facing such a traitor, you didn't even kill him. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, if you change to me, you must take away his entire lifespan. Redhead Shanks, anyway, Teach's departure is a good thing. What I am more curious about now is who Li Fan will fight next. Pluton Rayleigh, I am also very curious about this. The gold list mentioned earlier is the future time period. The location is Wano Kuni. I remember that this place seems to be a country of samurai, and it is also a blocked country. Could it be said that this time? Will Li Fan fight a certain samurai? Redhead Shanks, wait, is that guy Kaido? Luffy is there too. In the future scene, Luffy made a jump and slammed Kaido's head in the dragon state with a heavy punch. The powerful destructive power rolled up waves of wind and waves. Kizaru Borsalino, this kid is really everywhere. Fought with Golden Lion and clashed with Charlotte Linlin, and now knocked Kaido to the ground with another punch. It's just terrible. Red-haired Shanks, Luffy. You are really messed up in the future. Pluton Rayleigh, ha ha ha, I am more and more interested in this Luffy now. Wano Kuni, where the Beast's pirates are based. Kaido looked at the picture in the gold list with a gloomy expression. This kid, who will come to Wano Kuni in the future, and have a fight with me. However, this guy shouldn't be qualified to fight with me. Sure enough, after a while, Kaido in the screen shot Luffy out with thunder and 8 trigrams. Golden Lion Shiki, this kid is also considered a legend. I am now curious if he was shot to death by Kaido with a mace. Kizaru Borsalino, this duel seems to be Li Fan and the future Kaido of the future. I am curious if Li Fan has this ability to kill Kaido. Redhead Shanks, I am also quite curious. Kaido, known as the strongest creature, has always been a troublesome figure. Not only Marine, but even Whitebeard, who is the 4 emperors, found Kaido trouble. This guy once challenged Marine and 4 emperors alone with his strong physical ability and was sentenced to more than 40 deaths. However, because of his strong physical ability, not a single death sentence was successful. In people's eyes, Kaido has long become an unkillable monster. Now, Li Fan and the future Kaido decisive battle, 4 emperors, Marine are extremely interested in the outcome of this decisive battle. Of course, Kaido himself is included. Kaido's devil fruit, who should I use it for in the future? Seeing Kaido turned into a dragon and rushed towards him. Li Fan not only didn't feel a trace of tension, but was thinking about how to deal with this devil fruit. As for eating it by himself, Li Fan had no such idea. With his power, devil fruit seems redundant, even shock fruit, the same is true. Just as Li Fan was thinking, Kaido had already arrived in front of Li Fan, and his sharp claws surrounded armament Haki and grabbed Li Fan fiercely. Li Fan stomped on the ground with both feet, and came to a place several kilometers away from Kaido. It's not a monster, Kaido. After today, people won't think you can't kill you. The corners of Li Fan's mouth cocked, and when he raised his hand, the strong sword aura overflowed from Li Fan's body, forming a sharp long sword. In a blink of an eye, thousands of long swords appeared behind Li Fan. Hawkeye my hawk, that is, the return of 10,000 swords. Red-haired Shanks, do you want to use this trick, an endless sword? Interesting, is the shield stronger or the spear stronger? Doflamingo, Fu. Whether Li Fan can beat Kaido, it is really curious. Gecko Moria, kill Kaido. Facing Li Fan's return of the sword to the sect, Kaido seemed to perceive the danger and shook his dragon's tail abruptly, rushing towards the sky. He wanted to come to a distance, and waited for the right time to launch an attack on Li Fan. Can you run? Li Fan put his fingers together and pointed at Kaido. In the next second, the countless swords behind Li Fan turned into streamers and rushed towards Kaido. P.S. Thank you 247, 395 for the 1176 VIP points rewarded by the boss, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 35. After subsiding, only the skeleton is left. Kaido's body is undoubtedly strong. That extreme defensive power, even in the face of the fiercest attack from the 4 emperors of the same level, could hardly cause much damage. However, facing Li Fan's return of 10,000 swords, every sword passing through Kaido's body can form a bunch of holes. For a while, blood filled Kaido's body, and the sky full of blood fell from the sky. At this time, Kaido's terrifying resilience was completely unable to keep up with the damage caused by the return of 10,000 swords. People were horrified to see that Kaido's body was scaled first, then flesh and blood. However, after a few minutes, Kaido's body was only left with a skeleton. Even the skeleton, people can see the clear cracks on it. Wano Kuni, Kaido's eyes widened, and the wine gourd in his hand was crushed without knowing it. I know my own affairs. After transforming into a dragon form, Kaido's own endurance, physical strength, and resilience are all in the strongest state. Even though the offensive power may not be the strongest state, but in terms of anti-strike ability, it is indeed the top. It was this posture with the strongest defensive power, but it was cut into bones by Li Fan's Wanjian Gazong. This is how Kaido can accept it. At this time, all the pirates of Beasts pirates looked at Kaido in fear. Kaido's temper, they all know, his temperament is uncertain, and sometimes he is particularly irritable. Now, seeing the future self being killed alive, the pirates are worried that Kaido will get angry with himself and others. At this time, even Kaido's Wang Fuyan, who was trusted by Kaido, didn't know how to persuade Kaido. Sure enough, the next moment, Kaido directly transformed into a dragon form and flew into the sky. Roar! The blazing dragon's breath, accompanied by a huge dragon's roar, slammed into the distant high mountains. Half of the mountain was directly evaporated by the mighty dragon's breath. For a while, the entire residents of Wano Kuni fell into a state of anxiety. Wano Kuni, the island of ghosts. Yamato, Kaido's daughter, looked at the picture in the gold list with bright eyes. If I can learn this trick, won't I be able to defeat that BD old man? And the fruit of daddy, if I can get this fruit, how good it would be. Because of the discordance of ideas, Kaido puts on the handcuffs that will explode when Yamato leaves the ghost island. She who yearns for freedom naturally wants to get rid of Kaido's restraint, but the gap in strength makes her unable to resist Kaido. At this moment, because of Kaido's death in the future, almost everyone in the world is in extreme surprise. Even Kaido can't stop this trick. Doflamingo's face was solemn. He knew that if even Kaido couldn't stop Li Fan's move, it would be impossible for him to resist Li Fan. This is interesting now. I have defeated Hawkeye and Kaido in succession. This is undoubtedly the strongest in the world. Does this sea really accommodate such a monster? Foo foo foo. Golden Lion Shiki, I don't know what to say anymore. Li Fan's swordsmanship is no longer something I can understand. Red-haired Shanks, the second-ranked swordsmanship on the swordsmanship list can kill Kaido. What kind of effect is the power of the first-ranked swordsmanship? Kizaru Borsalino, it's terrible, that Kaido will be cut into a pile of bones. The strength of this guy's body has troubled us Marine for a long time. After leaving a message, Kizaru looked at Sengoku and said, Marshal Sengoku, are we really going to find that Li Fan to teleport the scroll? I always think that guy is a bit too dangerous. Sengoku's face was solemn. After watching such a clip, he naturally knew the horror of Li Fan. Kaido, but none of them Marine can be executed, and they can't resist Li Fan's swordsmanship. This shows that the destructive power of Li Fan's swordsmanship has far surpassed their Marine methods. If such a person is an enemy of Marine, Sengoku will feel a headache just thinking about it. What's more, with the shock fruit and dark fruit previously obtained, Li Fan now has 3 rare fruits in his hands. Even if Li Fan does not eat devil fruit, he can rely on these 3 fruits to develop his own power. Anyway, I still have to find a way to get in touch with Li Fan. After hesitating a little, Sengoku said, "It's just that you can't be aggressive when you get in touch. You want to give that guy a lot of face. Such a person, even if they cannot be Marines' partners, they cannot be Marines' enemies." Hearing what Sengoku said, everyone nodded. At this time, even Akainu agreed with Sengoku. If it is said that defeating Hawkeye, it can be said to be a coincidence. So killing Kaido again is enough to prove that Li Fan's hard power has reached a terrifying level. If Marine and Li Fan fight, even if they can win, the price paid will be absolutely heavy. Not being an enemy of Li Fan, this idea suddenly became the consensus of all major forces on the sea. On the other side, where Li Fan is. Li Fan was slightly surprised when he saw Kaido, who was cut into bones by himself. The strength of Kaido's body is really good. I thought that the power just now should be able to destroy your body, but in the end, even the bones were retained. I should have done more. Although Li Fan's words were whispered, they reached the ears of everyone in the sea through the gold list. For a while, people all have the expression, "Are you a devil?" Kaido, who had just calmed down a bit, was once again in a state of anger. P.S. Thank you 137 for your monthly pass, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 36. After 10 days, the best soldiers. Congratulations to Li Fan, who successfully challenged twice, and obtained shock fruit, dark fruit, fish fruit, fantasy beast species, and azure dragon form. The 3 fruits are not afraid of sea water and will not conflict with other devil fruits. Demon fruit power can also be taken. Foil Vista, hey. This is all right. Red-haired Shanks, this is really terrifying. Picking one of these fruits is enough to create a strong and powerful person. If these fruits do not conflict with each other, that is to say, Li Fan can directly eat these 3 fruits. Have 3 devil fruit abilities. Pluton Rayleigh, and I'm not afraid of the sea. In other words, someone who wants to use things like sea stone against Li Fan will not be effective. Golden Lion Shiki, it should be said that there are 4 kinds of fruits. Li Fan can eat these 3 fruits, and he can also eat one other fruit from the outside world, although this will create a weakness for fear of the sea. But with Li Fan's strength, this is not a shortcoming at all. In fact, for the truly powerful demon fruit power, there is no need to worry about sea water or sea stone at all. For them, each has a set of methods to deal with sea water. Red-haired Shanks, hey, Li Fan threw devil fruit into his golden ripples again. Could it be that he really didn't intend to eat these devil fruit? Seeing Li Fan put away devil fruit and return to his gym, Shanks was quite surprised. Others get the powerful devil fruit, just in case, they can't wait to eat it. Instead, I went to Li Fan and did put devil fruit away one after another, and there was no expression of eating them at all. Shanks thinks that even he can't do that. After all, it is devil fruit that is not afraid of sea water. Foil Vista, I can't understand this a bit. If I don't want to be a land duck, I can understand it, but devil fruit clearly has no such shortcomings. Pluton Rayleigh, ha ha ha, maybe we still underestimate Li Fan. I think Li Fan should be extremely confident in his own power, so I disdain to consume devil fruit. I really can't even look down on the power of shock fruit. Sengoku sighed, if these fruits can be given to Marine, we can cultivate several powerful Marines. Sengoku, maybe we can trade with Li Fan. Tsuru said, after we find him, even if he is unwilling to take out the teleportation scroll, we can still get these devil fruits on favorable terms. You are right, Tsuru. Hearing Tsuru's words, Sengoku nodded in agreement. However, maybe we should be a little bit faster. People all over the world can see this picture and want to do business with Li Fan. It must be more than Marine. In fact, it is exactly as Sengoku said. On this sea, many people have already started to take action, many of them are big pirates. Of course, there are also figures of the world's Genfu. At this moment, almost everyone turned their attention to Nami and Mihawk. After all, one of them is a disciple of Li Fan and knows the specific location of Li Fan Gymnasium. One was sent to Li Fan's gymnasium and duel with Li Fan. What people don't know is that Li Fan's gym on that uninhabited island has long since been transferred to Kakozia village. Even if they found the deserted island, they could no longer find where Li Fan was. Swordsmanship List Note 1. Congratulations to Li Fan for winning his 100th birthday. After use, it can increase the lifespan of 100 years. Pluton really? Haha, the lifespan of 100 years is 5 times higher than my lifespan of 20 years. Golden Lion Shiki, if I can live 100 years longer, I will be able to do a lot more. Kizuru Borsellino, it's really enviable. Aunt Charlotte Linlin, of course you will be envious. After all, you have been deprived of 10 years of life for attacking the gold list. Redhead Shanks, it's really poor Marine. 100 years of life, this gold list finally gave me something I need. Holding the 100 years Xiao Yuan in his hand, Li Fan's mouth turned up involuntarily, and he swallowed the Xiao Yuan without hesitation. Although his system has given Li Fan a lot of rewards, whether it is abilities or weapons, it only does not provide Li Fan with items that can increase lifespan. It can be said that this century-old birthday is exactly what Li Fan needs. After all, who would dislike his long life? Pluton really, in other words, the rewards of the swordsmanship list have been distributed. Will this gold list disappear like this? Red-haired Shanks, probably not. I always feel that it has other lists. Just after Shanks left a message, the gold list suddenly changed. The golden light of 10,000 meters scattered, the big 3 words swordsmanship list dissipated, followed by a new announcement. Swordsmanship list, the ranking is over, and a new list will be announced after 10 days. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking collections, seeking evaluation votes, thank you readers. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Colonel Mouse acted without authorization. After leaving this message, the gold list suddenly turned into a light and dissipated. The sky was clear again. Although the gold list disappeared, its impact is far from over. In particular, the Shenbing list that it said at the end is even more exciting. My hawk, isn't it on the ranking list? I don't know where my black sword can be ranked. If you change to the previous one, my hawk is confident that his black sword will definitely be able to occupy the first position in the Shenbing list. But after knowing that there is Li Fan in the world, my hawk has no such idea. As Li Fan is a strong swordsman, my hawk feels that Li Fan is very likely to hold a sword that is stronger than his own black sword. There may even be more than one, just like Li Fan can surpass himself with 5 styles of swordsmanship. 10 days, hehe, then I will wait quietly. Naval Headquarters. Seeing the gold list finally dissipated, Sengoku sighed. Shen Weapon List, is that the list of weapons? This gold list seems to favor the swordsman over the sword. First is the swordsmanship list, and then the Shen Weapon list. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that swordsmen are very dominant in these 2 lists. Swordsmanship list, needless to say, the Shen Weapon list also has a great advantage for those swordsmen who hold good knives and big knives. Well, Marshal Sengoku, since we know in advance that the second list is the Shen Soldier list, can we try our best to collect excellent swords? Kizuru said. It's not that easy. Sengoku shook his head. The 12 great knives are almost extinct. Now it is known that Hawkeye and Whitebeard each have one in their hands. The other positions are unknown. As for the 21 work of the big knives and the 50 work of the good knives, everyone in this world has their own masters. As Marine, it's impossible to grab it. Unless the person who holds the sword is a pirate, there is nothing we can do. Hearing this, Kizuru rubbed his stubble and turned to look at the long knife in Jun's hand next to him. I remember that your sword in Jun is also a famous sword. You should be able to get on the list as well. Jun touched the handle of the knife with his right hand, and the corner of his mouth was slightly tilted, and said, Perhaps, but I am even more curious about what kind of sword that Li Fan will hold. As such a powerful swordsman, it's impossible to not even have a decent weapon. Sengoku nodded in agreement. Just as he was about to say something, a communications soldier ran over quickly. Report, Marshal Sengoku. Hey! What's the matter? The 16th branch of East Blue Marine, Colonel Mouse is driving to Kakosia village in his warship. What? Why did that guy go to Kakosia village? Didn't I let him stay in the branch until the investigation? No. I don't know. Forget it, you go down. Sengoku rubbed his slightly aching forehead. By the way, let Smoker not go to the 16th branch to investigate, and go directly to Kakosia village. By the way, go see that Nami too. Hearing that, the correspondent saluted Sengoku and ran to execute the order. Soon, Sengoku's order was passed to Smoker's hands. On the other side, the warship where Colonel Mouse is located. Looking at the coast of Kakosia village, which was getting closer and closer, Colonel Mouse looked gloomy. Colonel Mouse naturally saw what appeared on the gold list. Originally, the destruction of the evil dragon and pirate group was also annihilated. For him, it is just a source of income missing. But the problem is that the naval headquarters came out with news that it was planned to let Smoker stationed in Logetown to investigate him. This made Colonel Mouse feel a little bit unable to sit still. Over the years, what he has done can't help but investigate. Even if no direct evidence of his cooperation with Arlong can be found, he can still be convicted of being indifferent to the pirates. At that time, let alone one's own official rank, he might even go to jail. In order to avoid this situation, Colonel Mouse felt he had to do something. Colonel, let's go find that Nami like this, is it really okay? That woman is too strong, if she shoots at us. A soldier and a seaman came to Colonel Mouse and asked with some worry. Humph, we are Marine after all. If she doesn't want to be wanted by Marine, she won't take action against us. Colonel Mouse snorted coldly. Hurry up and get the ship over. We must find Nami and find out where Li Fan is. Only in this way can we offset the deeds. Don't forget, you and I were both tied to a jump boat. Hearing the words of Colonel Mouse, the Marines looked a little depressed. Just as Colonel Mouse said, these 16th branch Marines are just as guilty as Colonel Mouse. Although it was Colonel Mouse who led the deal with Arlong, these seamen who knew that they did not report to it were also unavoidable. Thinking of this, the seamen sighed and turned to carry out the order of Colonel Mouse. At the same time, the back mountain of Kakosia village. Nami carried a plate of fresh fruits into Li Fan's gym. Ms. Li Fan, are you there? Nami shouted while looking at the empty gym. Strange, what a beauty, where has he gone? Nami, who didn't find Li Fan, put the fruit on the table and walked under the wall where the disciple's name tag was hung. There was only one disciple's name tag with Nami's name written on it. Looking at this brand of his own disciple, the memory of being practiced by Li Fan automatically appeared in Nami's mind. Before he knew it, the corners of Nami's mouth rose slightly. Hey? That's it. Just as Nami was indulging in memory, she suddenly noticed that beside her disciple's name tag, a disciple's name was suddenly added. Above, the word Vivi was written impressively. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes, seeking collections. Asterisk. Chapter 38, Gymnasium on Cactus Island. Grand Line, Cactus Island. From a distance, the island appears to be formed by a huge cactus, hence the name Cactus Island. There is a small town made up of pirate hunters. Usually, pirate hunters will pretend to welcome pirates and catch them when they are alert. The town is located directly in front of the Cactus Island, and behind the island is a tomb. Even the pirate hunters on the island rarely visit here. However, there are exceptions to everything. At this moment, a girl wearing tight hot pants, a green jacket, and her beautiful blue hair tied into a single ponytail came here. Hey! When is there an extra house here? When I came before, there was obviously none. What do you mean, Karu? With that, the girl patted a tall yellow duck next to her. Karma, Karma. Karu, who understood the girl's words, raised his hand and yelled twice. You don't think it was before, right? The girl smiled and patted Karu on the back. However, I always feel that this house is a bit familiar. The girl frowned slightly, and after looking at the house in front of her for a long time, she finally gathered the courage to walk to the door and knock on the door. Is anyone here? Shouted the girl. Come in, the door is unlocked. Inside the door, a young man's voice came. A familiar voice. The girl squinted her eyes. I always think this voice seems to have been heard, but I can't remember where I heard it. Karma, Karma. Suddenly, the duck Karu beside the girl waved his wings quickly, as if very excited. Hey! Karu, what do you want to say? Seeing the appearance of her pet duck, the girl looked a little confused. You mean, do you know who is the owner of the voice? Karma, Karma. Karu nodded heavily, and then ignoring the girl's opinion, kicked the door open and ran in. Hey, Karu, how can you kick someone else's room casually? You are. Seeing Karu kicking the door open, the girl just started to blame, because the people in the room stared at him. Eyes widened. Hey, I didn't expect that the first time I visited my gymnasium was a duck. Li Fan's mouth curled up and looked at Duck Kalu with interest. So, are you my second place? A disciple. While talking, Li Fan walked to Karu's side and touched its soft feathers. You are Li Fan? The man who defeated the world's #1 swordsman, Shishabukai's Hawkeye my hawk, and killed 4 emperors Kaido in one move. The blue-haired girl raised her finger to Li Fan. The spoken language is incoherent. It's really me. Li Fan smiled and looked at Vivi. Then what should I call you, beautiful lady? Is it Miss Wednesday of the Baroque Job Club, or is it Princess Vivi of Alabasta? Hearing Li Fan's words, Vivi became more surprised. You know me. It just happens to know. Li Fan smiled. So, what are you planning to do when you come to me, Vivi? Vivi took 2 steps forward, looking at Li Fan with scorching eyes. I'm not dreaming, why is Li Fan here? Is Li Fan's gym in Cactus Island? But it's not right. I visited this place 2 days ago, and there is no such gym. I am not dreaming now, right? With doubts, Vivi raised his hand and squeezed Kalu firmly. Karma. Under the sting, Karu almost didn't fly to the ceiling of the gymnasium. It's not a dream, it's true. Seeing Karu's performance, Vivi looked at Li Fan in surprise. It's really hard for this yellow duck to be your pet. Generally, if you are sure if you are dreaming, shouldn't you pinch yourself? Li Fan said. Ahihi, I was not careful. Vivi smiled embarrassedly, turned his head to look at Karu, and found that he was looking at him with tears in his eyes. Sorry, Karu, please forgive me, I won't be any more. Karu, Karma, Karma. It doesn't seem to believe you, Princess Vivi. Li Fan said. How come, Karu and I have the best relationship? Vivi raised his hand to touch Karu, but Karu backed a few meters in just a second. At this speed, Li Fan couldn't help but give birth to the idea of deservingly a running duck. Vivi, with his right hand in the air, smiled awkwardly, not knowing what to say for a while. To get back to the point, tell me what you want to do when you come to me, Vivi. Li Fan turned around, walked to a table, and got a cup of tea for himself. If you just entered here by mistake, if you plan to come and have a look, then you can leave. After speaking, Li Fan raised his head and glanced outside the door. At a glance, Li Fan understood where this new gymnasium was placed by the system. Grand Line, the first stop of one of the jump routes, Celestial Island. After all, there is such an iconic figure as Wei Wei, plus the tomb that resembles a celestial constellation in the distance. There is only the island of celestial constellation. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking collections, seeking evaluation votes, thanks. Asterisk. Chapter 39 Disciple Vivi, Professional Ninja. Between the gymnasium and gymnasium, as the owner, Li Fan can communicate freely. What is needed is just a thought. Soon after receiving the rewards from the gold list, Li Fan came to the gym on Cactus Island. After that, Karu pushed open the door and ran in. Vivi of Alabasta, if she is accepted as a disciple. As long as she can defeat Crocodile and save Alabasta from a civil war, I should be able to move freely in that country. While drinking tea, Li Fan smiled and glanced at Vivi, who seemed to be in a state of war between heaven and man. As for accepting Kalu as an apprentice, it was naturally just a joke of Li Fan. That, Mr. Li Fan. After hesitating for a long time, Vivi raised his foot and walked to Li Fan's side. Can I ask you for a favor? As long as you are willing to help me, I can pay whatever price you want. Hearing that, Li Fan put down his teacup and looked at Vivi. Tell me. Seeing that Li Fan did not refuse, but put on a listening expression, Vivi became a little excited. Immediately, Alabasta was in civil strife, and the Black Hand was Crocodile among Shishibukai and other things. Mr. Li Fan, you are so strong, there must be a way to stop Crocodile. Please help Alabasta this country. If Crocodile succeeds, many civilians will die. Vivi bowed deeply to Li Fan and said sincerely. Not long ago, after learning that it was Crocodile that caused the civil unrest in Alabasta, Wei Wei had almost fallen into a state of despair. Because she knows that her power is too small, facing the powerful Crocodile, her own power can't shake him at all. Even after exhausting Alabasta's military power, Vivi felt that it was not Crocodile's opponent. At this time, Li Fan, who suddenly appeared in front of Vivi, was simply the last straw. Anyway, let Li Fan agree. Vivi thought to himself. I see what you mean, Vivi. Then, are you willing to help us? Vivi raised his head and looked at Li Fan excitedly. However, to Vivi's regret, Li Fan did not agree, but shook his head. It's a pity, Princess Vivi, I don't plan to get involved in this matter. However, you don't have to worry too much, I can show you a way. Seeing Vivi's excitement, Li Fan opened his right hand, and a disciple's name card appeared in his hand. Take it, Vivi. This is. Vivi took the brand name and looked at Li Fan with some confusion. The disciple's name brand. Li Fan smiled, although I don't plan to directly intervene in Alabasta's affairs, I can give you the power to stop Crocodile. How about, do you want to be my disciple and learn my power? Li Fan's words seemed to have magical powers, and Vivi's heartbeat suddenly increased. She knew in her heart that if she really became a disciple of Li Fan, even if she learned the fur of Li Fan's swordsmanship, she might have the power to defeat Crocodile. However, just when Vivi wanted to nod, she suddenly thought of Alabasta's current situation. Suddenly, he seemed to hesitate again. Why, do you think I am not qualified to be your teacher? Li Fan asked with interest. No, it's not like that, Mr. Li Fan. Vivi, worried about Li Fan's misunderstanding, shook his head quickly. At the time, Alabasta was in a bad situation now. I was worried about Crocodile's purpose after I learned the power of Li Fan. It has been reached. By the way, Mr. Li Fan, you have dark fruit in your hand. If it is dark fruit's power, you should be able to defeat Crocodile. With that, he raised his head slightly and looked expectantly at Li Fan. Although the power of dark fruit can exert some restraint on Crocodile, if you are not strong enough, you are still far from defeating Crocodile. Li Fan shook his head and continued. As for time, you don't have to worry about it. With me, I can guarantee that you exercise for 2 years, and the outside world will only take 2 seconds. I believe 2 years of exercise should be enough for you to gain the strength to defeat Crocodile." Upon hearing this, Vivi looked at Li Fan in surprise. Can such a thing really be done? What should be said? I have already said it, then it's up to you, Vivi. Li Fan took a sip of tea, or, do you have other options? Vivi is a little silent, yet, do I have other options? Now, I can only rely on Li Fan. Concentrating, Vivi nodded firmly. Li Fan, no, teacher Li Fan, I would like to be your disciple. Please teach me the power to defeat Crocodile. With that said, Vivi gave a standard apprenticeship to Li Fan. Very well, since you are willing to be my disciple, put your blood on this famous brand. Seeing that Vivi agreed, Li Fan was also quite happy. Yet, although he didn't understand why he had to drip blood on the disciple's name tag, Vivi did what Li Fan said. To Vivi's surprise, his name appeared directly on the disciple's name tag after putting the blood on it. Give it to me. Li Fan took the disciple's name tag and looked at the back of the name tag. There was a message that only Li Fan could see. Disciple's name, Vivi. Age, 16 years old. Born, Alabasta. Training direction, Ninja. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly pass, ask for collection. Thank you readers greatly. Chapter 40 Vivi Awakens, Water Power. The training direction given by the system turned out to be a ninja. Fortunately, I got the chakra seed before, otherwise it's really hard to handle. Seeing the content behind the famous brand, Li Fan couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Even if he can use a lot of ninjutsu, if his disciple can't use chakra, Li Fan can't do much. Perhaps when that time comes, one can only train in physical ninja. Li Fan. Teacher, is there anything on this brand? Asked Vivi, who was not familiar with the title yet. Don't worry. Li Fan withdrew his gaze from the name tag, and threw it away, and the name tag fell on the disciple column on the wall of the gymnasium. Vivi looked and found that there was another brand beside his brand. Nami? Teacher Li Fan, that's Miss Nami who is ranked 5th on the swordsmanship list, right? It's really her. According to seniority, you should call her a master sister. Li Fan laughed. However, although she barely mastered Fire Thunder God, if she really uses it, she will die. This way. Vivi nodded, then, Teacher Li Fan, shall we learn swordsmanship now? Swordsmanship? Li Fan shook his head, no, you and Nami are in different directions. She is developing in the direction of Jian Hao, is it in another direction? Vivi tilted his head and looked at Li Fan with some confusion. Give you this. Li Fan opened the Babylonian treasury and took out the chakra seeds he had obtained before and handed it to Vivi. This is chakra seed. Vivi has naturally seen the image on the gold list. As for Li Fan's reward, Vivi still remembers the reward, and he can naturally recognize one of Li Fan's rewards, the chakra seed. Ms. Li Fan, do you really want to give such a precious thing to me? Although I don't know what kind of power chakra is, none of the top rewards in swordsmanship list is bad. Naturally, chakra seeds will not be either. You treat it as a special kind of devil fruit. After eating it, it will give you power like devil fruit. I have the power of chakra myself, so this thing is useless to me. It is a good choice to give it to you as a disciple. So, you don't need to hesitate. Li Fan smiled. Hearing what Li Fan said, Vivi stopped hesitating and ate the chakra seeds in one bite. Maybe, the key to defeating Crocodile is that this is the seed of chakra. At this time, Vivi doesn't want to postpone too much. After a few seconds, a refreshing sensation originated from Vivi's hunger, and then flowed around the body. The comfortable feeling made Vivi couldn't help but let out a low groan. But in a moment, Vivi thought that Li Fan was still with him. Seeing Li Fan's interested gaze, Vivi's face immediately turned red. Okay, don't be shy. It's just awakening power. Li Fan took out a small note and handed it to Vivi, saying, try to pour the power you just awakened into this chakra test paper. After that, you will know what kind of chakra you have awakened. Upon hearing this, Vivi nodded and took the chakra test paper. Soon, water stains appeared on the surface of the originally dry chakra test paper. Ms. Li Fan, this test paper is wet. Well, this shows that your chakra attribute is water attribute. Li Fan nodded slightly. I have determined how to guide you next. Next, I will invest your time in the training warehouse and retreat for 2 years. The outside world? That's 2 seconds. If you are fine, we can start now. Although he hasn't started training yet, Li Fan has already appeared in his heart when Vivi used water-style ninjutsu to attack Crocodile. His face looked ashamed. As for Vivi's talent is too stupid to learn such a thing, Li Fan never thought about it. In Li Fan's eyes, even the clumsy student can at least master a skill in his hands. What's more, Vivi's talent is not necessarily bad. Wait, Mrs. Li Fan. I want to say hello to my partner first. After that, I will come to receive your training, can I? In addition to himself who sneaked into the Baroque workshop with Vivi, there was Ikaram, the captain of Alabastus Kingdom Guard. Although Li Fan said it only took a moment, but just in case, Vivi felt that he still had to say hello to him. And in order to avoid the suspicion of the Baroque Job Club, she still needs to make some preparations. Of course you can. Li Fan nodded. When you finish dealing with things here, come to this gym, I will perceive your existence. Well, thank you Li Fan. Vivi bowed again. Let's go, Karu, we must hurry up. After speaking, Vivi took Karu and left Li Fan's gym. Seeing Vivi leave, Li Fan smiled, and his figure gradually turned into a phantom and disappeared in the gym. At the same time, in the gymnasium of Kokozia village, Nami was looking at the newly emerged brand on the disciple column in confusion. Who is this Vivi? Then every brow furrowed tightly. What are you thinking about, Nami? Suddenly, Li Fan's voice sounded behind Nami. P.S. Thank you 247,395 for your 100 VIP points. Thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 41 Nyakajeo, I'm sorry to disturb you. Yet. With an exclamation, Nami quickly turned around and looked behind him. When he found out that it was Li Fan, Nami breathed a sigh of relief. Really, Teacher Li Fan, don't scare me. Nami patted his chest, and the already slightly scaled human heart trembled with Nami's breathing. By the way, Teacher Li Fan, what's the matter with that newly added brand? You said Vivi. Looking in the direction of Nami's finger, it was Vivi's disciple brand. Although there are 2 gyms, as long as Li Fan accepts disciples, all gyms will show their disciples' brand names. Vivi is a disciple I received in other gyms, and I will learn some fighting skills with me in the future. So that's the case. Nami nodded. Mr. Li Fan, Vivi, is this a woman? Yeah, is there any problem? No. No problem. Nami pouted. However, even though he said nothing, Nami had a little regret in his heart. 2 disciples, plus the other disciple is female, doesn't this mean that the time to monopolize Teacher Li Fan will be reduced? Li Fan gave Nami a strange look. Nami, the problem in Kokozia village has been resolved. Do you have any plans next? Planning. Nami blinked. The evil dragon and pirate group has been settled. You don't have to steal the pirates' treasures in the sea like before, so what kind of life do you plan to live in the future? Yes, the dragon pirates have disappeared, and everyone is free. I don't have to live the same life as before. Nami smiled and felt relieved. Mr. Li Fan, as for you, it's more than a month to get along, and I have never asked what kind of life you plan to live. Of course I am teaching a disciple like you. Li Fan raised his hand and flicked Nami's forehead, ignoring his complaining expression, and said with a smile, originally, I was planning to train you into this. The top power on the sea will let you leave my gym. As a result, you were anxious to solve the problem of the dragon pirates, so I had to let you leave first. If you don't have any plans afterwards, I plan to continue training you. At least, when you really have one side, let you go. There are many capable people in the sea. I don't want to hear the news that my disciple was killed by someone one day. Hearing what Li Fan said, Nami smiled slightly and said, then, if I were really killed by someone, would you avenge me, teacher? I will, but what's the use? Li Fan shook his head, even if I help you get revenge, you can't come back anymore, don't you? So, I still hope you can exercise well. At least to the point where others can't kill you. Well, since Mr. Li Fan, you have said so, for your sake, I will reluctantly continue to stay in the gym, hehe. Nami's hands on hips, an expression that you have earned. Regarding this, Li Fan just smiled and didn't say anything. By the way, I almost forgot to ask, Teacher Li Fan, when did you build this gym? And, why is it exactly the same as the gym on that island? Nami asked curiously. This is the gym. It's just that I moved the gym here. Why, you are not welcome. Li Fan smiled. Why? Of course welcome. Nami's eyes lit up when he heard Li Fan's words. It turned out that Teacher Li Fan said that I wanted to solve the problem of the dragon pirates by myself. In fact, I had already come to Kokozia village a long time ago. If I really encounter any danger, Teacher Li Fan will definitely help. Really, Mr. Li Fan, you are so kind to me. While thinking about it, Nami's eyes looked at Li Fan full of moving light. What is this silly girl thinking? Li Fan tilted his head and looked at Nami strangely. By the way, I almost forgot. Nami knocked on his head and stuck out her tongue playfully. Mr. Li Fan, everyone in the village wants to see you. You can go out to the banquet with me. I won't attend the banquet. Li Fan shook his head, I have something to do in a while, you can go by yourself. Really, it's just a delay of your time. Are you going to refuse such a cute request of me? As he said, Nami hugged Li Fan's hand directly and dragged it out of the door. However, how can Nami's weak strength compare to Li Fan? Under the force, he couldn't help not letting Li Fan move a step, but made his clothes a little messy. Nami, you guys. I'm sorry, the timing of my visit seems a bit wrong. At this moment, Nyakajao's voice sounded outside the door. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets, ask for collections, ask for various data support. The number of evaluation votes and flowers looks a bit scared. The readers have the remaining flowers in their hands. Please encourage the young author to give me the motivation to code. Thank you readers in advance *. Chapter 42 Colonel Mouse with cerebral thrombosis for 20 years. No, it's not like that, you misunderstood, Nyakajao. Seeing Nyakajao appeared, Nami quickly let go of Li Fan and straightened his clothes. I just want Teacher Li Fan to attend the banquet. Hehe, I understand, Nami, after all, I'm your sister. Nyaji pressed her hands and smiled, don't worry, I won't tell everyone. Nyakajao really understands Nami. When Charlotte Linlin publicly called Li Fan to recruit Li Fan as his son-in-law, Nyakajao already knew that Nami had a good impression of Li Fan. What surprised Nyakajao is that Nami, who is usually so bold and unrestrained, has a shy feeling when facing Li Fan. By the way, Nami, Marine has arrived in Kokozia village. It's Colonel Mouse who is in charge of this island. He wants to see you by name. Although I still wanted to make fun of Nami, Nyakajao had to get serious when thinking about business. After all, the visitor represents Marine, even if he is not happy with Marine, but in the face of the behemoth Marine organization, Nyakajeo had to take it seriously. Marine, what are they doing here now? Nami frowned immediately upon hearing Nyajako's words. It should be related to your teacher, Li Fan. Nyaki glanced at Li Fan, who was standing behind Nami, and said, "It seems that Mr. Li Fan was asked to hand over the teleportation scroll and those devil fruits. Otherwise, Mr. Li Fan will be wanted by Marine." Li Fan laughed. Someone wanted to make himself hand over the teleport scroll and devil fruit. If you are an unnamed person, that's fine, but the problem is that you only killed Mirai Kaido not long ago. Under such circumstances, there are still people who try to make themselves surrender the teleport scroll and devil fruit. Hehe, if Marine has not had a cerebral thrombosis for 20 years, he can't say such a thing. However, if you would say that is not your brain, this Colonel Mouse is probably driven into a desperate situation. Li Fan shook his head, thinking in his heart. Ha! That Marine's head is sick, so he wants teacher Li Fan to hand over the reward he got from the gold list. Teacher wanted to. For 10 years, it's okay to ignore this place, and now I still want to grab the teacher's reward. Isn't this the same as the pirate? Ms. Li Fan, let me help you get rid of this Colonel Mouse. After speaking, Nami touched his sleeves, and walked out of the gym in an imposing manner. Aren't you going, teacher Li Fan? Nyochi Gao looked at Li Fan curiously. No, Nami is capable of handling this. Li Fan shook his head. Colonel Mouse, a Marine who can't even beat Arlong, Li Fan doesn't think he can threaten Nami. Nakajeo, isn't it? I didn't accept you as my disciple, so you don't need to call me a teacher. Hearing this, Nyaki smiled high and said, "You are Nami's teacher, and I am Nami's sister. It is not an exaggeration to call you a teacher. If you really feel sorry, you can really accept me as your disciple. You opened the gym, so you shouldn't mind having one more disciple." Nyakajeo was very happy to see Nami getting stronger. But at the same time, I also understand that because the gold list exposed the relationship between Nami and Li Fan, many people will focus on Nami. It's like now, obviously Marine doesn't know that Li Fan is here, but in order to find Li Fan, he finds Nami. In order to protect Nami, Nyakajeo hopes that he can also become stronger. Disciple. Li Fan rubbed his chin and looked at the disciple column on the wall. After Nami regained the island where Kakosia village was located, Li Fan had already visited the other 2 gyms provided by the system. In addition to the gymnasium on Cactus Island, the other one was placed in the Drum Kingdom, which is somewhere in the future Sakura Flower Kingdom. It's a pity, Nyakajeo, I can't accept you as a disciple. Hey! Why not? Could it be that my talent is not enough? It's not for this reason, it's just that I have a rule for accepting disciples. After all, it is Nami's older sister. In order to avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings by Nyakajeo, Li Fan explained that he only accepts one disciple for a gymnasium. Strange rules. Nyaki Gao tilted his head, in other words, I must find your other gymnasium on this sea before I can visit your door. Ms. Li Fan, why did you make such a rule? This is set by the system, and I don't want to be so troublesome. Of course, in this case, Li Fan is impossible to say. Even if you say it, people in pirate world may not be able to understand it. Well, I just follow my teacher's rules. Li Fan spread his hands and said. The power of Li Fan comes from the system. In a way, the system is indeed Li Fan's teacher. In this case, there is no way. Nyaki sighed. Originally, I was thinking about being busy with Nami in the future, but now it seems that it is difficult for me to have such a chance. If you want to help Nami, it's not impossible. Li Fan smiled slightly, and a devil fruit appeared in his hand. Nakajeo, are you interested in becoming demon fruit power? P.S. seeking a wave of flowers and a wave of evaluation votes. Thank you readers. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Reward Order Warning. Li Fan, this is the powerful shock fruit. You want to give it to me? Nyaki Jiome's eyes widened. She looked at Li Fan incredible, and then at shock fruit. This thing is of no use to me. As for Nami, I hope she can concentrate on the path of Kendo. Although I seem to be occupying the position of the world's #1 swordsman, I hope that Nami can at least defeat Hawkeye my hawk in the future. If you give her devil fruit, I'm worried that Guy will put extra energy on developing demon fruit power. Didn't you say that you want to help Nami? It just so happens that this fruit will be given to you. Li Fan said with a smile. So that's the case. Forget it, I won't be polite to you anymore. However, you must never regret it in the future. Nyaki smiled slightly and took shock fruit. Hee, Nami will marry you anyway. In this way, we will be a family. If you're a family, you don't need to be polite. With this thought, Nyaki opened her mouth wide and bit devil fruit. So terrible. Devil fruit is unpalatable in the first place. Li Fan raised his hand, and the orange on the side table flew into Li Fan's hand automatically. After removing the orange skin and the orange network, Li Fan picked out a piece of orange pulp and handed it to Nyakajeo's mouth. Eat it, this should be the orange grown in your family. Seeing the orange near her mouth, Nyaji Gao was slightly taken aback, then opened her mouth and put the orange into her mouth. This guy, is that how you get along with Nami? If that's the case, it's no wonder that Nami will like him. While eating oranges, Nyakajeo thought in his heart. Do you want more? Li Fan handed a piece of orange to Nyakajeo again. Thank you, you can eat the rest. Nyakajeo shook his head. I'll go to see the situation on Nami's side first, and leave. Hey, I haven't told you devil fruit's precautions. After Nami's problem is resolved, I will come to you again. Nyaki Jeohwai turned his head and showed a big smile at Li Fan, waving his hands and ran away. The two sisters are really alike, the same turmoil. Putting the orange into his mouth, Li Fan walked to the side and sat down on the chair. As for the situation on Colonel Mouse, Li Fan didn't need to go out to understand. After 10 years of signing in, Li Fan's observation haki and armament haki are both top-notch. Needless to say, the distance covered by observation haki is wide enough. If Li Fan wants to, he can see everything on the entire island. This orange is not bad, very sweet. After quickly eating the orange in his hand, Li Fan picked up another orange and peeled it. At the entrance of Kokozia village, two teams stood opposite each other. One is a villager from Kokozia village, and the other is Marine, headed by Colonel Mouse. And standing in front of the villagers is Nami holding Nicaran blades. So, you really intend to be an enemy of Marine, don't you tell me where Li Fan is. Seeing Nami aggressively in front of him, Colonel Mouse looked gloomy. He knows the power of Nami, but on the gold list, he broadcasted Nami's killing of the dragon pirates to the world. If it weren't for Marine's identity and the upcoming investigation, Colonel Mouse would never come to trouble Nami. Originally, Colonel Mouse wanted to persuade Nami with good words and ask her to tell the whereabouts of Li Fan. It is better to tell Li Fan to call out the teleportation scroll and 3 devil fruits. However, when Nami had just arrived at the villager's place, he didn't show Colonel Mouse a good face. This made Colonel Mouse, who was already mentally strained, unable to control his temper. You know, not long ago, Smoker contacted him with a phone worm and told him not to act rashly. This kind of Jedi, Colonel Mouse can no longer take care of that much. I've said it many times, please leave this island. Nami frowned and didn't let the way go. Since you haven't taken care of this island for so many years, then please leave this island alone. I will use my own method to protect everyone. Hearing this, Colonel Mouse gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with bloodshot eyes. Nami, don't you worry about being wanted by Marine. Even if Li Fan is strong, it is not you. Once wanted by Marine, you will definitely be taken to prison. Moreover, Marine's power is not as simple as it appears on the surface. Even if Li Fan really wants to fight against Marine, he will only be defeated. I'm warning you once, telling Li Fan's whereabouts, and asking him to call out the rewards given by the gold list, or don't blame me for being rude. After speaking, as soon as Colonel Mouse raised his hand, Marine behind him immediately raised his gun and pointed it at Nami and the villagers standing behind Nami. P.S. Ask for a wave of flowers, ask for a wave of collections, ask for a wave of evaluation votes, ask for a wave of monthly tickets, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Vibration Ability, First Try. Hey! Are you really going to do it? Seeing the Marines raising their guns, Nami frowned slightly, and his right hand was directly on the handle of the knife. Seeing Nami's movements, Colonel Mouse and Marine behind him instantly tightened their nerves. Humph, it depends on whether you obey my orders. Colonel Mouse, with a cold sweat on his forehead, looked at Nami calmly. The moment Nami put his hand on the handle of the knife, Colonel Mouse felt that it was not a delicate woman who was standing in front of him, but a cheetah ready to go. Hey, why do you want to listen to your orders? Nami is not a criminal. Yet, it's you guys who make trouble unreasonably. I said why Marine hasn't come to clear the dragon pirates for so many years. It turns out that Marine and pirates are like this kind of trash. Nami, don't be afraid, we support you. Yes, what about Marine? Finally, the dragon and pirates are gone. Now there is another group of Marines who want to force us. We won't obey. What Marine? I think these guys are no different from the pirates of the dragon pirates. The villagers were very excited, and some even took up the farm tools and kitchen knives in their hands, as if they were about to attack Marine. Reversed, you reversed. Dare to attack Marine? Fire me and kill them. In the upcoming investigation, Nami's murderous aura, coupled with the anger of the villagers, finally broke the strained nerves of Colonel Rat. At the same time, those Marines who were not much better than Colonel Mouse gritted their teeth at the same time, and the hand holding the musket was about to pull the trigger. At this moment, Nyakajeo suddenly rushed out of the crowd and threw a punch into the air over Nami. Hum! The space shattered, and the power of shock fruit drove a hurricane to bombard Colonel Mouse and Marines on the opposite side. These Marines had no resistance at all, and flew out directly, and fell heavily to the ground a few seconds later. Nakajeo, are you okay? Nami exclaimed, and opened his hands to embrace Nyayago, who fell to the ground. I'm fine, don't worry, Nami. Puff. Before he finished speaking, Nyokijeo suddenly vomited a mouthful of blood, and his right hand gripped his chest tightly. Nakako, don't scare me. Nami was about to cry with excitement. Nami, let me see Nyayago, I am a doctor. At this time, a villager dressed as a doctor stood out from the crowd. Yes, doctor. Nami's eyes lit up, and he directly picked up Nyakajeo and rushed towards Li Fan's gym. Only the doctor was left messy in the wind. Well, the doctor is here. After a few seconds passed and Nami's voice had completely disappeared, the doctor finally reacted and shouted at the place where Nami had disappeared. Forget it, Nami has her own consideration. Jian patted the doctor on the shoulder. By the way, you should come and see these Marines. These guys don't know if they are still alive. When did Nyakajeo become so scary? A punch knocked all the Marine away, and by the way, even the surrounding ground was broken. Hearing what Jian said, the doctor nodded and ran to the Marines who had been shot. A few minutes later, the doctor stood up solemnly, looked at Jian and said, "The colonel and most of the Marines were killed on the spot. Only one seaman is still alive, but looking at this situation, his head should have received a lot of shock. It may take a few days to be unconscious." Regarding the death of these Marines, the doctor did not have any emotional fluctuations. He was just worried that the death of these Marines would cause trouble to the village. That's it. Aegeon gritted his teeth. Doctor, Marine, who is still alive, will be handed to you first. Others, join me in disposing of these dead Marine bodies. Listen well, if Marine asks later, I will kill them all. By now, as the elder who watched Nami and Nyakijeo grow up, Aegeon is ready to take responsibility for Nyakijeo. However, as soon as his voice fell, the voices of villagers' dissatisfaction reached his ears. Hey, stop kidding, Aegeon, just like you, we are the ones who watched Nami and Nyaji grow up tall. Yes, and you really think you said you killed these Marines? Would those people believe it? It's totally unrealistic to kill so many Marines by one person, but if we do it together, it will be fine. In order to save the village, Nami suffered outside for 10 years, and finally defeated the dragon pirates by himself, bringing hope to the island. Now, it's time for us to do something for the two sisters. The villagers said firmly in their eyes. You guys. Aegeon sighed, I can't say you guys. Nami, you really have a good group of villagers. Li Fan, who had a panoramic view of everything, sighed. At this moment, Nami's figure appeared at the door. Ms. Li Fan, please help Nyakijeo. Nami, who came quickly to Li Fan, looked at Li Fan anxiously. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes, seeking collections, thank you readers for their support. Thank you 1386, 020 for your monthly pass, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Gymnasium resources can only be used by formal disciples. Ms. Li Fan, Nyakijeo is okay. Looking at Nyayago who was lying on the hospital bed with a painful expression on his face, Nami asked worriedly. Relax, it's just that I didn't have the strength to control the fruit, and it hurt myself. But, this is a lesson. While talking, Li Fan raised his right hand and placed it in front of Nyakijeo. On the palm of the hand, the emerald radiance condenses, releasing a gentle force to nourish Nyakijeo's body. Healing Jutsu, a healing technique used by medical ninjas in Naruto world. Being healed by healing jutsu, both trauma and internal injuries can rely on the operator's chakra to achieve an amazing recovery speed. With Li Fan's level of medical ninjutsu, as long as people still have a breath, Li Fan can pull people back from the world of the dead. The premise is not to be too special. Li Fan's chakra flowed into Nyakigao's body, and her internal organs that had been shaken by using the power of shaking the fruit quickly recovered. After a while, Nyakijeo opened his eyes. It looks like I'm causing you trouble for teacher Li Fan. Nyaji smiled apologetically. It's not a big deal. Withdrawing his hand, Li Fan casually pulled a chair and sat on the edge of Nyakijeo's bed. Take this as a lesson, and don't do it again next time. The power of shock fruit is too strong, there is no strong physique, it uses more power than your body can withstand, and cannot precisely control shock fruit. These 3 points are the reasons for your injury. But it's better to get a little bit of injury now, it's better than bleeding when you really face the battle in the future. Who told you? I ran out without listening to my precautions before. Hearing Li Fan's words, Nyakijeo was even more embarrassed. Li Fan did want to talk to her about devil fruit before, but she was busy going to Nami, so she didn't have time to listen. By the way, what about those Marines just now, what's their situation now? Nyakijeo struggled to get up, looked at Li Fan and asked. You should lie down first. Li Fan stretched out his hand and pressed Nyakigao back. Although I cured your injury, your physical strength was really exhausted. If you don't sleep on the bed for a while, I am afraid that you will not be able to recover. As for Marine, except for one who was still hanging, you killed all the others. Maybe within a few days, you will be able to see Nyakijeo's wanted reward order, haha. Ah, really, isn't that bad? Nami covered her face with her hands, with a panic on her face, could it be that Nyakajayo can only leave the village and hide from Marine on the sea? Ms. Li Fan, why don't you think of a way to help Nyakajayo? Nami hugged Li Fan's arm and pleaded. Just become stronger, isn't it? Li Fan shrugged. Shock fruit is very powerful, and it's not afraid of sea water. If Nyakigao cultivates well, maybe she will become the second Whitebeard. Thinking of the possible future scenes in which Nyakajayo and Whitebeard might meet, Li Fan felt a burst of fun. Yet, it's better to become stronger. Nami clapped his hands, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face. With teacher Li Fan in, plus those secret realms, Nyakajayo will definitely become stronger quickly. Although those secret realms have caused Nami to suffer enough, at this time, considering its ability to quickly increase Nyaji's high strength, Nami seemed a little moved. Unfortunately, Nyayago can't use the secret realm. Li Fan shook his head and said that only his official disciple can use the resources in the gymnasium. Ms. Li Fan, don't be so stingy, Nyakajayo is my sister, can't she be accommodating? Nami said. Even if you act like a baby to me, there is no way. Li Fan shook his head. Unless Nyakajayo finds the gymnasium I set up elsewhere in the sea, otherwise I can't accept him as an official disciple. This is the rule. But, although I can't play Nyakajayo as a disciple now, I can still do it with a little guidance on Nyakajayo. As he said, Li Fan took out a bag containing 50 pills from the gold list and put it on Nyakajayo's body. I've seen this physical training pill, and it has some effects. You can take this exercise in the future. Thank you, Li Fan. Teacher. Nyaki smiled slightly and nodded gratefully. By the way, I also have my physical training pills for you. Nami put the physical training pills he got from the gold list to Nyakajayo's side. Nyakajayo nodded to Nami, but did not refuse. Nami is taught by Li Fan himself, and Nyakajayo believes that Nami can steadily become stronger. On the contrary, in order to be able to help Nami in the future, I need these gadgets more. You have a good rest first, Nyakajayo. Li Fan stood up and put his hand on Nami's shoulder. Next, with me, you don't have to worry that Marine will find you. As for you, Nami, the rest time is over, now it's time to train you. Hey! No, I want to rest for a while. As soon as he heard the exercise, Nami's flustered voice came directly far away from the gym. P.S. Seeking flowers, seeking evaluation votes, seeking collections, thanks. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Time Training, Long Hair Nami. Okay, don't look aggrieved. Didn't you decide to become stronger? Leaving the wardroom, looking at Nami's expression, Li Fan was a little speechless. But the banquet in the village is not over yet. At least, wait until the banquet is over before you start exercising. Nami blinked and looked at Li Fan pitifully. Just when Marine came to Kakozia village, the banquet was over. But now Marine has been knocked down. The banquet can go on. Do you think the villagers are still interested in holding a banquet? You have to try it. It seems that you still have to use tougher methods to train you. The 10-year grievance with the dragon pirates is understood. Although Nami intends to continue to grow stronger, his enthusiasm is deducted if he fights hard. Li Fan didn't intend to continue bargaining with Nami, so he swept Nami's slender waist with his right hand and carried her to the door. Pushing open the door, there was a piece of darkness inside, and I couldn't see what was inside. But for these, Nami is used to it. After all, when he once entered the secret realm to exercise, he also walked into such a door. I want to ask you first. Li Fan stopped and looked at Nami in his hand. Nami, there is a time training warehouse. The flow of time inside and outside is not the same. In other words, if you train inside for a year, the time outside will only pass by 1 second. Of course, your age will grow during training. You can train in it for 2 days. You are now 18 years old. When you come out, you will be 20 years old. Hearing Li Fan's words, Nami's eyes widened slightly. Hey, after I came out, wouldn't I be older than Nyaji? It can only be regarded as the same age. Li Fan raised his eyebrows. I remember Nyakajeo is also 20 years old this year. Hehe, my birthday is more than 10 days earlier than her, so I will be my sister after that. Let's get started quickly, teacher Li Fan. Thinking of being the sister of Nyakajeo, Nami even forgot the pain of training. Well, as you wish. Li Fan nodded and walked quickly into the practice training warehouse. Nami only felt his eyes darkened, and when the light reappeared in front of him, he had already come to a beach. Several meters high waves are constantly washing over the boulders and beaches on the shore. Is this a place to exercise? Nami looked around, as if to make sure that the ghost he had faced before would appear. Don't read it, there are no ghosts here, those things are not needed for these 2 years of training. That's great. Nami breathed a sigh of relief. However, I will personally be your opponent for the past 2 years, so be conscious, Nami. Hey! Teacher Li Fan, do you want to be my opponent? That's why I have to prepare you. Li Fan squeezed his fists. This time the subject is armament haki and observation haki. During this period of time, you must practice at least one of the haki to the top. Now, let's run along the shore for an hour before we talk about future exercises. At the urging of Li Fan, Nami officially embarked on exercise. In a blink of an eye, time came to the last day of 2 years. At this moment, Nami's hair has grown a lot, and the long wavy hair of a shawl makes Nami look more mature. Simple swimsuits can't hide their proud figure. 99,991, 99,992, come on, Nami, there are 8 push-ups to end. Sitting cross-legged on Nami's back, Li Fan looked at Nami, who was sweating profusely, encouragingly. Under intense training, even swimsuits cannot bring much coolness to Nami. Every inch of her skin is sweat left over from exercise. Hey! Nami took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and propped his 2 thumbs on the ground to speed up the progress of the push-up. 1 minute later, as soon as the remaining 8 push-ups were done, Nami lay directly on the ground. Congratulations, Nami, for finishing the last class. Li Fan smiled and patted Nami on the shoulder, and jumped off her back. Armament haki has reached the level of internal destruction. Although it needs to be strengthened in terms of quantity, it is enough to reach this level in 2 years. The coverage of observation haki has reached the level of an island, barely qualified. Swordsmanship has also become more diligent, at least it will not cause the body to collapse because of the use of Fire Thunder God, and 6 Deo and 5 wheels. Kuligara celestial phenomenon has a little embryonic form. These 2 years have been hard. Hearing Li Fan's words, Nami turned over and just lay on the sand looking at Li Fan. Under the sun, Li Fan's face seemed to shine in Nami's eyes. Go take a shower, Nami, and it's time to leave this place afterwards. Yet. Nami nodded, stood up with both hands on the ground, and then ran to the bathroom. However, within 2 steps, Nami's swimsuit was pulled by Nami and fell to the ground. P.S. Ask for a wave of flowers, ask for a wave of evaluation votes, ask for a wave of collections, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 47 Nyaji Gao, now I am older than you. Before entering the bathroom, Nami was even more mischievous and compared a scissor hand to Li Fan. After a while, the sound of rustling falling into the water came from the bathroom. This guy really doesn't treat me as an outsider. Li Fan shook his head, picked up Nami's swimsuit, and then put a set of clean clothes at the door. After doing all this, Li Fan walked to the kitchen door. Opening the door, Li Fan appeared in front of a vast space the size of 2 football fields. On one side, there are a variety of rare ingredients, such as vegetables and fruits side by side, meat side by side, and aquatic products side by side. From a distance, the small half of the space is covered with exquisite ingredients. There are many ingredients that are not available in Pirate World. Li Fan walked to the ingredients area, carefully selected some ingredients, and started cooking. In the bathroom, Nami puts his ear to the door. After sensing that Li Fan was getting farther and farther to his forehead, Nami couldn't help pouting. Really, I don't want to come in because I'm all like this. It's been 2 years, I should be more attractive than before. This leg and this face should all look good. Why can't I attract that guy? Under the cool water, Nami complained a little bit in her heart. After 2 years of getting along day and night, Nami has already regarded Li Fan as the most important person. As a result, Nami is completely defenseless against Li Fan. However, what makes Nami regret is that although Li Fan cared for him during this period of time, most of the time was devoted to training Nami. So Nami did not find many opportunities to get close to Li Fan. Finally, on this last day, he mustered up the courage to try to seduce Li Fan, but he didn't expect Li Fan to leave directly. This makes Nami not complain. Thinking of this, Nami didn't have much thoughts about taking a bath. After simply washing her body, she changed into the clothes Li Fan prepared for her. She came to the kitchen. In this short period of time, a table full of delicious and exquisite dishes has been placed. Come on, sit down. After training, it's important to eat to replenish physical strength. I have prepared your favorite food for you, let's try it. Li Fan smiled. Yeah. Nami nodded slightly, stepped to Li Fan's side and sat down. Well, sure enough, Mrs. Li Fan, your cooking is the best. At the entrance of the food, the little bit of complaints in his heart disappeared instantly, and Nami's face was full of enjoyment. This is also thanks to these ingredients. Li Fan smiled, the effect of cooking with these ingredients is much better than the physical training pills issued by Jinbang. You can eat more. I don't want it. Nami shook his head. If you gain weight, what will beauties like to do in the future? With that said, Nami glanced at Li Fan with a blushing face. Don't worry, my food is balanced in nutrition and won't make you fat so easily. You haven't gained weight in these 2 years, have you? Even if you gain weight, you can exercise for a while, you can lose weight. Li Fan said with a smile. Although you said that. By the way, Mr. Li Fan, since these dishes are better than physical training pills, it will be good for Nyakajeo to come and eat this soon. Unfortunately, these ingredients are also only for my formal disciples. Li Fan shook his head. Oh, that's it. Hearing this, Nami lowered his head, feeling a little pity in his heart. Sure enough, you still have to make Nyakajeo an official disciple of teacher Li Fan. It's just a pity that the teacher doesn't tell where the other gyms are. Otherwise, you can go directly to the sea with Nyaki to find the gym. Seeing Nami's thoughtful look, Li Fan shook his head and said. Eat first, Nami, we should almost leave. Hearing Li Fan's words, Nami patted her cheek and increased her eating speed. About 20 minutes later, Nami's training time finally ran out. The next moment, Nami and Li Fan returned to the hall of the gymnasium together. At this time, the outside world had just passed 2 seconds. I'm back, I always feel like a world away. Nami sighed. Okay, don't sigh. Li Fan said, next you are free to move around. I'm going to other gyms. Just now, the system informed that 2 people had entered the gym on the side of Cactus Island. One of them is Li Fan's second disciple, Princess Vivi. Other gyms, could it be that Vivi? Nami turned around nervously, but there was still Li Fan behind him. Really, I ran so fast. Nami stomped his foot. Do you want to see that Vivi so much? Sighing, Nami walked to the hospital room and opened the door. You are. Hearing the sound of the door being opened, Nyakajeo raised her head suspiciously. Wait, are you Nami? Well, it's me. Nami smiled, and sat down by Nazajao's bed. Now, my age is a bit older than you. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 48. The two disciples met for the first time. Vivi, is this what you call Li Fan's gym? There seems to be no one here. The captain of Alabastus escort, Ikram, who sneaked into the Baroque workplace with Vivi, looked around cautiously, for fear that Li Fan would suddenly appear next to him. Strange, it was here not long ago. Vivi frowned slightly. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, Li Fan's voice rang beside Vivi. It's really you, Li Fan. Turning his head in the direction of the voice, Ikarim opened his mouth wide as he looked at Li Fan, who appeared in front of him. Great, you are still there. Vivi trotted to Li Fan with joy. Ikarim, you should believe it now. Ms. Li Fan really accepted me as a disciple. Ikarim nodded in a daze, then slapped his face with a slap. Okay, it hurts, is this true? Hee, Ikarim, you are the same as I was before. Looking at the slap marks on Ikarim's face, Vivi smiled. Ikarim, just wait for me here for a while. It won't be long before you will be able to see a completely different me. Right, teacher Li Fan. Vivi still remembers the magical use of time training bins that Li Fan said before. Li Fan nodded, turned, and walked to the door of the time training cabin. Let's go, Vivi, let's start as soon as possible. Okay, teacher Li Fan. Vivi hurried to Li Fan's side. Then Ikarim, we'll see you later. As soon as the voice fell, Vivi followed Li Fan and walked into the door. Seeing this scene, Ikarim hurried to the door. But in the next instant, Li Fan and Vivi walked out of the door. Are you Princess Vivi? Ikarim was surprised when he saw Vivi wearing a ninja tight-fitting suit and a bandage wrapped around his back. Ikarim, I haven't seen each other for 2 years. No, for you, I just left for a while. Vivi smiled. Really? 2 years have passed. Your face seems to have matured a lot. After 2 years of cultivating, it will change a little bit more or less. Vivi shook a fist. Now I should have the power to defeat Crocodile. It's better not to be careless. Li Fan said, although you have practiced chakra to a qualified level in the past 2 years. All kinds of water system ninjutsu are also well mastered. But your actual combat experience is too little. I suggest you practice for a while in my secret realm before returning to Alabasta. Upon hearing this, Vivi nodded and said, well, I listen to you, teacher Li Fan. For 2 years, Vivi trusted Li Fan very much, so he agreed to Li Fan's proposal without hesitation. Ikarim, I plan to do my best to practice with teacher Li Fan recently. During this period, please conceal my whereabouts from the Baroque work agency. After I have enough strength, I will return to Alabasta to solve the threat of Crocodile. While speaking, an aura that belonged to the strong came out from Vivi. Feeling this momentum, Ikarim nodded. I see, Princess Vivi. Don't worry about cultivating here, Li Fan. During this time, I will try my best to conceal your whereabouts. Your Excellency Li Fan, Vivi is pleased. After speaking, Ikarim left the gym and went to make preparations. After learning that it was Crocodile of Shishibukai that caused the civil strife in Alabasta, Ikarim and Vivi are equally desperate. Now that Vivi has really become a disciple of Li Fan and has the power to fight Crocodile, how could Ikarim not be excited? Ms. Li Fan, let's start now. After Ikarim left, Vivi immediately looked at Li Fan and said. Li Fan nodded and said, before that, I will take you to meet Nami first. Nami, Li Fan's first disciple. Hearing Li Fan's words, Vivi felt a little nervous for some reason. Don't worry, in general, Nami is still a nice person. Li Fan patted Vivi on the shoulder, as your senior, she can also give you some pointers. After that, Li Fan directly activated the system's authority and took Vivi back to the gymnasium in Kokozia village. Okay, it's here. Arrived. Vivi looked around. It seems that nothing has changed. As soon as the voice fell, the door in the corner of the gymnasium was opened, and Nami's figure came out from it. Are you Vivi? Nami's eyes flashed as she looked at Vivi, who was standing next to Li Fan. You are Nami Senior. Hello, I am Vivi. For some reason, when Nami watched, Vivi felt a little alert. P.S. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation votes, ask for monthly tickets, ask for collections, thank you. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Smoker to Investigate. Nami, I plan to take Vivi to exercise in a secret place. Come with you too. Li Fan said. Well, of course. Nami walked to Vivi with a smile on his face. Vivi, we are all disciples of teacher Li Fan, let's have a good chat afterwards. Oh, okay. After seeing the two know each other, Li Fan led them into the secret realm and began the next step of training. In a blink of an eye, 2 days passed. After communicating, Vivi and Nami gradually became acquainted. As for Nyakajeo, she also started her practice under the guidance of Li Fan. Colonel Smoker, we are almost there. In the waters of Kokozia village, Tashiji put down his telescope and reported to Smoker, who was standing beside him. It's already here. Smoker frowned. Can't you still contact Colonel Mouse? Can't be reached. Tashiji shook his head. Since the last phone call 2 days ago, I can't contact him anymore. Really, this guy, maybe he was killed. Colonel Smoker, you mean, that Nami killed Colonel Mouse? Perhaps, but the specifics need to be investigated before we know. Tashiji, let everyone prepare, we are going to log in. Hearing this, Tashiji nodded and ran to announce Smoker's order. A few minutes later, Marine headed by Smoker set foot on the land of Kokozia village. This is... Smoker squinted his eyes when he reached the surface where Nyayago had used shock fruit to smash it. Marine, what are you going to do here? Just when Smoker was a little confused about the cracks on the ground, Aegeon brought a few villagers to them. You are the villagers of this village. I'm Colonel Marine Smoker from Logue Town. Ordered to investigate Colonel Mouse in the 17th branch of East Blue. But he disobeyed the order and came to this village without authorization, and then we couldn't contact him. Have you seen Colonel Mouse? Smoker asked. This. Aegeon frowned and glanced at the villagers beside him. The villagers secretly nodded to Aegeon. With a sigh, Aegeon looked at Smoker and said. The Mouse Colonel has been killed by us, and the other Marines are also dead. If you want to be held accountable, take us away. Hearing what Aegeon said, Smoker frowned. You said, you guys killed Marine. Yes, that Colonel Mouse is not a good person at all. Aegeon clenched his fists. As soon as he came here, he wanted to grab something, and he pointed a gun at us. We were forced to kill them because of helplessness. How is it possible? How could Marine do this? Tashiji pursed his lips, trying to come up with the theory. At this moment, a cry of exclamation came not far away. Don't run, I won't hurt you, I'm a doctor. Smoker and others followed the sound and found a Marine dressed as Marine was quickly running towards here. Behind him, a man dressed as a doctor is chasing vigorously. Marine. Seeing Smoker and others, Marine who was being chased brightened his eyes and ran over quickly. Aegeon and the others tried to stop them, but found that a layer of white smoke suddenly appeared around them, trapping them. It was this obstruction that allowed Marine to run smoothly in front of Smoker. Damn it! Aegeon roared, Doctor, why did this guy ran out? I didn't pay attention. Seeing this, the doctor had to stop. I was busy treating other people just now. This guy suddenly woke up and ran out without paying attention. Smoker glanced at Aegeon and the others. who were looking anxious, and asked Marine, who was breathing hard in front of him. "Are you Marine of Colonel Mouse?" "Yes, sir." Marine nodded heavily. "What about Colonel Mouse?" "Reporter, sir, I am not sure. I only remember that a blue-haired woman suddenly appeared and attacked us. That power was like the shock fruit used by Teach in the Gold List." As he said, Marine's body trembled. "When I woke up, I seemed to have heard the villagers say that only me, Marine, is still alive, and everyone else is dead." Shock fruit, a blue-haired woman. Smoker's face became serious. "So it's not that Nami. Could it be that Li Fan handed shock fruit to another person? P.S. Thank you 863, 686 for your monthly pass, thank you very much. Asterisk. Chapter 50 Sophistry Marine. Nami, Marine is here." Inside the gym, Li Fan looked at Nami and others who were chatting. "Marine." Hearing Li Fan's words, a red light flashed in Nami's eyes, an observation haki swept across the village. Soon, Nami caught Smoker and others. "Nakajao, Vivi, I will leave first." As soon as the voice fell, Nami's figure had already rushed out of the gym. "Ms. Li Fan, let me help Miss Nami too." Vivi stood up and said. "No, those Marines and Nami alone are enough to deal with." Li Fan shook his head. "Compared with Nami, you should have more important things to do." "The more important thing, do you mean?" "Well, it's Alabastus business." Li Fan nodded. "After several days of training, your actual combat experience is enough. It stands to reason that defeating Crocodile is not a problem. So, I think you can start. By the way, give this to you, your big knife same hata is too obvious, usually seal it in the scroll." With that, Li Fan handed a scroll with the word sealed to Vivi's hand. Vivi nodded, took the scroll, and expertly jai and sealed the sword same hata in. After this period of practice, Vivi has a long-term understanding of ninjutsu, and the seal scroll is naturally recognized. "I won't send you off, Vivi. I hope I can get good news from you soon." Patting Vivi on the shoulder, Li Fan directly sent Vivi back to the gym on Cactus Island. "Thank you, Teacher Li Fan." Although Li Fan was not in front of him, Vivi bowed deeply to the wall, and then walked out of the gym to the coast. "Hey, Teacher Li Fan, can Vivi really beat Crocodile of 7 Warlords of the Sea?" After seeing Vivi disappear, Nyakajao looked at Li Fan and asked. Although it's only been a few days, Nyakajao has regarded Vivi as his good sister. The opponent Vivi is about to face is the Sand Crocodile, one of the most famous pirates in the sea, not a small character like the Dragon Pirates. Therefore, Nyakajao is worried that Vivi will be harmed. "Ms. Li Fan, or let Nami help Vivi later. With Nami's power, Vivi will be able to solve Alabastus problems more easily." Upon hearing this, Li Fan shook his head and said. "Relax, Vivi's power has grown tremendously, and it will never fail. Rather, 2 days ago, Vivi had gained the power to defeat Crocodile. And now, she has no chance of losing to him." Li Fan felt that maybe within a few days, the sea would be surprised by the power of Vivi. "If you are so sure, there is nothing to worry about." Nyakajao stood up and stretched out, showing her graceful posture in front of Li Fan. "In that case, I can't fall behind. Ms. Li Fan, please continue to exercise me." Li Fan nodded and walked towards Nyakajao. "I told you all, Nami is not here, she has gone to sea, so don't ask any more. We don't know any blue-haired woman." "Li Fan? How could a big man like him be on such a small island?" "I don't know anything, you Marines, if you want to arrest people, take us all away. Anyway, you Marine and the Dragon Pirates are the same, but you just changed into decent clothes." Aegean looked at Smoker and the others and said angrily. He had no intention of answering Smoker's questions. "Colonel Smoker, please catch them all." These guys are all associates of that Nami and the blue-haired woman. Except for Nami, who blocked us at the time, these guys also participated. The seaman of Colonel Mouse pointed at Aegean and shouted. You guy, I knew I shouldn't have saved you, let you die directly. Aegean looked at Marine angrily. Smoker frowned, and didn't arrest Aegean and the others because of the Marine's words, but dissipated the white smoke that trapped Aegean and the villagers. Such a move couldn't help making Aegean a surprised look at Smoker. Colonel Smoker. Marine looked at Smoker with some confusion, but found that Smoker was looking at himself gloomily. I ask you, why didn't you follow the orders and stay in the branch honestly, instead of running here to find Nami and Li Fan? P.S. Seeking a wave of flowers and a wave of evaluation votes, thank you readers. Asterisk.